pettishly to Ling Tian in front of him. Especially Lu Rumeng, who was on the side, kept watching the movements of the two, which made her feel even more ashamed. Seeing this woman's ashamed appearance, Ling Tian decided to let her go for now. "Tian, brother Tian, when are you going to wake up my mother?" Afterwards, Shangguan Qingyan showed a hint of urgency on his face, and asked Ling Tian. After all, the purpose of her coming here is to save her mother, so she is naturally very concerned about this matter. What's more, Ling Tian's actions just now indicated that he agreed to his previous request. "Then you bring your mother here. Let Rumeng come to rescue her." Ling Tian smiled and looked at the two women in front of him, and then promised Shangguan Qingyan. After all, for the current Ling Tian, this matter is nothing but a hands-on effort. To be honest, Ling Tian can save Shangguan Qingyan's mother by exchanging a powerful medicinal pill through his villain Maul. However, 023 Ling Tian felt that it was better to let Rumeng take action. After all, it was a very simple matter for her. "Great. Thank you, brother." After hearing Ling Tian's words, Shangguan Qingyan's face was full of excitement, and he couldn't help but kiss Ling Tian's face directly. Thinking that she will soon be able to see her awakened mother, her heart is even more excited at this moment, and her body begins to tremble slightly. "Lu Yixian, then I'll trouble you." Afterwards, Shangguan Qingyan turned to look at Lu Rumeng again, and said gratefully to her. After all, Lu Rumeng was the one who finally rescued his mother, so Shangguan Qingyan naturally wanted to have a good relationship with this woman. What's more, Lu Rumeng once saved his mother's life, so Shangguan Qingyan's heart is still full of gratitude for her. "Since you are also a woman of brother Tian now, you don't have to be so polite to me in the future. Just call my sister." There was also a hint of ambiguous eyes in Lu Rumeng's beautiful eyes, her cherry lips lightly opened, and she said softly to Shangguan Qingyan in front of her. She doesn't like Shangguan Qingyan being so polite to her now, because it will make her feel very lively. What's more, she is the one with the highest status among Ling Tian's women, so she will also take the initiative to build a good relationship with Ling Tian's women, so that her status will be more stable. "Elder sister." Hearing this, Shangguan Qingyan shouted out with joy. She naturally couldn't refuse Lu Rumeng's kindness. After all, Lu Rumeng has the hope of saving his mother, and since he has planned to become Ling Tian's woman, he naturally wants to live in harmony with his other women. Then Shangguan Qingyan took out his mobile phone and was about to contact his father and grandfather immediately to tell them the good news. "What?" At this moment, Shangguan Qingjun let out a coquettish cry, because Ling Tian actually hugged him directly and walked towards the courtyard. After all, Ling Tian had already taught Chu Feng a lesson, and the woman looked excited, so he naturally planned to bring Guan Qingyan to celebrate. "Hey brother Tian, what are you doing?" Shangguan Qingyan's pretty face suddenly turned crimson, and she asked Ling Tian shyly. At this moment, her voice began to tremble again, and her speech became a little stuttering. Seeing Ling Tian planning to carry herself back to the room, Shangguan Qingyan already had some guesses in her heart. After all, she just promised to be Ling Tian's woman. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that her body was starting to heat up like a small stove, and Shangguan Qingyan slowly lowered her head again. However, at this moment, Shangguan Qingyan also has some small expectations in her heart. After all, she has never experienced these things. Moreover, the flirting appearance of Ling Tian and Lu Rumeng just now made Shangguan Qingyan feel some envy in her heart, and she also wanted to experience this feeling. "Ha ha, don't be too nervous, it's not what you think. I'm just charging some interest in advance." Seeing Shangguan Qingyan's shy look, Ling Tian smiled and comforted him. But he didn't really plan to take this woman now. After all, the other protagonist hasn't appeared yet, so this drama hasn't reached its climax yet. After hearing Ling Tian's words, for some reason, Shangguan Qingyan felt a little lost in her heart, but she was also curious about what Ling Tian meant by the interest charge. Soon, the two came to the room, and Ling Tian lay directly on the sofa like an old man. "Kneel down." Afterwards, a wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he put his hand on Shangguan Qingyan's head and ordered to her. Hearing this, Shangguan Qingyan trembled, and she naturally understood the meaning of Ling Tian's words just now, but now she doesn't have any resistance to Ling Tian. Thump. Shangguan Qingyan blushed and knelt down in front of Ling Tian obediently. In the Ling family's dungeon, Qingxi directly threw Chu Feng in his hand into the dog cage. Afterwards, he took out the cigar box in his suit and threw one to Awa next to him. Ahua, this kid will be handed over to you now. Take good care of him and let him feel the warmth we bring to him. After spitting out a smoke ring, Chinxi showed a grin on his face, and then said to Awa who was sitting opposite him. After all, compared to himself, Chinxi still thinks that this pervert, Ahua, can make this boy feel the ultimate insult. Don't worry, brother Chang. Since this kid is locked up here, I will definitely let him experience what it means to be dead. Ahua's face also showed an excited look at the moment, promising to the strong son in front of him. After all, he has all kinds of unique secret skills to discuss this kid, and it just so happens that he also wants to continue to experience the feeling of being a strong man. Afterwards, Ahua also lit the cigar that Hadron handed him, and then walked into the toilet with the cigar in his mouth. After a while, Awa took out his toilet suction again and went directly to the dog cage. You kid, play slowly by yourself. Seeing Ahua's excited smile and the toy in his hand, Chinxi's face darkened, he said a word very decisively, and left here. Although Chinxi is still very speechless about Ahua's heavy taste, but this is also good, so that this arrogant boy can take a lesson. Boy, get up for me now. After a while, Awa directly pressed the toilet sucker to Chu Feng's face, kicked the dog cage a few times, and then shouted a few words. At this moment, Chu Feng only felt that he was short of breath, and he smelled a stench as if he had fallen into a cesspool. Then, he slowly opened his eyes, and suddenly found that he was locked in a dog cage at the moment, and there was a toilet sucker stuck in his mouth. Woo! Seeing this, Chu Feng immediately began to struggle frantically, but after using the secret explosive technique, his body was so weak that he was not as good as an ordinary person, and he was seriously injured at the moment. Moreover, the space of this dog cage is very small. Chu Feng can only stay in it by curling up, there is not much room to escape. So now Chu Feng is in front of Ahua, all the struggles seem so powerless, the toilet sucker has been firmly blocking his mouth. Even when Chu Feng was struggling, he directly tasted the black sticky substance sticking to the toilet sucker, making him nauseous to the point of madness. Jia Jia Jia. Struggling is useless, darling, surrender to Brother Hua's feet. Looking at Chu Feng's humiliated and powerless struggle at the moment, Ahua's face showed an extremely excited smile, and his heart felt extremely exciting. After being tortured by Ahua, Chu Feng felt what was called the ultimate humiliation. In addition, he recalled the tragic experience he had experienced before, and suddenly painful tears flowed directly from Chu Feng's eyes. Chapter 223 Chen Nan's suffocation. Qing Yun is tempted by Ling Tian. Inside the Morning Star Orphanage in Tiandu City, a group of children are gathered around a stone table at this moment. Don't worry, everyone has it. Looking at the group of cute children in front of her, Zhou Ruoxi distributed the cakes she just bought with a smile on her face. Thank you, sister. The group of children next to them also had happy smiles on their faces, and they thanked Zhou Ruoxi in front of them. Every time this sister comes, they can eat a lot of delicious food. Several staff members on the side also helped, and soon the cakes on the table were all divided. Zhou Ruoxichao's face was full of reminiscences, because the children in front of them looked like they were eating cakes like when they were young. Then Zhou Ruoxi happily played games with them again. In her heart, the group of children in front of her were the same as her younger siblings. As long as she was with these little guys, Zhou Ruoxi felt like she was back when she was a child. At this time, she seemed to have forgotten all her troubles. Sister, I knew you were definitely here right now. After a while, Zhou Ruoxi suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from behind. Immediately, she realized that this is Chen Nan coming to find her. Then Zhou Ruoxi turned his head and looked at the person who came. Sure enough, Chen Nan walked towards him with a smile on his face. Xiao Nan, do you have anything to do with me? A smile appeared on Zhou Ruoxi's face, and asked Chen Nan in front of him. Although Chen Nan's face in front of him was still very familiar, for some reason, Zhou Ruoxi felt that Chen Nan in front of him seemed to be becoming more and more unfamiliar, especially the way he looked at himself. Zhou Ruoxi knew that Chen Nan had always had a crush on him, but when facing him, he always seemed very shy before. However, now Chen Nan's eyes are full of aggression, as if he is already in his pocket. To be honest, Chen Nan's eyes now make Zhou Ruoxi feel very uncomfortable, and after what happened yesterday, she found that Chen Nan's character has become more extreme and irritable. Nothing important. But I have one thing to warn you about. That's why the man we met last night was very dangerous. Don't approach him again. Chen Nan's face became serious, and persuaded Zhou Ruoxi in front of him. After all, in Chen Nan's heart, Zhou Ruoxi has long been regarded as his woman, so he naturally does not want Zhou Ruoxi to continue to approach the man they met last night. Also, that guy is really too strong, and now he is by no means his opponent, so once he strikes at Zhou Ruoxi, he will not be able to protect this woman at all. Thinking of this, Chen Nan's eyes also showed a trace of killing intent at this moment. After all, he will never forget the humiliation he received last night. He swore that he would kill those guys, because no one could insult him like this. Xiao Nan, please don't slander Ling Xiao like this. You don't know him at all, how can you hurt people with such vicious words behind your back? And I don't need you to take care of the things between me and him, you just need to take care of yourself. After hearing Chen Nan's words, the only remaining smile on Zhou Ruoxi's face gradually disappeared, and he responded with a flat face. Zhou Ruoxi felt that Chen Nan was just jealous, and his slandering Ling Tian made Zhou Ruoxi feel very angry and disappointed. After all, in Zhou Ruoxi's view, Ling Tian is the most perfect and outstanding man in the world she has ever seen. After hearing Zhou Ruoxi's words, Chen Nan's face darkened instantly. He didn't think that Zhou Ruoxi would rather believe that damn guy than listen to his younger brother. Did that little white face give her some ecstasy soup? Sister, why are you so naive? I went to the restaurant where you work and asked, it's definitely not an accident that you broke that bottle of wine. The goddamn guys yesterday were definitely plotting against you. Afterwards, Chen Nan's face was full of anger and aggrieved, and he said loudly to Zhou Ruoxi in front of him. After all, he knew very well in his heart that as a heaven-ranked powerhouse, it would be an easy task for that darn guy to figure out Zhou Ruoxi. And he was able to make things so seamless that Zhou Ruoxi couldn't feel that there was any problem. Chenin, that's enough. Shut up for me. I know you still deeply regret that Ling Xiao's bodyguard beat you up yesterday. But you can't slander him like this. Zhou Ruoxi's heart was even more angry at the moment, and her pretty face also showed a little anger, and she scolded Chen Nan in front of her. After all, he is still very clear about his younger brother's character. It must be because Ling Xiao's bodyguards attacked him yesterday, so he has been caring about this matter. As for what he said that Ling Tian had calculated on him, Zhou Ruoxi didn't believe it at all. She didn't think there was anything in her that could make Ling Tian fancy. Although Zhou Ruoxi knew that she was beautiful, she also knew that Ling Tian would never lack a woman like her. I also want to take care of the children here. You can do it yourself. After leaving this sentence indifferently, Zhou Ruoxi turned around and left. Because Zhou Ruoxi knew very well in his heart, he knew that if he continued to chat with Chen Nan, he would not change much. He could only wait for him to figure this out slowly. Damn it. This damn little white face, I must kill you. Seeing Zhou Ruoxi's graceful back gradually leaving his sight, Chen Nan gritted his teeth and said. At this moment, in his heart, he blamed all the faults on Ling Tian. After all, if this damned guy hadn't interfered with it, he would definitely be the person Zhou Ruoxi trusted the most. But soon, Chen Nan thought of Ling Tian's powerful strength at the moment, and his anger gradually dissipated. Naturally, he is not strong enough to run to Ling Tian to die now, so Chen Nan knows that his primary goal now is to restore his strength as soon as possible. In the Ling family's manner, Shangguan Qingyan walked out of the bathroom with a blushing face, and her cherry lips also became extremely rosy at this moment. Then she came to Ling Tian again and threw herself into his arms again. After all, with the current relationship between the two, Shangguan Qingyan has become more accustomed to such intimate actions. And with the rapid development of the relationship between the two, Shangguan Qingyan feels that he seems to have gradually fallen in love with this man now. Annoying. Seeing the wicked smile on Ling Tian's face, Shangguan Qingyan couldn't help but snort, and then stretched out his hand and patted Ling Tian's large chest. My fault. Sensing the shyness of the beautiful woman in his arms, Ling Tian could only hold onto her white softweeds and comforted her gently. After all, Ling Tian still cherishes his woman very much, and his behavior just now was indeed a bit rude. After lying in Ling Tian's arms for a while, Shangguan Qingjun let out a coquettish cry, sat up again, and immediately took out his mobile phone and called his father. Because of Ling Tian, she almost forgot to tell her grandfather and father the good news. In the villa of Shangguan's family, Shangguan Longwu is now drinking tea with the old man Shangguan in the courtyard pavilion. At this time, a ringing sound came from his mobile phone. Shangguan Longwu took a closer look and found that it was actually his daughter's phone. Immediately, he was a little excited and connected to his daughter's phone, because he guessed that there must be good news coming. Really? That's great, I'll take your mother to the Ling family manor right away. Soon, Shangguan Longwu hung up the phone excitedly. He immediately felt that his daughter was really excellent, and he solved the matter so easily. Dad, it turns out that Lu Yixian lives in Ling's villa now. And according to what Qingyan told us on the phone, she can now completely rescue Shuiye. So Qingyan asked us to bring Shuiye over now. Shangguan Longwu had a smile on his face as he said to his father in front of him. Thinking of the scene where his wife woke up, Shangguan Longwu's body trembled with excitement. Then let's hurry up now. The old man Shangguan didn't talk nonsense, he said it directly. Soon, a few cars drove out from the garage of the villa and rushed in the direction of Ling Tian Manor. People. Chapter 224 Ling Tian asks for compensation. Chu Feng and his son close the dog cage. Not long after, the group's car quickly drove into Ling Tian's manor. Then, they were arranged to a guest house in the manor. Lu Yixian, then I'll leave it to you. The old man Shangguan's face was full of respect, and he said to Lu Rumeng in front of him. After all, this woman in front of them is a big favor to their Shangguan family. Not only did she help her daughter-in-law Zhang Shuiye, but other people in the family had also begged Lu Rumeng's door because of a serious illness. Shangguan Qingyan and Shangguan Longwu on the side also looked at Lu Rumeng earnestly. After all, they now put all their hopes on her. Master Shangguan, don't worry, I will be able to rescue your daughter-in-law soon. After all, I know her condition very well. Looking at the people in the Shangguan family, Lu Rumeng said seriously. With her current medical skills, it can be said that it is a very simple thing to completely wake up this woman lying on the bed. Okay, old man, let's go out and wait for the result. Just leave it to Rumeng. Ling Tian on the side also spoke with a smile. After all, when Lu Rumeng was being treated, it was not suitable for other people to stay here. Because she is going to use the 13 Huishan needles in the Tianyi Jing to detoxify Zhang Shuiye, it is better for other people to go outside during the treatment. 023, therefore, Ling Tian, who knew the situation, was naturally ready to take everyone out to wait. Then let's go out and wait. At this time, the old man Shangguan also smiled and nodded to Ling Tian, and then said to everyone. After meeting Ling Tian, the old man Shangguan was very satisfied with this young man, and more importantly, he found that his granddaughter seemed to like this young man. And what he didn't expect was that the medical fairy Lu Rumeng has now become Ling Tian's woman, which made the old man admire him even more. Doesn't this further show that Ling Tian, this young man, is not simple? Otherwise, how could he get Lu Rumeng's heart? Immediately, the old man Shangguan was also secretly proud of his previous vision, and he naturally wanted to find a good man for his granddaughter. Then everyone exited the room just now and came to the living room to wait. Relax, your mother will wake up soon. Seeing Shangguan Qingyan's nervous appearance, Ling Tian stretched out his hand to grab her snow-white soft catkin, and comforted her with a smile. However, Ling Tian can also understand Shangguan Qingyan's mood at the moment. After all, her mother has also been in a coma for more than 10 years, so it is normal for her to be very nervous and excited at the moment. Thank you, brother. A sweet smile appeared on Shangguan Qingyan's beautiful face. Mei Mei looked at Ling Tian in a daze, and said softly to him. Ling Tian's comfort made her nervous heart gradually calm down a lot. The old man Shangguan on the side looked at the two young people in front of him, and he was even happier. After all, this was the result he had always wanted. He had long been very dissatisfied with the kind of marriage his son had decided at the beginning, and now he felt that a man like Ling Tian was a good match for his granddaughter. Ah, Shangguan Longwu, who was on the side, began to sigh slightly in his heart. It seems that he will have to find a time to talk to Chu Feng and his father, Chu Tianya, about the divorce. After all, in the current situation, it is basically impossible for Qing Yun and Chu Feng, and as someone who has come here, he naturally sees that his daughter has made a secret promise to Ling Tianfang at this moment. In addition, Ling Tian still has such a big favor for his family, so it is natural that he, Shangguan Longwu, could not stop these two young people from being together. And at this moment in the room, the golden needles were moved by Lu Rumeng's true energy, and they kept piercing Zhang Shui's various acupoints. Soon, Zhang Zu's body began to tremble slightly, and her fingers began to move slightly. Afterwards, there was a look of pain on Zhang Shui's face, and the golden needles broke out directly from the body, and black toxins were faintly visible on it. Under Lu Rumeng's control, these golden needles fell into the utensils prepared earlier. At this time, Zhang Shui slowly opened her eyes. She looked a little weak at the moment. The first thing that caught her eye was a woman with a beautiful face and a cold temperament, and she immediately knew that it was this woman who had rescued her. At this moment, Zhang Shui also gradually recalled her memories before she fell into a coma. She originally thought that she should be mortal, but she didn't expect to be rescued by someone now. "Thank you for saving me." Then Zhang Zu first thanked her in a weak voice, and then she struggled to get up, because she was eager to see how her daughter was doing now. "You've just woken up now, so just lie down and have a good rest." Looking at the weak woman in front of her, Lu Rumeng said something to her directly. At this time, everyone who noticed the situation inside naturally walked in. "Mother." The first moment Shangguan Qingyan walked in, he saw his mother who had woken up, and then shouted out excitedly. "You Qingyan." Zhang Shui looked at the people in front of her, and her heart was full of shock at this moment, because she knew that she had definitely been in a coma for a long time. If it wasn't for her husband and father-in-law who had not changed much, she found herself standing in front of her. To be honest, she couldn't even recognize that the excited girl in front of her was her own daughter. "It's me, Mom." Then Shangguan Qingyan's beautiful face burst into tears of excitement, and she rushed directly to Zhang Shui's bed and held her hand. After all, she has been waiting for this day for too long, and now that her wish has finally come true, how can she not be excited? "Qingyan, you have grown up." Zhang Shui's face was full of loving smiles. She reached out and caressed the face of the beautiful girl in front of her, and said to her gently. And Zhang Shui could vaguely see her daughter's appearance when she was a child on her face. At this moment, Ling Tian and Lu Rumeng both quietly exited the room, leaving time to their family as the best choice. Soon, the time came to the afternoon. After saying goodbye to Ling Tian, Shangguan Qingyan's family planned to go back to their villa. After all, Zhang Shui has just woken up, so their family must have a good reunion. "Brother Tian, then I'll see you next time." Shangguan Qingyan hugged Ling Tian and said reluctantly. After all, her mother had just woken up, so she naturally wanted to stay by her mother's side and take care of her. Otherwise, she would definitely want to stay by Ling Tian's side. "Well, you'd better go back and take care of Auntie. Wait until next time, just compensate me well." Ling Tian's face was full of smiles, and he leaned over and said softly in Shangguan Qingyan's ear. Ling Tian naturally wouldn't be in any rush. Anyway, this woman would not be able to escape from her palm now. If it wasn't to deal with these two protagonists, he would have taken Shangguan Qingyan directly. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Shangguan Qingyan's pretty face turned red, and then responded shyly. Now she is very clear about what compensation Ling Tian is talking about. After all, she still remembers what Ling Tian did to her before. Then Shangguan Qingyan reluctantly left Ling Tian's embrace and got into the car under the strange eyes of his family. After returning to his yard, a playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, because he discovered that a mouse had entered his manor. But at this moment, in a corner of the manor, Chu Tianya's face was a little gloomy and hidden here. Zhao Feng should have been caught by the people here. After realizing his son's breath, Chu Tianya's face became even more ugly. Before, he had a faint feeling of bad. Then he discovered that his son's phone could not be reached, so Chu Tianya used his secret technique to find this place. Not good. Suddenly, Chu Tianya's face changed greatly, because he found that a terrifying force was attacking him from behind. After realizing that he couldn't dodge in time, he hurriedly gathered his strength to resist. However, in the face of this force, Chu Tianya was instantly smashed into the air, and blood was sprinkled in the air. "Qianzi, it's over to you." I saw Ling Tian's figure suddenly appear here, and then he casually ordered Qingxi beside him. After all, this old boy was just abolished by his own palm, so there is no need for him to continue to shoot. "Okay, young master." Afterwards, there was a trace of excitement on Qingxi's face, and he rushed directly towards the man who had just been knocked out. However, after arriving in front of him, Qingxi found that this guy had completely passed out, and he originally wanted to teach him a lesson. It seems that now, there is no need for that, and then Qingxi can only take this guy back to the dungeon with some disappointment. Crack. At this time, the door of the dungeon was suddenly opened, and Awa saw Brother Chang walking in with an old boy. I didn't expect a new toy. After seeing the newcomer coming again, Ahua's face showed an excited smile again. Dad, you fucking bastards, what did you do to my dad? However, at this time, Chu Feng, who was locked in the dog cage, had an angry look on his face, and roared at the two people in front of him. Because he saw that it was his father who was holding the 1.5 in Qingxi's hand, and blood was still flowing from his mouth, obviously he was seriously injured. What did you do? This old thing broke into our manor just like you are out of control. Of course, he was severely beaten. And he's going to be locked in a dog cage like you. Are you feeling angry? Ha ha ha. Qingxi's face was full of disdain, and after taunting Chu Feng in front of him, he laughed proudly. Afterwards, Qingxi threw Chu Tianya into the dog cage next to Chu Feng as if he were throwing garbage. Ah, damn you all. I'm going to kill you all. Chu Feng's face was extremely ferocious, his hands were holding the dog cage tightly and struggling constantly, and he roared wildly at the two in front of him. Seeing his father's miserable appearance and being locked in a dog cage, Chu Feng suddenly felt that his heart was bleeding. Although his father usually looks like an alcoholic, Chu Feng is very clear in his heart that he still cares about himself very much. At this moment, seeing his father being so humiliated because of himself, Chu Feng's eyes became blood red, and his eyes were full of bloodthirsty killing intent. His only thought now is to fry the skin and cramp the two damned guys in front of him and torture them to death. Chapter 225 Chu Feng has become a waste again, Ruoxi's joy. Seeing Chu Feng looking like he was about to kill, a disdainful smile appeared on Qingxi's face. How dare the prisoner be so arrogant? It seems that it is impossible to take care of you well. As soon as Qingxi's voice fell, he directly opened the dog cage, and then took Chu Feng out. Looking at the strange expression on Qingxi's face, Chu Feng immediately realized that he must be tortured again. But now he is still in a weak stage, making his body struggling desperately, but in front of Qingxi, Chu Feng has no ability to resist. Then you will be just like your trash, become a trash. There was a sinister smile on Qingxi's face, and then he saw his true chi condensed and slapped Chu Feng directly with his palm. What? I saw Chu Feng's face distorted due to the pain, and then he realized that he had been abolished by this damn guy, and now he has become a waste again. Damn you. At this moment, the expression on Chu Feng's face became extremely resentful, and he shouted at Qingxi in front of him. I didn't expect that the strength he had worked so hard to acquire was completely abolished by this damn bodyguard. Once again, Chu Feng felt incomparable despair in his heart. Originally, he was thinking of escaping from here after he regained his strength. Now, this is simply impossible. Because he knew that he who became a cripple was by no means the opponent of the bodyguards in front of him, so it was even more impossible to escape from here. And now, his father was also arrested after being seriously injured by these damned guys. Even if he didn't lose all his strength, it would be very difficult to escape from here with his seriously injured father. Ha ha. There was a contemptuous smile on Qingxi's face, completely ignoring Chu Feng's mad hatred for him at the moment, and threw it back into the dog cage next to him. Ahua, find a group of fencing masters over here. Let them take good care of this father and son. Then it's up to you here. Afterwards, Qingxi turned to look at Awa, who was on the side, and gave him a few orders. Since this kid dares to be so arrogant after being abolished, then Qingxi will naturally have to take care of him. Didn't the boys they met before looked at their bodyguards with their nostrils at first? But after being educated for a while, not all of them became honest in the end. Therefore, these guys are scumbags and must use various means to humiliate them. No problem, Brother Chang. I'll let them come over in a while. After hearing Qingxi's words, Awa also showed an excited smile on his face, and quickly responded to Qingxi in front of him. Hearing this, Qingxi showed a satisfied smile on his face, nodded to Awa and immediately turned and left. You shameless bastard. If you dare to do this, I will definitely kill you. Looking at Qingxi's back, Chu Feng's face turned dark at this moment, and he said harsh words at him. Chu Feng naturally knew what a master fencing master meant, but he didn't expect this damn bodyguard to be so shameless, to find such a person to deal with their father and son. Thinking of what might happen after a while, Chu Feng suddenly felt that his body was icy cold, so cold that he couldn't help trembling, especially the parts of his body. However, Qingxi didn't continue to pay attention to this guy's thoughts, and quickly left this dungeon. "Shut up for me, kid. Wait a while and see if you can still call it out." Awa directly kicked the dog cage, and then said proudly to Chu Feng. After a while, he will definitely tell the group of guys to greet the father and son properly. Hearing this, Chu Feng gritted his teeth and glared at the damned guy in front of him. At this moment, he gradually calmed down. Then Chu Feng glanced at the unconscious father next to him, and now he felt even more pain in his heart. He knew that it must be because he was in danger, so his father came here, and then he was made into such a miserable appearance by these damned guys. In Tiandu No. 2 hospital, Zhou Ruoxi came here again with her soup. But at the moment, her face was full of lingering sorrow, because last night Zhou Ruoxi received a call from the hospital again. That is, Shishi's condition has begun to deteriorate, so they need to start the operation as soon as possible, so they hope that they can raise the relevant expenses as soon as possible. But even if you work around the clock, there is no way to collect so much money in a short period of time. Sister, you are here. In the ward, Shishi, who was a little pale, saw Zhou Ruoxi walk in, and suddenly shouted sweetly. "Well, my sister made soup for you again. Next, Shishi will drink it all." Zhou Ruoxijang came to the little girl's side with a smile, and said to her gently. Looking at the dense pinholes on Shishi's little hand, Zhou Ruoxi suddenly felt extremely distressed again. She very much hoped that this little girl could recover and be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible. Zhou Ruoxi saw from her what she looked like when she was a child. Shishi seemed to be just a weak little girl, but she was very strong and sensible in her heart. Although she experienced the torment of the pain, she never complained to herself from the beginning to the end, and she never complained of pain even during the treatment. So Zhou Ruoxi liked this little girl very much in her heart, and even if she could, she would like to suffer this kind of suffering instead of this little girl. But thinking of the surgery fee that will be collected in the near future, Zhou Ruoxi's eyes suddenly turned a little gloomy again, because this is definitely a huge amount for her. Sister, are you still worried about Shishi's surgery fee? Shishi can skip this operation. At this time, Shishi held back her tears, put her small hand on Zhou Ruoxi's arm, and said with a trembling voice. Shishi naturally knew that her sister and the dean's grandma had always been worried about her surgery costs. Although she is only 9 years old, Shishi also knows that it is very difficult to make money. And she didn't want this big sister, who had been taking great care of herself, to have to work so hard for the surgery fee. Okay, Shishi. You don't have to worry about the money, my sister will be able to collect it soon. You can just take care of yourself here now. Zhou Ruoxi's beautiful eyes were a little red at the moment. She reached out and combed the somewhat scattered hair on her head for Shishi, and then said to her gently. Seeing this little girl's sensible appearance, Zhou Ruoxi's heart became more distressed at this moment. In any case, it is impossible for Zhou Ruoxi to give up this little girl in 023. She will definitely raise the cost of the operation, so that Shishi can successfully cure her disease and then be discharged from the hospital smoothly. Then Zhou Ruoxi carefully fed the little girl her soup, and after she fell asleep, Zhou Ruoxi slowly left the ward. Then she sat weakly on the bench at the door and began to think about how to make up the cost of this operation next. Ruoxi, I have good news for you. Not long after, a crisp voice came from next to Zhou Ruoxi, and suddenly woke her up from her deep thoughts. Zhou Ruoxi looked up and saw that it was Rosie, the nurse who was taking care of Shishi in the hospital, and she was also accompanied by the grandmother of the orphanage. At this moment, their faces were full of smiles. Zhou Ruoxi immediately got up from her seat, and then came to the dean's grandmother's side to support her. What good news! Then she turned to look at Rosie again, with a curious look on her pretty face, and asked her. Just now, Shishi's surgery fee has been raised. Rosie's face was even more smiling, and she said the good news directly. After all, as the nurse who has been taking care of Shishi here, she naturally hopes that this sensible little girl can recover and be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible. Really? That's really great. Zhou Ruoxi's pretty face was suddenly full of surprises, and she felt like she was crying with joy. She didn't expect that the problem that had been bothering her for nearly a day was solved so smoothly. But at this moment, she is also very curious in her heart, who is the kind-hearted person who helped them. Chapter 226. Knowing the truth, Ruoxi began to fall. Grandma Dean, what the hell is going on? Then Zhou Ruoxi looked at the Dean's grandma next to her with a kind smile on her face, and asked her. After all, if someone had donated money, his grandmother, the Dean, would definitely know all the news. Ruoxi, it's the Ling family's charitable women and children's foundation who donated a lot of money to our orphanage. With this amount of money, not only have Shishi's surgery expenses been collected, but our orphanage will be renovated, and the children's benefits will be better in the future. The Dean's grandma showed a happy smile on her face, and explained carefully to Zhou Ruoxi in front of her. Of course, she wanted to tell Ruoxi the good news in person as soon as possible. After all, Ruoxi has done nothing less for the orphanage than her own Dean. Young Master Ling. After hearing the words of the Dean's grandmother, Ling Tian's handsome and extraordinary figure appeared in Zhou Ruoxi's mind, and her heart became extremely moved at this moment. Of course, she has heard of the Ling Family Charity Foundation. It can be said to be the largest charity foundation in China. Thinking that Shishi will be able to completely cure her disease soon, and that the children in the orphanage will live better and better, Zhou Ruoxi felt an unprecedented happiness and joy in her heart. Immediately, Ling Tian's image in Zhou Ruoxi's heart became more and more tall. She felt that Ling Tian was not only a gentle and graceful gentleman, but he was also so full of love. However, there was a faint guess in Zhou Ruoxi's heart that Ling Tian might have noticed the situation in the orphanage because of himself. After all, there are too many people in need of help in this world, and even the Ling family's foundation cannot take care of all of them. Grandma Dean, are the people from the foundation still there? Then Zhou Ruoxi asked anxiously, because she really wanted to know if Ling Tian asked them to do these things. After completing the donation-related matters in the morning, they left directly. But they left a public phone. Although the Dean's grandma doesn't know why Ruoxi cares so much about the foundation, she still explained it intact. Then Zhou Ruoxi asked the Dean's grandma for the contact information left by the foundation, and she was going to call and ask after a while. But in her heart, she has roughly determined that this matter is likely to be indicated by Ling Xiao. Suddenly, Zhou Ruoxi felt a little shy in her heart, and she naturally understood that Ling Xiao couldn't do these things for no reason. Maybe Ling Xiao is a very caring man, but it is also very likely that he has some good feelings for himself, so he chose to do this. If Ling Xiao really likes me, what should I do then? Thinking of this, Zhou Ruoxi only felt that her face was starting to get hot, and she felt that her face must be very red now. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi began to think about it again, and her heart began to become chaotic. After all, she had never been in love. Zhou Ruoxi still felt a little shy and embarrassed about this kind of thing, but when she thought of that person, if it was Ling Tian, there was a faint expectation in her heart. Ruoxi, what's the matter with you? Why is your face so red now? Could it be that there is a man you like? Seeing Zhou Ruoxi's blushing face and her spring-hearted look in front of her, Rosie on the side couldn't help but teased with a smirk. She and Zhou Ruoxi have known each other for a while, but this is the first time she sees her as if she is thinking of spring. What? Sissy, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't have it. After hearing Rosie's words, Zhou Ruoxi couldn't help but retorted with shame and anger. At this moment, she felt like she was caught doing something bad. Zhou Ruoxi immediately restrained her expression just now. After all, her appearance is really easy to misunderstand. Rosie looked at Zhou Ruoxi with such an angry look, and she was even more sure of her guess just now. But seeing Zhou Ruoxi's shy look, Rosie didn't have the nerve to continue teasing her. Grandma Dean, then I'll go back first. Qianchen, goodbye, remember to take care of Shishi when you have time. After Zhou Ruoxi said goodbye to the two with a smile, she walked towards the exit of the hospital. After leaving the hospital, she soon found a place with no one nearby and took out her mobile phone. Then she dialed the phone number of the Ling Family Foundation, and after connecting the phone, a woman's voice came over. Zhou Ruoxi naturally thanked them for their help to all the children in the orphanage this time. Then she asked what she wanted to know. After the two continued to communicate, Zhou Ruoxi hung up a little excitedly. Although the staff of the foundation on the other side of the phone just said that the donation operation this time was arranged above, she did not know the specific information. But Zhou Ruoxi was more convinced of her previous thoughts. Hoo-hoo. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Ruoxi called Ling Tian with trembling fingers. Because she wanted to thank this man who really helped them, and of course she also wanted to have more contact with this man in her heart. Although Zhou Ruoxi knew that the money might be nothing to Ling Tian, for these children, this was an opportunity to change their destiny. At this moment, there was a smile on Ling Tian's face on the other side of the phone. It seemed that the seeds he sowed out had already sprouted, and then he directly answered the call. Ruoxi, what's the matter with you calling? Hearing the magnetic man's voice across the phone, Zhou Ruoxi suddenly felt that her body was a little weak. Young Master Ling, the reason why I'm calling is to thank you for your help to the children. Then Zhou Ruoxi thanked Ling Tian with a trembling voice. Ha ha. This money is nothing more than a small thing to me. Ruoxi, in fact, these children should be most grateful to you. Ling Tian chuckled softly and spoke to her again gently. After all, Zhou Ruoxi was one of the people who paid the most to this orphanage. Hearing Ling Tian personally admit to his help, and after he actually affirmed and praised himself like this, Zhou Ruoxi's heart was even more moved and happy at this moment. You must know that by Zhou Ruoxi's side, many colleagues and friends do not understand, why does she have to put so much effort into an orphanage? Whenever I hear them talk about themselves like this, to be honest, Zhou Ruoxi will feel the pain of being denied, as if everything she does doesn't mean much to them. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi's eyes were a little red, and to be honest, she suddenly had the urge to cry, because she found that Ling Tian understood herself like this. But Zhou Ruoxi still held back her tears, because she didn't want Ling Tian to have any misunderstandings and worries. Young Master Ling, thank you. Anyway, I still want to thank young Master Ling very much. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Ruoxi calmed down her excitement, and then thanked Ling Tian sincerely again. Unconsciously, Zhou Ruoxi found that Ling Tian's figure seemed to be gradually engraved in his mind, and his warm smiling face seemed to be in front of him. I received your thanks. Ling Tian responded with a smile. He was familiar with the plot and knew Zhou Ruoxi's character very well. Therefore, Ling Tian's remarks just now can be said to be targeted, and instantly hit the softest part of Zhou Ruoxi's heart. Ling Tian felt that it was almost time for him to close the net, because this woman had already begun to fall. Afterwards, the two started chatting for a while, and finally Zhou Ruoxi hung up the phone reluctantly. But at this time, she felt relaxed and happy like never before. Not only the children's affairs had all been resolved, and she actually got Ling Tian's affirmation. Suddenly Ling Tian's handsome and tall figure reappeared in Zhou Ruoxi's mind, and her beautiful eyes became hazy. Chapter 227 Disappointed Ruoxi, Lu Rumeng's surrender. After a while, Zhou Ruoxi came back to her senses, and then she felt shy again. But fortunately, no one in this place noticed that he had just been a little crazy. After cleaning up her mood at the moment, Zhou Ruoxi rushed back in the direction of her residence. At this moment, Chen Nan was walking on the street leading to the hospital. He knew that Zhou Ruoxi was worrying about the operation cost of a little girl in the orphanage. But for him now, isn't it easy to make such a little money? So after getting the money, Chen Nan quickly rushed in the direction of the hospital, wanting to surprise Zhou Ruoxi in person. Probably after I helped Sister Ruoxi to solve this matter, I can make up for the bad impression I had in her heart before. Chen Nan's face showed a hint of gloom. To be honest, if the original body hadn't done a lot of stupid things before, he would have been a beauty by now. Of course, there is the damned guy he met before, but although Chen Nan looks down on Ling Tian on the surface, he still regards Ling Tian as a tough opponent in his heart. Chen Nan has always felt that a hypocrite like Ling Tian who is ruthless behind his back is the most difficult to deal with, but those who are simple-minded and only shout and kill are the real waste. But soon, after a turn in a street, Chen Nan actually saw Zhou Ruoxi's figure, and then he hurried up to meet her. Sister. Wait a minute. 023. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi also heard a familiar voice suddenly coming from behind her, and she immediately realized that it was Chen Nan's voice. Then Zhou Ruoxi turned his head to look at Chen Nan, who had run to his side at the moment. Xiao Nan, why are you here too? Zhou Ruoxi's face showed a hint of curiosity, and she asked Chen Nan in front of her. I'm going to the hospital to find you. Sister, I know you're worrying about the cost of surgery recently. There is 500,000 on this card, you can use it first. A confident smile appeared on Chen Nan's face, and then he took out a bank card from his pocket. Since I have already met Sister Ruoxi here, there is no need to go to the hospital again. If it wasn't for the sake of getting this woman, he wouldn't be interested in the life and death of an ordinary little girl. After all, he has experienced too many lives and deaths in his previous life. After rebirth, Zhou Ruoxi in front of him can only make him feel a little worried. The operation fee has been settled, and some kind people have already donated money to our orphanage in the morning. A happy smile appeared on Zhou Ruoxichao's face, and she explained the situation directly. When talking about this matter, Ling Tian's tall figure appeared in her mind again. And where did your money come from? How can you suddenly have so much money? Then, Zhou Ruoxi's face showed a puzzled look again, and continued to ask. Zhou Ruoxi is still very clear about the ability of his younger brother. There is no way for him to make so much money in such a short period of time. Thinking of this, Zhou Ruoxi's heart began to sink, because she felt that Chen Nan's money must not have been obtained through formal channels. After all, Chen Nan dropped out of high school before finishing high school. How could he make so much money since then? And at this moment, Zhou Ruoxi's heart began to worry. She was worried that her younger brother might have done something illegal and criminal for the money. You don't have to worry about the source of this money. But sister, you said someone donated money to the orphanage, wouldn't it be the damn guy from yesterday? I said it long ago, that guy is a vile hypocrite. Why did you pay him back? Chen Nan has been watching the change in Zhou Ruoxi's face, and then asked with an unusually gloomy expression. Because when Zhou Ruoxi talked about that kind person, a very happy smile appeared on her face. So Chen Nan immediately thought of the man who forced him to kneel yesterday, otherwise, how could things be such a coincidence? Zhou Ruoxi was worried about the little girl's surgery fee, and someone immediately donated a large amount of money to her. That's right. It was young Master Ling who helped. But why do you have so much prejudice against Ling Xiao? That night, you took the initiative to provoke others, and you wanted to do it directly. Fortunately, Ling Xiao is broad-minded and doesn't care about your mistakes, but it's fine if you don't know how to be grateful. Why are you still hurting people behind your back? Xiao Nan, can't you be mature and sensible? Hearing Chen Nan's slander towards Ling Tian, Zhou Ruoxi's face instantly showed an angry look, and he reprimanded him. Now she is more and more disappointed with her younger brother. She feels that Chen Nan keeps slandering Ling Tian just because of jealousy. So no matter what Ling Tian did, in Chen Nan's view, he had other plans. Damn it. It's all to blame for that damn little white face. Seeing Zhou Ruoxi glaring at him in front of him, Chen Nan's heart suddenly became extremely aggrieved. Because now he found out that Zhou Ruoxi was really completely deceived by that damn guy. You know, even in the memory of the original body, Zhou Ruoxi basically wouldn't show such a face to him. And now, because of that guy, Zhou Ruoxi's attitude towards herself is getting worse and worse. Therefore, no matter how she explained it, Zhou Ruoxi would never believe what she said, but instead defended that guy everywhere. Xiao Nan, you should return the money. I don't want to see you in an accident. Seeing Chen Nan's still gloomy face in front of him, Zhou Ruoxi said something disappointed, then turned and left. Although her impression of her younger brother is getting worse and worse, Zhou Ruoxi doesn't want Chen Nan to go to jail because of the money. Zhou Ruoxi felt that the source of Chen Nan's money might be improper, but no matter what, he was collecting the surgery fee for the children of the orphanage. Seeing Zhou Ruoxi's retreating back, Chen Nan's expression became extremely resentful, and his heart became deeper and deeper for Ling Tian. He felt that if he didn't kill Ling Tian as soon as possible, Zhou Ruoxi would probably be completely thrown into that guy's arms. And at this moment, Chen Nan was also a little dissatisfied with Zhou Ruoxi, because he was the god of killing in his previous life, but the women around him never questioned him. In the Ling family's manor, Ling Tian was lying lazily in Lu Rumeng's arms at this moment. And Lu Rumeng's face was full of doting smiles, and a pair of fair and slender soft catkins rubbed Ling Tian's temples. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully alienating the protagonists Chen Nan and Zhou Ruoxi. The protagonist luck -300, the host's villain value +50000. After receiving the reward given by the system, Ling Tian also showed a smile on his face. It seems that Zhou Ruoxi has a very high degree of favorability towards her, otherwise she would not have broken up because of her relationship with Chen Nan. Ling Tian felt that it was time for him to take down the woman Zhou Ruoxi directly. After all, the goodwill between the two was almost over. Brother Tian, what's wrong? Are you thinking of doing something bad again in your mind? A charming smile appeared on Lu Rumeng's cold and charming face, and she asked her lover. The two have been together for so long, Lu Rumeng is naturally very aware of the bad water in his brother Tian's stomach. After all, Lu Rumeng has a deep understanding of Ling Tian's bad tastes, and of course she is enjoying it now. Ha ha, kneel down and serve the bed. Seeing that Lu Rumeng actually dared to make fun of herself like this, Ling Tian didn't answer her question but ordered her to be domineering. Ling Tian felt that he had to teach her a lesson today and let her know who is the real master in this family. Lu Rumeng's beautiful eyes flowed, and she gave Ling Tian a helpless look, but in the end she could only obey obediently. Chapter 228 Date with Ruoxi, Afraid I'll Eat You. The next morning, Zhou Ruoxi carefully arranged her makeup in front of the makeup mirror with a happy face. Today, she has long black hair and a shawl, her delicate face has beautiful facial features, and a well-cut white dress conceals her tall and well-proportioned figure, which makes her skin white as snow. Coupled with the fact that Ruoxi last week put on a little powder at the moment, her already beautiful face has become even more attractive. Then Zhou Ruoxi took her bag again, carefully checked the items she was going to bring, and then went out happily. Soon, she came to the side of the road downstairs, where she quietly waited for Ling Tian's arrival. Come. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi was very excited and looking forward to it, because Ling Tian invited her to have lunch together. And it just happened to be the weekend again, so Zhou Ruoxi happily agreed directly. Why is Sister Ruoxi standing there? Not long after, Chen Nan, who lived in the same building as Zhou Ruoxi, also happened to see her beautiful figure by the window. At this moment, he was very puzzled, because Zhou Ruoxi had gone to the orphanage to accompany the children at this time. But today Zhou Ruoxi not only didn't go there, but put on exquisite makeup uncharacteristically, and she even put on a beautiful long dress that she had never seen before. Chen Nan can see Zhou Ruoxi's delicate face very clearly from the window. The expression on her face can be said to be very happy. Obviously, she should be in a good mood at the moment. However, Chen Nan's face gradually became gloomy, and a bad idea instantly rose in his heart. Damn it! Isn't going on a date with that damn bastard. Chen Nan's face was ashen, and he cursed with gritted teeth. Immediately, he was in a very bad mood, because he found that Zhou Ruoxi was getting closer and closer to that damn little white face. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid I won't have any chance to get this woman at all. No, I must protect Sister Ruoxi. Feeling the crazy obsession of the original body in his mind, Chen Nan swears fiercely in his heart. Then, he immediately began to clean up his appearance at the moment, and then hurried downstairs. Young Master Ling should be here soon, right? Zhou Ruoxi's pretty face was full of anticipation. At this moment she couldn't wait to see Ling Tian. At this moment, the sound of a car came from beside her. Zhou Ruoxi turned her head and saw several Rolls-Royces driving towards her. Suddenly, a happy smile appeared on Zhou Ruoxi's pretty face, because she knew that Ling Tian should be in the car. Soon, the car stopped beside Zhou Ruoxi, and then the windshield of the rear door of the Rolls-Royce in the middle came down, revealing Ling Tian's handsome face with a warm smile. If you're sorry, hurry up and get in the car. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Zhou Ruoxi returned with a sweet smile and immediately sat on the back seat of Ling Tian's car. Sure enough, this bastard. Chen Nan, who was not far away, saw the extremely annoying face in the car, and said with gritted teeth. Seeing these cars slowly leaving, Chen Nan immediately ran towards his car with an ugly face, and then closely followed the Rolls-Royce in front. Damn it! I will never let you succeed. Chen Nan drove his car with a gloomy face and said. It is absolutely impossible for him to watch that damn guy do something bad to Zhou Ruoxi. And Chen Nan can't believe that this guy can control the animal desires in his heart after he asks Zhou Ruoxi out. So if the situation is urgent, even if he is not this guy's opponent, Chen Nan will definitely try to stop him. But at this moment, Zhou Ruoxi began to restrain herself after getting on this Rolls-Royce, and her pretty face became a little nervous at the moment. After all, she had never built such an expensive car. Zhou Ruoxi was afraid that she might damage and soil some parts of the car, so that she seems a little helpless now. But looking at Zhou Ruoxi's restrained appearance, Ling Tian couldn't help but feel a little funny in his heart. Relax. Do you look like you are afraid that I will eat you? A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he teased Zhou Ruoxi in front of him. No, no. Hearing this, Zhou Ruoxi's pretty face also turned ruddy, and she responded with a stammer, and she felt that Ling Tian had something to say. However, after Ling Tian's teasing, Zhou Ruoxi's mood was much more relaxed at the moment. Ruoxi, your makeup today is very beautiful, I like it very much. Ling Tian's bright eyes looked at Zhou Ruoxi in front of her tenderly, and said softly to her. Really? Hearing Ling Tian's words, Zhou Ruoxi's heart revealed a hint of joy, and her pretty face became even more rosy, but she still asked timidly. Under this somewhat ambiguous atmosphere, she suddenly felt a little inferior in her heart, as if no matter how hard she tried, she was like a Cinderella in front of Ling Tian. But Ling Tian's approval also made Zhou Ruoxi feel extremely happy and sweet in her heart. After all, she made these preparations to go out with Ling Tian on a date today. After all, she usually wears very simple clothes, so let alone makeup, if it is not necessary for her work, she will not buy these cosmetics. Ruoxi, when you are with me, you have to be more confident. Do you know? In my eyes, you are no worse than anyone. Ling Tian gently held Zhou Ruoxi's small fair hand and said to her with a smile. He can naturally guess some thoughts in Zhou Ruoxi's heart at this moment, so Ling Tian naturally wants to break these shackles in this woman's heart and let her have more confidence in herself. In this way, Zhou Ruoxi can completely let go of his heart, and Ling Tian can also gain the heart of this woman. I get it. At this moment, the eyes of the two were facing each other, and Zhou Ruoxi's beautiful eyes also had a layer of water mist, and said to Ling Tian a little shyly. At this time, Zhou Ruoxi's heart was deeply moved again, because she found that Ling Tian was so caring. Every word of his touches the softest part of his heart. Feeling Ling Tian's fiery palm, Zhou Ruoxi only felt like her body was electrocuted. This was an unprecedented wonderful experience for her. Soon, Zhou Ruoxi couldn't bear Ling Tian's deep eyes like a black hole, and slowly lowered his head. Moreover, Zhou Ruoxi discovered that Ling Tian had been kneading her little hands a little too much, and immediately, the blush on her face reached to the roots of her ears. However, Zhou Ruoxi didn't have any resistance to Ling Tian's actions, because she was afraid that Ling Tian would be angry because of it. Moreover, she seemed to faintly like this feeling in her heart, and she was even looking forward to Ling Tian's next step. Ruoxi, it's still early. I'll accompany you to go shopping for a while. By the way, I'll buy you some gifts like clothes and jewelry. After a while, Ling Tian said with a smile again. After all, it's still too early to eat, so he naturally intends to spend a little more time developing a relationship with this shy woman. What? No need. Wouldn't that cost a lot of money? After hearing Ling Tian's proposal, Zhou Ruoxi's face became nervous, and she quickly refused. After all, as long as she mentions spending money, Zhou Ruoxi will feel very distressed, because she usually doesn't spend money casually except for necessary expenses. Moreover, Zhou Ruoxi didn't want Ling Tian to spend money for herself, and she was also afraid that Ling Tian would misunderstand that she was that kind of special material girl. She came out to eat with Ling Tian this time, not to let this man spend money on her. Don't refuse. This is my first gift for you. So you have to listen to me, you know. Seeing Zhou Ruoxi's distressed appearance of money, Ling Tian said to her gently again. However, his tone was full of unquestionable attitude, and now Ling Tian naturally couldn't let Zhou Ruoxi's thoughts come. Sometimes it's natural to be a bit domineering towards women. After all, if a man is obedient, what kind of charm does he have in front of women? People. Chapter 229. A Kiss, Ruoxi's Braveness. Aware of Ling Tian's firm attitude at the moment, Zhou Ruoxi could only respond softly with a blushing face. But at this moment, Zhou Ruoxi's eyes were smiling, and her heart was also very warm, because she noticed from Ling Tian's words and actions just now that he was doting on her. To be honest, she really likes this feeling of being distressed. Soon, Zhou Ruoxi's face suddenly became more and more rosy, because she realized that Ling Tian had just reached out and put his arms around her waist. At this moment, she once again felt that her body was constantly hot like a small stove, and her heart became extremely shy. At this time, the atmosphere in the car became even more ambiguous. Zhou Ruoxi also raised her head slightly nervously and took a peek at Ling Tian, and found that his face was full of indifferent smiles at the moment, as if he didn't realize that he was different at the moment. Ruoxi, you have to work hard. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Ruoxi secretly cheered for herself. Although Zhou Ruoxi has never experienced love, she is not an emotional idiot with zero emotional intelligence. Ling Tian's performance in front of him just now showed that he definitely has himself in his heart, so Zhou Ruoxi plans to be brave again. She wanted to pursue her love, and she didn't want to see Ling Tian's unilateral efforts to her. Gradually, Zhou Ruoxi also began to let go of the burden in his heart, and began to gently lean his head on Ling Tian's shoulder. Afterwards, she secretly glanced at Ling Tian again, and at this moment, a wicked smile appeared on his handsome side face. Suddenly, Zhou Ruoxi only felt her face heat up, and she felt even more ashamed. At this moment, she regretted her bold behavior just now. It's over. Will young Master Ling misunderstand me as an unreserved girl? Zhou Ruoxi closed her eyes immediately. At this moment, her heart was numb, and her mind started to think wildly. At this time, Ling Tian naturally also saw Zhou Ruoxi's shy and tangled appearance, and suddenly he became more interested in this woman, and now he is ready to add another fire. If sorry. At this moment, a smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. He turned to look at Zhou Ruoxi who was leaning on him, and then softly called her name. Zhou Ruoxi raised her head for some unknown reason, but she saw a handsome face that was getting closer and closer to him. Then she closed her eyes shyly again, and then the two kissed together. Long time, lip points. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi's face was full of seductive blush, and then she shyly snuggled into Ling Tian's arms. But now she has less constraints in her heart, because now she has completely clarified her attitude towards Ling Tian. Looking at Ling Tian's handsome profile in front of him, Zhou Ruoxi felt a little lost again. No matter how he looked at this man, he was so perfect. Then, she recalled the kiss just now, and her heart was filled with sweetness and happiness again. From now on, this perfect man is her own. And Ling Tian just quietly hugged the woman in his arms and didn't go any further. After all, some things still need to be done step by step, so that Zhou Ruoxi can gradually adapt to the relationship between the two. Ruoxi, here we are. We can get out of the car. Not long after, Ling Tian smiled and urged Zhou Ruoxi to get out of the car, watching the bodyguard drive the car to the intersection of a bustling commercial street. Zhou Ruoxi's face was full of sweet smiles, and she responded softly to Ling Tian. Then she shyly held Ling Tian's big hand, and got out of the car with him. However, the situation after that made Ling Tian a little helpless. The two agreed to go shopping, and then Zhou Ruoxi really kept going shopping. After entering a few stores, Zhou Ruoxi just looked at it casually, without any intention of buying. When Ling Tian saw this situation, he not only shook his head and laughed. It seemed that Zhou Ruoxi was thinking of saving money for himself, but what was the meaning of this to him? You must know that I usually go shopping with women only a few times, but it is rare to come out now, so Zhou Ruoxi is still looking at it or not buying it. So after entering a Gucci women's clothing store, Ling Tian ordered a few sets of clothes and let the waitress take them down. Brother Tian, why did you let them take these clothes? These clothes are so expensive. Why don't we change to another store? Zhou Ruoxi put her arms around Ling Tian's arm and pouted at him coquettishly. To be honest, in the shops that Ling Tian took her to just now, including this one, she didn't want to buy a single piece of clothing because the price was too expensive. Especially when Zhou Ruoxi saw the series of numbers on the nameplates of these clothes, she felt very distressed. Even if she knew that Ling Tian would pay for herself, she would not be willing to buy it. Miss, it's not right for you to say that. Even if you don't buy it, you can try it on. And your boyfriend accompanies you here to choose clothes in person. If you don't even try it on, won't it hurt him too much? At this time, the waitress wearing a professional uniform also said with a somewhat envious smile. As a waiter in a famous women's clothing store, her eyesight is naturally very outstanding, and she can naturally see that the handsome and unparalleled man in front of her is definitely not an ordinary person. Therefore, of course, she tried her best to persuade the beauty in front of her. Anyway, looking at the appearance of the two, it is very likely that the handsome guy in front of her will pay the bill. After all, although Zhou Ruoxi is naturally beautiful, no matter what clothes she wears, it is difficult to hide her beauty. However, the waitress can also see from her clothes that in this women's clothing store, it is difficult for this beauty to be able to afford it. All right. Thank you, brother. Zhou Ruoxi looked at Ling Tian with joy in her beautiful eyes, and then responded with a smile. After hearing what the waitress said, Zhou Ruoxi was still very happy and moved. After all, Brother Tian had accompanied him to several stores, and he was very considerate to help her choose clothes in person. Although she is not the kind of material woman who is greedy for vanity, but no matter what, she must at least try these clothes on herself. Afterwards, Zhou Ruoxi brought a set of clothes into the fitting room. Ling Tian asked the clerk to take several sets of clothes, and all kinds of clothes were basically ready. After all, this little girl is worried about money, and she definitely doesn't dare to choose it herself, so Ling Tian can only help her by himself. As his Ling Tian's woman, Ling Tian, the most basic material life, will definitely give Zhou Ruoxi the best. Not long after, Zhou Ruoxichao's face was full of sweet smiles, and she walked out of the fitting room wearing the clothes she just changed. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi is wearing a long purple lace dress. Coupled with her graceful figure, it immediately gives people a feeling of beauty and beauty. Brother Tian, how is it? After turning a circle in front of Ling Tian, Zhou Ruoxi looked at Ling Tian who was sitting in front of him with anticipation, and asked him softly. This skirt was her favorite set among the clothes that Ling Tian had just picked out, so she was the first to try it on. Perfect 1.5. Go ahead and try on other clothes. Ling Tian's face was full of smiles and praised without hesitation. He could naturally see that Zhou Ruoxi liked this dress very much. Or the same truth, how could there be a woman who doesn't like to buy clothes? Especially when they come across clothes they like, it's simply not something they can control. Although Zhou Ruoxi was reluctant to buy clothes here just now, the excitement on her face after changing into this dress can't be deceived. To be honest, it's just saying no, the body is very honest. Zhou Ruoxi happily nodded to Ling Tian, and then continued to take other clothes into the fitting room. After all, Ling Tian had already chosen them for her, so of course she wanted to try on every one of them. By the way, wait a minute and ask yourself Brother Tian's opinion, which one does he like the most? Zhou Ruoxi is also very clear in her heart that her brother Tian definitely wants to choose some clothes here. Chapter 230 Brother Tian likes the way you just looked. At this moment, on the street in front of the Gucci women's clothing store, Chen Nan was sitting in the car with a livid face and observing the situation of the two. Seeing the gorgeous Zhou Ruoxi in front of Ling Tian wearing a long purple dress in the Gucci store, Chen Nan was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. Damn it! Ruoxi obviously should belong to me. Chen Nan punched the steering wheel of the car and said through gritted teeth. At this moment, he was very unwilling in his heart. He was clearly the one who was closest to Zhou Ruoxi. But instead of getting the moon first, he let the damn guy take advantage of it. Suddenly, Chen Nan's eyes turned blood red, and his killing intent towards Ling Tian became stronger and stronger, because he knew very well in his heart that if he didn't kill this guy, there would be more and more hope between him and Zhou Ruoxi. The slimmer. At this time, Ling Tian naturally felt the strong hostility on the street, but his face was still indifferent. Now he doesn't take this protagonist in his eyes at all, and this guy won't be able to jump for a long time. After staying in the Gucci women's clothing store for almost half an hour, Zhou Ruoxi finally tried on all the clothes that Ling Tian had chosen for her. Pack me up all the clothes she just tried on. And these latest bags are also packed together. 18. I bought all these things. Ling Tian looked at the waitress beside him with a smile, and spoke directly to her. After all, he knew Zhou Ruoxi very well. If she was allowed to choose, she would definitely not be willing to buy so many things. But Ling Tian doesn't care about this, because money is no different from waste paper to him. Hearing this, the waitress on the side was full of surprise. After all, Ling Tian bought so many clothes and these expensive latest bags at one time, she would definitely get a huge bonus. Afterwards, a group of waitresses and other female customers in the store also cast envious glances in Zhou Ruoxi's direction. After all, they not only look very beautiful, but also have such a loving boyfriend. In addition, Ling Tian's generosity amazed a large group of people around him, and some women who thought they were good-looking also gave him a wink. Brother Tian, why don't we just buy that purple dress just now? It's really expensive to buy so many clothes. The clothes here are too expensive. And these bags are even more expensive. Zhou Ruoxi's face was full of distress, and she said softly while holding Ling Tian's arm. She originally wanted to ask her brother Tian what kind of clothes she liked just now, and then just buy that one. Unexpectedly, brother Tian wants all of them now, but she can't bear to spend so much money at one time. All right, just listen to me this time, okay? After all, I have already spoken to others like this. It's impossible to regret it temporarily. Ling Tian dotingly reached out and rubbed her dark and thick hair, and then said softly in her ear. Okay. Since brother Tian has already said so, at this time, Zhou Ruoxi can only helplessly agree with Ling Tian's previous actions. Watching the lady beside her pack the clothes she just tried on in big bags and small bags, Zhou Ruoxi's heart felt distressed again. After all, so many clothes are definitely worth a lot of money. But at this moment, her heart is also very sweet, because Ling Tian would do this all for himself, and her love for Ling Tian suddenly became deeper. Brother Tian, are we going to visit here today? Don't buy any more, people came out today just wanting to have a meal with you. I never thought you would buy so many clothes for others. Zhou Ruoxi looked at Ling Tian in front of him, and said softly to him. After all, Ling Tian spent so much money on her today, and it would be difficult for her to earn this amount of money even if she did not eat or drink and work for several years. Well, then let's go to a restaurant for lunch. Ling Tian looked at Zhou Ruoxi in front of him with a smile, and said softly to her. After the waitress packed all the things, she and Ling Tian's bodyguards put these things into the coming car. Then Ling Tian held Zhou Ruoxi's little white hand and sat in the car with her again. The car also started slowly at this moment, heading towards the restaurant where Ling Tian was going. Soon, the two came to a famous Chinese restaurant nearby, and then Ling Tian took Zhou Ruoxi to the box that he had already reserved. As soon as the two walked upstairs, Chen Nan's figure appeared in the restaurant, and he immediately set the box next to Ling Tian to the waiter inside. After all, since Chen Nan intends to stare at Ling Tian closely, the closer he is to the box of the two, the better. In this case, if something happens to Zhou Ruoxi, he will be able to take action in time. But what Chen Nan didn't expect was that Ling Tian had been eyeing him for a long time, and he had prepared a big surprise for him, just waiting for the protagonist to be caught. Ruoxi, is there anything else you want to eat? After Ling Tian ordered some signature dishes, he smiled and handed the menu to Zhou Ruoxi next to him. Brother Tian, what you just ordered is enough. I don't have anything in particular to eat. With a happy smile on her face, Zhou Ruoxichao said to Ling Tian in front of her. After all, Ling Tian had ordered a lot of dishes just now. To be honest, she was a little doubtful that the two of them could eat it all. Because Zhou Ruoxi's appetite is actually very small, she naturally has no idea to order a few more dishes. Then follow what you just ordered and serve it immediately. Ling Tian nodded at Zhou Ruoxi, then turned to the waiter next to him. It didn't take long for the dishes that Ling Tian ordered to be delivered one after another. Facing the plates of fragrant food in front of them, the two people, who were already a little hungry at the moment, were also enjoying themselves. And at this moment, Chen Nan in the box next door also ordered some food to eat. No, someone poisoned these wine and vegetables. The face of Chen Nan, who was eating happily, suddenly changed greatly, because he found that the infuriating energy in his body began to be out of control, and at this moment, he felt dizzy. Just when Chen Nan was about to force the poison out of his body quickly, his head suddenly sank, and he passed out directly on the dining table. Bang! However, at this moment, the door of this box was suddenly kicked open, and the person who came was a strong man with a cold face. It seems that the effect of the medicine bottle of the young master is very powerful. This kid actually passed out so quickly. There was a smile on Qingxi's face, and he couldn't help but praise. Afterwards, Qingxi directly grabbed this kid and took him away from here. Because Qingxi arranged a very exciting program for him next, and guaranteed to give this boy an unforgettable memory. At this moment, Ling Tian in the box next door also showed a playful smile on his face. You must know that the bottle of medicine that he gave to Qingxi was exchanged by him for a large amount of villain value from the system. It is not only colorless and tasteless but also extremely powerful. That's why the protagonist was calculated by Ling O2 3 days before he could react. Since this kid is so persistent in following him, Ling Tian naturally has to take good care of this protagonist. Brother Tian, what's wrong? The smile on your face just now was a little weird. At this time, Zhou Ruoxi on the side asked with some doubts. Because you just looked so cute eating. Ling Tian didn't tell the truth directly, but mocked Zhou Ruoxi with a smirk. After hearing his brother Tian's words, Zhou Ruoxi's little face suddenly turned red, and her little head lowered. Because the steaks in this shop are really delicious, and each piece is very large, and it is not easy to pick it up with chopsticks. So Zhou Ruoxi could only grab and chew with both hands just now. After thinking about it, she suddenly felt that the way she had eaten was so indecent. What a shame. Does Brother Tian think I'm so shameful to him? Zhou Ruoxi felt very ashamed at the moment, because she knew that her actions just now must be seen by Brother Tian. Suddenly, she began to care about Ling Tian's opinion of her. Ha ha, eat more if it's delicious. Brother Tian really likes how you look just now. Ling Tian directly reached out and grabbed a piece of steak, put it to Zhou Ruoxi's mouth with a smile, and then comforted her gently. After all, if I didn't comfort her a few words at this time, I guess this shy girl would be embarrassed to continue eating. Thank you, brother. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Zhou Ruoxi raised her head immediately, and a sweet smile appeared on her beautiful face again. Seeing the appearance of his brother Tian pampering him, Zhou Ruoxi only felt his heart warm, took the steak and continued to eat happily. Chapter 231. Thank you is not just to say with your mouth. At this moment, the unconscious Chen Nan was thrown into the trunk of a car by Qingxi and drove towards his destination. Soon, he came to a somewhat secluded alley, and at this moment there was already a group of strong men waiting here. This group of strong men have grown up to 5 big and 3 thick, and it can be seen from their coquettish costumes that their interest is definitely very unusual. Brother Chang is here. When Qingxi stopped the car, the leading strong man, Wei Zhe, stepped forward with a flattering expression and opened the car door for him. The man in the back of the car will be handed over to you now. You must serve him well for me, understand? There was a wicked smile on Qingxi's face, and he said to the strong men in front of him. You must know that he didn't teach this kid enough that night, so he took advantage of this opportunity to continue to teach him how to be a man. Brother Chang, don't worry, the brothers can be said to be very experienced. Guaranteed to let this kid know what real pain is. There was a sinister smile on Wei Ji's face, and he respectfully responded to the strong son in front of him. After all, they are already familiar with these things, not to mention that they can get a lot of money afterwards. So for them, this kind of thing they are very happy to do. Well, then I'll leave it to you now. There is another very important thing, that is, when the young master comes over for a while, you must not do anything wrong to me. If the young master is not satisfied, the consequences will be very serious. Qingxi warned again carefully, after all, what the young master ordered, he must do it seriously. Don't worry, Brother Chang, brothers have practiced many times. At that time, nothing will go wrong in front of Ling Xiao. Wei Ji's face was full of seriousness, and he said to the strong son in front of him. When he heard that this was the task arranged by Ling Xiao, at this moment, he also paid more attention to this action. Hearing this, Qingxi nodded with satisfaction, then got into his car, turned around and left. Watching Qingxi's car gradually go away, after leaving, Wei Ji's face was full of excitement, and he came directly to Chen Nan. Because he could see that the man that Brother Chang sent over this time is very strong, and he must have a very strong bearing capacity. Clap. Boy, wake up Wei Zhe. Wei Zhe directly pulled up Chen Nan who was lying on the ground, and then 2 big mouths slapped his face fiercely, trying to wake this guy up first. Seeing Chen Nan in front of him as if he didn't react at all, Wei Zhe again opened his bow to Chen Nan and slapped his mouth wildly. Clap 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 clap. After a while, Chen Nan's face swelled into a pig's head. After all, Wei Zhe didn't hold back at all. At this moment, Chen Nan felt that he was top-heavy, and there was severe pain on his face, and then he opened his eyes slightly. What caught my eye was a group of strong men wearing vests and leather pants, with blue dragons and white tigers tattooed all over their bodies, and they all had malicious smiles on their faces. In particular, the one standing in front of him was still slapping his big mouth madly. At this moment, he found that his face was so swollen that he could only narrow his eyes. Suddenly, Chen Nan felt a surge of anger welling up in his heart. Just when he wanted to punch the man in front of him, he was horrified to find that his whole body became weak and weak. And more importantly, the infuriating energy in his body is still completely out of his control at the moment, and now he can be said to be inferior to an ordinary person. Do not. That damn guy, he must have been plotting against me. Later, Chen Nan's face became grim, and he recalled what he had experienced in the restaurant before. He knew that he must have been brought here after being tricked by that little white face. Looking at the lewd smiles on the faces of these strong men, Chen Nan suddenly felt that the situation was very bad. Snapped. Seeing Chen Nan's grim face, Wei Zhe slapped him in the face and slapped it directly to the ground. After all, his mission is to abuse this kid fiercely, so he naturally has to complete it well. Wow. After falling to the ground, Chen Nan spit out a mouthful of blood, and then he found that there were actually several teeth in the mouth of blood. You are courting death. I will definitely kill you. Immediately, Chen Nan struggled to stand up immediately, gritted his teeth and roared at Wei Zhe in front of him. He never imagined that he would be humiliated by such a gangster. This is definitely a case of being bullied by a dog. In normal times, this is the ant that he can crush to death with one finger, but now he dares to be presumptuous in front of him. Jia. Boy, it seems that you still haven't seen the situation clearly. How dare you talk to Wei Zhe like that? Brothers, press this kid for me. Today Wei Zhe has to teach him what is called awe. Wei Zhe showed a hideous smile on his face, and said disdainfully to Chen Nan in front of him. I didn't expect that this kid would dare to threaten him, but after a while, after he saw his bravery, he must be honest, right? After hearing his boss's instructions, the strong men next to him also showed strange smiles on their faces, and they all walked towards Chen Nan. Then Chen Nan was directly erected by a strong man and pressed him to the wall. You bastards! Quickly let go of my father! Chen Nan roared loudly. At this moment, his face was full of anger, and his body began to struggle violently. But at this moment, he was poisoned like a weak chicken in front of this group of strong men, and he had no resistance at all. Later, when Chen Nan turned his head and suddenly saw Wei Zhe walking towards him, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. You dare, don't come here. If you dare to do this, I will definitely kill you. Chen Nan roared wildly at the moment, trying to prevent the terrible encounter that happened to him next. However, how could Wei Zhe in front of him ignore this kid's threat? With a proud smile on his face, he stretched out his hand to Chen Nan in front of him. Do not. Time began to pass slowly, and after a while, Ling Tian and Zhou Ruoxi in the restaurant had almost eaten. If you like this restaurant, Brother Tian can continue to accompany you to eat here next time. Ling Tian's face was full of warm smiles, and he said softly to Zhou Ruoxi, who had a contented face in front of him. Judging from her appearance, she must like the food here very much, so Ling Tian naturally doesn't mind spending more time with this woman. After all, there are fewer and fewer gentle and kind women like this, not to mention that she still belongs to her now. Thank you, brother. You are so nice to people. Zhou Ruoxi's pretty face was full of joy, and she responded sweetly. At this moment, her beautiful eyes are also full of Ling Tian's figure, and she feels that this feeling of being pampered is really wonderful. If you want to thank me, don't just say it with your mouth. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he stretched out a finger to gently lift Zhou Ruoxi's chin up. He believed that this woman could definitely understand the meaning of his words. Sure enough, at this moment, Zhou Ruoxi's fair little face suddenly flushed with blush, and she was too shy to look directly into Ling Tian's eyes. Her charming big eyes were even more misty, and her eyelashes began to flutter. Obviously, at this moment, she felt very shy because of Ling Tian's words. Then that day, brother, can you close your eyes first? Looking at Ling Tian's incomparably handsome face, Zhou Ruoxi's eyes were a little blurry, and Nuo said. She found that she could not refuse Ling Tian's request no matter what, because she was afraid that she would see Ling Tian's disappointed look. Now Ling Tian is becoming more and more important in Zhou Ruoxi's heart, and she finds that she can never lose this man again. Okay again. Seeing the shy look of the beautiful woman in front of her, she will happily agree tomorrow. Seeing his brother Tian slowly closing his eyes, Zhou Ruoxi also suppressed the shyness in his heart at this time. I saw Zhou Ruoxi directly stretched out his arms around Ling Tian's neck, stood on tiptoes, and kissed him. Chapter 232 Ruoxi, what? Chen Nan is fencing. Not long after, the two separated again. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi's face was full of seductive blush, and she put her head on Ling Tian's chest. Let's go. Wait a while, Brother Tian will take you to visit my manor. Ling Tian gently stroked Zhou Ruoxi's black hair and whispered in her ear. After all, the relationship between the two has grown by leaps and bounds, so Ling Tian naturally intends to take it a step closer. Of course, this must be in front of the protagonist, otherwise he will lose a lot of fun. Zhou Ruoxi responded softly, and then she slowly raised her little head, her beautiful eyes looking at Ling Tian a little madly. It just so happened that she also wanted to see what Ling Tian's manner was like. After all, she had never seen it before. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi was full of expectations, and she also faintly realized what might happen next if she went back with Ling Tian. Suddenly, Zhou Ruoxi's fair and pretty face began to heat up again, because some images that were not suitable for children appeared in her mind. Don't think about it. Zhou Ruoxi quickly reacted, and hurriedly stopped her shameless thoughts at the moment, and then she looked at Ling Tian cautiously. At this time, Ling Tian also suddenly looked at Zhou Ruoxi next to him. He found that Zhou Ruoxi's pretty face had become more rosy at the moment, and her eyes were dodging when she looked at him. What's the matter, are you feeling unwell? Ling Tian's heart suddenly became curious, and he asked her with a smile. No, it's fine. Brother Tian, let's go back early. 023 At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi's face became tense, and her heart became even more nervous, and she began to urge Ling Tian to leave the restaurant with a trembling voice. After all, Ling Tian asked this question, and she couldn't answer it at all. If Brother Tian knew the picture in his mind just now, how would he think of him? Zhou Ruoxi felt that if he was discovered by Brother Tian, maybe he would feel like a frivolous girl. Therefore, she didn't dare to tell Ling Tian the truth, she could only find a reason to prevaricate it first. Ha ha, then let's go. Ling Tian did not continue to struggle with this question, but just smiled and replied to her. Afterwards, he directly and gently held Zhou Ruoxi's soft weed, and led her towards the door. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi was also secretly relieved, and then followed Ling Tian's footsteps obediently, but her beautiful eyes never left Ling Tian's handsome profile. Soon, the two came to the parking lot again, and Qingxi had already returned to the restaurant. A respectful smile appeared on his face, and he nodded seriously to Ling Tian when Zhou Ruoxi was not paying attention. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Ling Tian's mouth. After watching the bodyguard in front of him open the car door, he took Zhou Ruoxi to sit up. Drive. Following Ling Tian's order, the bodyguard quickly started the car and drove in the direction of the manor. At this moment, the two of them were sitting on the back seat of the car. Ling Tian stretched out his hand and hugged Zhou Ruoxi into his arms. Ruoxi, there are several other women of mine in the BF garden. I'll introduce you to me at that time, but you have to get along well. A bright smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. He held Zhou Ruoxi's little white hand and kissed her, and then said to her gently. Regarding the matter of his own woman, Ling Tian had a very direct showdown with Zhou Ruoxi. After all, he didn't plan to hide this kind of thing at all. What? I will. Zhou Ruoxi's face was full of shock and bewilderment at the moment, and then she stuttered in response. Zhou Ruoxi didn't expect Ling Tian to confess such a thing to her, but at the moment she felt a little lost in her heart. After all, this also meant that Ling Tian was no longer the man exclusively for her. But now that the relationship between himself and Ling Tian has reached this point, Zhou Ruoxi is naturally reluctant to part with this man. In fact, when he was with Ling Tian, Zhou Ruoxi had already begun to guess that there would be many women around him. Because this man is so perfect and considerate to himself, how could there be a lack of women around Brother Tian? Later, Zhou Ruoxi's pretty face also became worried, her teeth bit her lips lightly, and her other small hand squeezed her skirt tightly. When she knew that Ling Tian was more than a woman, she began to feel some inferiority complex in her heart, and she was afraid that she would lose Ling Tian's favor. Although Zhou Ruoxi didn't want to compete with the other women around Brother Tian for favor, she didn't want to be the least existent woman around Ling Tian. Don't worry, Ruoxi. Brother Tian has always been treated equally. Ling Tian gently squeezed Zhou Ruoxi's small white hand, and then said softly in her ear. From Zhou Ruoxi's nervous appearance, Ling Tian probably knew what she was thinking, so Ling Tian would naturally comfort her. Thank you, brother. If only I could stay by your side forever. Feeling Ling Tian's love for him, Zhou Ruoxi's beautiful big eyes also filled with a layer of water mist, and said gruffly to the man in front of him. Then she slowly leaned her head on Ling Tian's shoulder, quietly enjoying his company. At this time, Ling Tian just quietly hugged this distressed woman and didn't say anything more. After all, time will prove everything. At this moment, the car was still driving continuously, and after a while, it passed a secluded block. But at this moment, several cars stopped one after another, and then Qingxi came directly to Ling Tian's car window and tapped the glass of the rear window a few times. What's wrong? Ling Tian's face was full of randomness, and he asked Qingxi in front of him. At this time, Zhou Ruoxi on the side also showed a curious look on his face, and pricked up his ears and listened quietly. Master, in the alley behind our car, I saw a very familiar person. That person seems to be Miss Zhou's younger brother, and he should have been surrounded by a group of men just now. According to what I just saw, his current situation seems to be a little delicate. Qingxi's face was full of respect, and he said to the two in front of him. What? Really? How is he now? Zhou Ruoxi exclaimed directly. A trace of worry appeared on her face, and continued to ask Qingxi. Although there has been some estrangement in the relationship between himself and Chen Nan, no matter what, he is the younger brother that he grew up with since he was a child. Even if the current Chen Nan has become completely different from before, the innocent little boy will never be seen again, but Zhou Ruoxi will not watch him helplessly. In the face of Zhou Ruoxi's inquiry, Qingxi was hesitant to say anything. It seemed that the scene he just saw was a bit difficult for him to say. Afterwards, he turned his gaze to Ling Tian in front of him again, wanting to ask the young master's opinion. Speak directly. Stop selling off here. Ling Tian's eyes showed a hint of playfulness, and he spoke directly to the wall. Of course he knew very well what was going on. But of course Ling Tian has to pretend that he doesn't know anything, so that he can come forward and be that good person after a while. Cough cough. Just now I seem to see that group of men surrounded Miss Zhou's younger brother. And the posture of the group of people just now seems to be learning swordsmanship with your younger brother. After receiving Ling Tian's instructions, Qingxi naturally transformed himself into a figure emperor, only to see his face full of weird expressions, and explained to the two in front of him. But I'm not sure, did I read it wrong just now? I can go over and check the situation carefully now. Later, Qingxi added again, after all, acting must be a full set, so as to avoid any misunderstandings as much as possible. Learn about swordsmanship. What does this mean? Zhou Ruoxi's face was full of doubts, and she asked Qingxi in front of him. After all, she didn't know anything about this special term. Hearing Zhou Ruoxi's words, an embarrassed smile appeared on Qingxi's face. He couldn't explain such a question. Afterwards, he could only pretend helplessly to look at the young master next to him. This kind of thing can only be done by the young master himself. At this time, Ling Tian also had a wicked smile on his face, then put his head next to Zhou Ruoxi's ear, and explained a few words softly. Suddenly, Zhou Ruoxi's little face turned red. She couldn't believe what she just heard. And she couldn't believe that her brother would do such a thing with a group of men. This absolutely subverts her cognition. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi suddenly felt that the bodyguard in front of him was definitely wrong. Although Chen Nan was not doing his job properly, how could he do such a thing? And according to the bodyguard, Chen Nan was still competing with a large group of men in swordsmanship, and Zhou Ruoxi couldn't believe such a thing. Chapter 233 The good man Ling Tian, brother-in-law Chen Nan was so angry that he vomited blood. Are you sure you didn't read it wrong just now? Ling Tian naturally noticed Zhou Ruoxi's unbelievable appearance at the moment, so he asked Qingxi again. At this time, Zhou Ruoxi also looked at Qingxi again. She also wanted to confirm what happened. Cough cough. Master, there is a high probability that you are right. After all, I was very impressed with Miss Zhou's younger brother last time. But I can go over and confirm it now. Qingxi looked at Zhou Ruoxi with some embarrassment, and immediately replied to the two in front of him. After all, the last time I was in front of her sister, I frantically slapped that kid's big mouth. Brother God. At this time, Zhou Ruoxi called to Ling Tian with a worried expression on her face, and her little hand gripped Ling Tian's arm tightly. After all, she is still very concerned about the safety of her younger brother, so she also wants to let Qingxi go to see the situation in the alley just now. Do not worry. Ling Tian smiled and patted Zhou Ruoxi's little hand, comforting her. Then, he turned to look at Qingxi standing in front of him. In that case, then you can bring a few bodyguards over there to see how things are going. If it's really Ruoxi's younger brother, stop those guys immediately. No matter what, I must save my brother-in-law. Ling Tian's face was full of seriousness at the moment, and he commanded Qingxi in a deep voice. After all, in front of Zhou Ruoxi, of course Ling Tian had to show off his demeanor as a brother-in-law. Presumably the protagonist will jump with anger at that time. After all, it was clearly Ling Tian who was behind the remediation of Chen Nan, but Ling Tian was the one who jumped out to be a good person in the end. At this moment, Ling Tian is very much looking forward to the aggrieved appearance of the protagonist. Okay, young master. Qingxi nodded respectfully, then turned and left. Looking at the back of Qingxi slowly going away, at this moment, Zhou Ruoxi's face is still full of worry, but there is also a trace of expectation in her heart. She hoped that everything Qingxi saw just now was wrong. Okay, Ruoxi. Let's just wait here. Soon, Qingxi and the others will tell us the result. A warm smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he comforted Zhou Ruoxi in front of him. Thank you, brother. Zhou Ruoxi's beautiful eyes were full of admiration, and she said softly to Ling Tian. After hearing Ling Tian's words, the worries in her heart gradually dissipated a lot. Even if it was really his younger brother who was bullied in the alley just now, I think Brother Tian would definitely help. Soon, Qingxi trotted towards the back seat of the Rolls-Royce where Ling Tian was. Cough cough. Master, that person just now is really Miss Zhou's younger brother. They were really learning swordsmanship just now, and they were still picking a group. Qingxi's face was full of embarrassment at the moment, reporting what he had just seen to the two in front of him. After hearing Qingxi's words, Zhou Ruoxi's face suddenly turned pale. She didn't expect her brother to do such a thing with a group of men. Perhaps Chen Nan should be forced, but Zhou Ruoxi's heart is also very difficult to accept this fact. How is Chen Nan's situation now? Ling Tian's face also showed a trace of concern at the moment, and continued to ask Qingxi. We've stopped those guys just now. But now the little brother's body is seriously injured, and he is still lying on the ground. Qingxi's face was full of weird expressions, and he said to the two people in front of him. On the other hand, Zhou Ruoxi's face became more and more ugly at the moment, and she was very worried in her heart. Brother Tian, I want to see Xiaonan's current situation. Then Zhou Ruoxi's face became tense. She looked at Ling Tian in front of him with a pleading expression, and said to him in a trembling voice. Well, let's go over and see him together. By the way, what happened? If Chen Nan was really bullied, my brother-in-law will definitely decide for him. Ling Tian reached out and rubbed Zhou Ruoxi's little head, comforting her gently. Hearing this, Zhou Ruoxi's pretty face also showed a sweet smile. She felt that Ling Tian was really kind to her. Compared to Chen Nan, who has been secretly slandering Ling Tian behind his back, his brother Tian is definitely a role model of positive energy. Afterwards, Qingxi opened the car door directly, and the two people in the car got out of the car very quickly, and then Ling Tian held Zhou Ruoxi's little hand and walked towards the alley just now. What? After seeing the scene inside, Zhou Ruoxi couldn't help but exclaim. Because she found that Chen Nan was lying on the ground with a pale face, and his face was swollen like a pig's head, full of slap prints. Although these people present are already dressed. However, Zhou Ruoxi could still find out how Chen Nan was treated just now. Because at this moment, his face is full of hideousness, and his hands are even more tightly covering the local area of his body. Obviously, Chen Nan had just suffered huge pain, and it was also caused by the group of men next to him. Sister Ruoxi, why are you here? At this moment, the expression on Chen Nan's face became even more distorted. He never imagined that Zhou Ruoxi had witnessed his tragic situation with his own eyes. Suddenly, Chen Nan's heart became extremely painful, and there was even a crazy killing intent in his eyes. He wanted to kill everyone present except Zhou Ruoxi, so that no one would know that he had such an unfortunate past. After all, he was a killing god in his previous life, and now he is being tortured like crazy by a group of strong men. This is absolutely unacceptable to him. It must be you. It must be you, damn bastard. Afterwards, Chen Nan's eyes became blood red, staring at Ling Tian in front of him, and roaring madly at him. Chen Nan felt that this guy was really too despicable and shameless. he not only calculated himself, but let himself learn swordsmanship with a group of men. Moreover, he brought Zhou Ruoxi here very despicably, so that she could witness her tragic situation with her own eyes. Chenin, shut up for me. Brother Tian obviously saved you with good intentions. How can you still spit blood here? After hearing Chen Nan's words, Zhou Ruoxi's pretty face that was full of worry also turned cold, and she immediately shouted at him coldly. At this moment, the sympathy and pity in Zhou Ruoxi's heart disappeared suddenly, replaced by anger on his face. She felt that Chen Nan was too ignorant, and she actually slandered her brother Tian again and again. To be honest, she couldn't bear Chen Nan's actions any longer. You scumbag! Do you dare to admit that everything I suffered today was instigated by you? At this moment, Chen Nan's face was full of grievance and anger, and he roared at Ling Tian in front of him again. He was really depressed and was about to vomit blood now. He didn't expect Zhou Ruoxi to trust this damn guy so much. No matter what he says now, in Zhou Ruoxi's view, he is slandering this guy. Ah, brother Chenin, what do you want me to admit? Your words make me very inexplicable. It doesn't seem like I have offended you in any way. To be honest, I really don't understand why you are so hostile to me. But no matter what, you can't spit blood. Ling Tian's face was full of innocence, and he said helplessly to Chen Nan in front of him. At this moment, Ling Tian feels as if he is the slandered victim. After all, how could Ling Tian admit that he secretly instigated all these things? Isn't this kidding him? On the other hand, Zhou Ruoxi's face became even more ugly at the moment, and she began to feel distressed for Ling Tian. After all, she asked brother Tian to save Chen Nan. But now Chen Nan actually took a bite at brother Tian, and suddenly her impression of Chen Nan became worse and worse. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi has a faint urge to leave here, because she is so disappointed in Chen Nan. Ah, you are shameless. Seeing Ling Tian's shameless appearance, Chen Nan's body trembled with anger, and he couldn't help but gnashed his teeth and cursed at him. Then he felt the qi and blood in his abdomen rising, and his throat became sweet. Puff. Then Chen Nan was spit out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. At this moment, Chen Nan's face turned ashen. He had never seen such a shameless man. Obviously all the pain he suffered was instigated by this guy secretly, but now he is pretending to be slandered. What's even more outrageous is that Zhou Ruoxi completely believed this man's nonsense. And the little brother-in-law that this bastard just said, once again let Chen Nan break the defense. After all, Zhou Ruoxi was the woman Chen Nan liked, and he never thought about being a brother-in-law to other men. People. Chapter 224 Being bitten back, everyone in Chenin shouted. At this time, Zhou Ruoxi looked nervously at Ling Tian in front of her. She was afraid that her brother Tian would be angry because of what Chen Nan said just now. Fortunately, she found that the expression on brother Tian's face was still very calm, and Zhou Ruoxi suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Tian, I'm sorry. Don't take what Chen Nan just said to heart. Zhou Ruoxi's pretty face showed a little pleading. She hugged Ling Tian's arm tightly and said softly to him. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi has given up the idea of persuading Chen Nan, because she knows that Chen Nan's hostility to brother Tian has become deeply rooted. So now she just hopes that her brother Tian won't be angry because of it. Don't worry, Ruoxi. Presumably my brother-in-law was just devastated by these men. In addition, he found out that his beloved sister is now my girlfriend, so he threw the fire on me, right? After all, it's normal for young people to be ignorant. I won't care about him in general. Ling Tian reached out and squeezed Zhou Ruoxi's rosy face, and said to her with a smile. After all, the protagonist of 023 inches who is lying on the ground has been so miserable by himself. Don't you allow people to complain. Of course, the more the protagonist is scolding him now, Ling Tian will only make him even more miserable. Ling Tian will not show any kindness to these guys who are born to be enemies. Thank you, brother. Seeing how magnanimous her brother Tian was, Zhou Ruoxi's face was full of bright smiles at the moment, and her heart was also very moved. Because she knew that brother Tian was sure that it was all because of herself, so he would forgive her brother for his repeated rude words to him. And hearing Ling Tian admit that he is his girlfriend in public, Zhou Ruoxi's heart also felt very sweet at this moment. After all, she doesn't want to be the kind of lover who can't see the light, she wants to be a woman of brother Tian in an upright manner. I'm not reconciled. But after hearing Ling Tian's words at this time, the hatred in Chen Nan's heart for him became even crazier. He never imagined that the relationship between Zhou Ruoxi and this goddamn guy would develop so quickly. Seeing the sweetness on Zhou Ruoxi's face, at this moment, Chen Nan was so jealous that he was about to go mad, and at this moment, he felt the pain like 10,000 ants eating his heart. Qingxi, let those guys send someone who can talk. Today I'm going to be the master for my brother-in-law. Look, my brother-in-law has been devastated, and now he can't even stand up. The expression on Ling Tian's face also became serious at this moment, and he commanded Qingxi beside him. After all, now Chen Nan, the titular brother-in-law, has been bullied by this group of strong men. Of course, Ling Tian has to resolve this matter well. This can kill two birds with one stone. It can not only further increase Zhou Ruoxi's love for herself, but also attack Chen Nan's image in her heart by the way. Why not do it? After hearing what his brother Tian said, Zhou Ruoxi's eyes towards Ling Tian became even more infatuated at this moment. She felt that brother Tian was really thinking of herself everywhere, and suddenly she felt that she was now the happiest woman in the world. Qingxi on the side hurriedly nodded to the young master in front of him, then turned to look at the group of strong men standing obediently in front. Let you take the lead. We Ling Xiao have something to ask you. Qingxi's face became cold, and he said loudly to the group of guys in front of him. Afterwards, Wei Zhe, among the many strong men, immediately stood up, his face full of flattery looking at Qingxi and Ling Tian and others in front of him. Wait a while, no matter what Ling Xiao asks you, we will answer all of them honestly, you know. Otherwise, if we make our young master unhappy, it will be difficult to say what will happen to you. There was a hint of warning on Qingxi's face, but he secretly made eye contact with Wei Zhe in front of him. Yes, I will answer honestly. Young Master Ling, if you have any questions, just ask. After hearing Qingxi's words, Wei Zhe showed a pleasing smile on his face, nodded and said again. Ling Tian also showed a satisfied smile on his face at the moment, and then he gave Zhou Ruoxi next to him a reassuring look. Why did you treat my brother-in-law like this just now? Tell me all about it. At this time, Ling Tian's eyes became cold, and he asked Wei Zhe coldly in front of him. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi's face also showed a trace of resentment, and her hand holding Ling Tian's arm also began to tighten. She also looked closely at the group of strong men in front of her, because she also wanted to know what happened to Chen Nan to let these guys treat him like that just now. Young Master Ling, in fact, we are all the staff in a nightclub. Because this guy suddenly broke into the nightclub in the early hours of yesterday, injured several of our brothers, and then robbed a large amount of money in our nightclub. The amount of this money has reached at least 1 million, so just now we will use that method against him, trying to force him to hand over all the money. This money is used for our employees to pay wages. Now my old mother is still in the hospital waiting for this money to buy medicine for treatment. Otherwise, how could our group of law-abiding citizens do such a thing? At this time, Wei Zhe was immediately possessed by the actor, his face was full of pain and grievance, and he said choked to the voices of the few people in front of him. A mighty and strong man told the story of what happened to him with a tragic face. It was definitely tears for the listeners and sadness for the listeners. Yes, young Master Ling, the brothers who were injured by him yesterday are still lying in the hospital. And we bodyguards have worked hard in the nightclub for so long, and now he has taken away all the wages. Young Master Ling, you have to decide for our group of people. My wife is also lying in the hospital waiting for money to save her life. Quote. As soon as Wei Zhe finished speaking, a large group of strong men behind him also spoke to Ling Tian in front of him. After listening to the words of this group of strong men, Ling Tian's heart can be said to be happy, but he didn't expect that the group of guys in front of him are quite capable of hitting back. Suddenly, Chen Nan became a perpetrator who everyone shouted and beat, and the group of strong men in front of him became a group of victims. The situation can be said to be reversed in an instant. And at this moment, Zhou Ruoxi's face became a little pale, and she also thought of the thing that Chen Nan gave her 500,000 before. When she thought of what the strong men in front of her said, she immediately became more than half sure of the truth of the matter in her heart. Shut up, lousy. You guys joined forces to frame Lao Su. Chen Nan's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes at this time, and he roared angrily at the strong man and Ling Tian in front of him. He was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood, obviously he was the victim. Now, these damned guys are still fighting back. Sister Ruoxi, don't believe this guy's nonsense. It's not like this at all. The group of guys in front of you are all sent by the bastard next to you to plot against me. Then Chen Nan looked at Zhou Ruoxi, whose face became more and more ugly at the moment, trying to explain the truth to her. He doesn't care about other people's opinions at all, but Chen Nan still cares about his image in Zhou Ruoxi's mind. Now that this shit pot is directly on his head, how could he Chen Nan admit such a thing? After hearing Chen Nan's words, Zhou Ruoxi's face also began to struggle, and she also hoped that it was not her brother who did it. After all, he robbed so much money and injured the bodyguards in the nightclub, so he would have to spend at least a few years in jail. Ha ha, our boss has already investigated it clearly, and it was your kid who did it. You said you didn't steal the money. Then tell me, where did the money in your newly opened 1.5 bank card come from? At this time, Wei Ji's face suddenly showed a sneer, and he asked Chen Nan again. After all, according to the news that Brother Chang gave them before, this kid really got a lot of money in the nightclub. It's just that it's not the salary that the nightclub gives its employees, but the money earned by a group of gangsters engaged in illegal activities. At this time, Chen Nan's face turned ashen, because the process of getting the money did not rely on normal means. Right now, he is really suffering, because he can't explain to Zhou Ruoxi in front of him how he got the money. Looking at Zhou Ruoxi's disappointed eyes in front of him, Chen Nan felt incomparable pain and grievance in his heart at this moment. Ah, why did things turn out like this? Chen Nan was incompetent and furious in his heart. He could only raise his head, his eyes full of killing intent fiercely looked at the group of damned fellows in front of him. If eyes could kill people, Ling Tian and the others would have died thousands of times. Chapter 235 If you are moved to give a kiss, Chen Nan is mad with hatred. For Chen Nan's aggrieved appearance, Ling Tian's mood is getting better and better. It seems that the acting skills of this group of his subordinates are still very good, and Ling Tian is ready to reward them well. Chenan, I didn't expect you to be lying to me all the time. Why would you do such a thing? Seeing Chen Nan's inability to refute, Zhou Ruoxi's face turned pale, and she scolded her in anger. At this moment, she has already decided in her heart that Chen Nan's money was robbed of the group of people in front of him, so he would be revenged by these strong men like this, and everything is his own brother's fault. But Zhou Ruoxi is also very sad now. She doesn't understand why Chen Nan has come to this point. In the past, even if he hung out on the streets, at least he would not do anything that would hurt people and violate the law, but now he is completely different. You must know that blatant robbery and wounding are illegal things. If the group of people in front of them are really investigated, then Chen Nan will definitely go to jail. And Zhou Ruoxi was very angry. Why is Chenan so unbearable now? Sister, you have to believe me. I definitely didn't steal the money from these guys. At this moment, Chen Nan hurriedly spoke again to defend himself. But after hearing Chen Nan's words, Zhou Ruoxi looked at him with more disappointment. She felt that Chen Nan was still lying to herself. If Chen Nan's money is really from a normal source, why didn't he dare to say it in public? So the reason is probably what the people in front of me said. At this moment, a playful smile suddenly appeared on Ling Tian's face on the side, and he hugged Zhou Ruoxi tightly in his arms, and lightly patted her jade back to show comfort. After realizing Brother Tian's love for her, Zhou Ruoxi also stretched out her little hand to hug Ling Tian. Ah, Ruoxi, don't be too sad. Even if my brother-in-law falls again, Brother Tian will help him. The money that Chen Nan robbed, and the compensation for his injuries, Brother Tian gave it for him. Ling Tian's voice was very gentle at the moment, and said softly in Zhou Ruoxi's ear. In the end, of course, he still wanted Ling Tian to be this good person, but he has always done his part in this kind of thing. After hearing Ling Tian's words, a smile appeared on Zhou Ruoxi's face again. At this moment, she was like eating nectar, and her heart was very sweet. Suddenly, Zhou Ruoxi's fair little hands couldn't help but hug Ling Tian hard again. She knew that this man would always be her biggest support. You bloody bastard. Let me go to Sister Ruoxi immediately. And I don't need you to pretend to be a good person here, you are just a downright villain. Knowing that Ling Tian still wanted to continue stepping on himself to pretend to be a good person, at this moment, Chen Nan's eyes were completely split, and he immediately roared at him. Now his anger has reached an inexhaustible level, and he didn't expect that he is now being calculated to death by this guy. All the humiliation he suffered today was clearly directed by this damn guy, but now he still wants to jump out and be a good person. So how could he Chen Nan accept such a result? Snapped. And at this moment, after hearing Chen Nan's words again, Zhou Ruoxi finally turned around angrily and gave him a slap, slamming him directly. He couldn't believe that Sister Ruoxi, who had always been very gentle and kind in front of him, would give him a slap. And since they met this young Master Ling, Sister Ruoxi seems to have been brainwashed by this guy, and she chooses to believe this guy no matter what. At this time, Chen Nan's face was full of pain and confusion, and his heart seemed to be bleeding. You must know that he was the victim. Chen Nan, shut up. If Brother Tian hadn't helped you, would you still be insulted? Brother Tian just repaid his grievances with virtue, and it is definitely a matter of benevolence and righteousness. That's why you look like that downright villain. Zhou Ruoxi's face was full of anger at the moment, and she scolded Chen Nan in a trembling voice. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi's body was shaken a little by Chen Nan, because she had never seen such an ignorant person. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi already regretted very much why he asked Brother Tian to help Chen Nan. It would have been better if I had known that I had left before, so that Brother Tian would not be bidden back by his younger brother. Brother Tian, I'm sorry. Then Zhou Ruoxi threw herself into Ling Tian's arms again, and said to him with a choked voice. At this moment, 2 lines of tears could not be controlled from her beautiful eyes, because she had caused Brother Tian to suffer grievances and slander again and again. Zhou Ruoxi felt very self-blame in her heart now, she no longer knew how to continue to face Brother Tian. Okay, little fool. This matter has nothing to do with you. Although Chen Nan misunderstood me deeply, no matter what, Brother Tian will help him this time. Who made him my Ruoxi's younger brother? Ling Tian's face was still full of smiles, he fondly stroked Zhou Ruoxi's long black hair, and said softly in her ear. Brother Tian, Ruoxi loves you so much. At this time, Zhou Ruoxi also raised her head moved, her beautiful eyes were hazy at this time, and she put her arms around Ling Tian's neck and kissed him. Because she felt Ling Tian's infinite love for her, now she is willing to do anything for her brother Tian. Do not. Looking at Zhou Ruoxi who was kissing the man in front of him, Chen Nan was so mad that he was so angry that his eyes seemed to pop out. At this moment, Chen Nan's face is wearing 10 layers of pain masks, but now he is powerless to stop it, he can only watch his beloved woman send a kiss to this bastard. Damn bastard. I will definitely kill you. Chen Nan gritted his teeth and looked at the 2 people in front of him, a stream of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of crazy hatred. He swore that he would kill this guy who defiled his own woman with his own hands. But now Chen Nan clenched his fist tightly, he could only suppress the anger in his heart, because he knew that he would never be able to play the guy in front of him at this time. After a while, Zhou Ruoxi shyly broke free from Ling Tian's embrace, her pretty face was full of seductive blushes, she lowered her head and dared not look directly into Ling Tian 23's eyes. And Zhou Ruoxi began to regret her boldness just now. After all, she just kissed Ling Tian directly in front of so many people. This is definitely a very embarrassing thing for her, but when her forehead was hot just now, Zhou Ruoxi didn't think so much at all, and just kissed Ling Tian. However, Ling Tian's face was full of pride, and he didn't expect that Zhou Ruoxi would actually offer a kiss to him, which was really rare. Because Zhou Ruoxi's personality is also very shy, being able to do this just shows that she has a deep-rooted love for herself. Qingxi, contact Fu Bo immediately and ask him to compensate this group of people. Then Ling Tian looked at Qingxi with a smile, and told him. Wait a while and someone will contact you. The money to compensate you will definitely be a lot. But this is the end of the matter between you and my brother-in-law. If something big happens, you guys will all go to jail. Afterwards, Ling Tian looked at the group of strong men in front of him and spoke directly to them. After all, acting must be a complete set. No matter what, the ultimate beneficiary is Ling Tian. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you Ling Xiao for your kindness. At this time, Wei Zhe on the side showed a grateful look on his face, and he was grateful to Ling Tian. And the group of strong men next to him also cast a thankful look at Ling Tian, as if Ling Tian was the god who saved them. Chapter 236 Ling Tian, I want to hear you call me brother-in-law. The beautiful eyes of Zhou Ruoxi around Ling Tian were also full of brilliance. She found that her brother Tian was always so perfect. In this remote alley, only Chen Nan felt the incomparable grievance and pain. At this moment, Chen Nan's face was full of resentment, but he did not choose to refute any of Ling Tian's words, because he knew that these were all useless in the current situation. After all, from Chen Nan's point of view, all of Ling Tian's hypocritical actions were based on his own pain. What's even more hateful is that Sister Ruoxi doesn't have the slightest doubt about this guy, but instead blames all the mistakes on him, Chen Nan. Later, Qingxi came directly to Wei Zhe and others, and then pretended to be serious and exchanged with them about compensation. In the end, the faces of this group of strong men became happy, and the matter almost came to an end here. All right, you can go straight away. Seeing that Qingxi in front of him had almost done all these things, Ling Tian spoke again to the strong men in front of him. Thank you, Ling Xiao. Afterwards, Wei Zhe brought a group of strong men behind him to Ling Tian again. These people's faces were full of pleasing smiles, and they nodded and bowed to Ling Tian again. Ling Tian's face was still indifferent, and he nodded to the crowd. Then a group of people walked directly past Ling Tian and the others, and left the place straight away. After all, Wei Zhe and the others are very clear in their hearts that their task today has been completed, and looking at Ling Xiao's current appearance, they must be very satisfied with their performance. At this time, Wei Zhe was also a little excited. After all, he also hoped that he could be appreciated by Ling Xiao. In this case, as long as he doesn't provoke some people he shouldn't provoke, he can basically walk sideways in Tianshan. If Brother Tian handles these guys like this, you shouldn't have any opinion, right? Ling Tian stretched out a hand and hugged Zhou Ruoxi's thin waist directly, then asked her with a smile. Brother Tian, people don't want to deal with this matter anymore. Everything is up to Brother Tian. Zhou Ruoxi's beautiful face was full of sweetness, as if she let Ling Tian decide. Now she is too disappointed with Chen Nan, so she doesn't want to continue to take care of this matter. What's more, what Brother Tian just did is definitely the best choice. Only in this way can this matter be reduced to a small thing and a trivial thing to nothing. If you really want to care about the mistakes of the two sides, whether it is Chen Nan or the group of strong men before, they will definitely be sent to prison. So Zhou Ruoxi naturally obeyed Ling Tian's arrangements. Even if she was disappointed with Chen Nan's performance, she couldn't helplessly watch him be sent to prison. And even if Chen Nan was insulted like that by those men just now, the matter has already passed, it would be better than staying in prison at that time. And Chen Nan, who was on the side, surprisingly did not continue to dwell on this matter, because he did not want more people to know about the scandal that happened to him and the group of strong men just now. However, the hatred in Chen Nan's heart was getting deeper and deeper for Ling Tian. If he got closer, he could clearly see that he had scratched 10 bloodstains on the floor because of his humiliation. Brother Tian, let's go back quickly. People don't want to stay in this place anymore. Then Zhou Ruoxi stared straight at Ling Tian with her beautiful watery eyes, and said to him in a greasy voice. Because this place is now a sad place for Zhou Ruoxi, she naturally doesn't want to stay here any longer. And Zhou Ruoxi doesn't want to continue to see her brother for the time being, because she is so disappointed in Chen Nan now. Well, let's go back now. A warm smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he said softly to Zhou Ruoxi in front of him. For such a request, Ling Tian is naturally impossible to refuse, it just so happens that he is ready to take the next step. Afterwards, Ling Tian looked at Chen Nan in front of him. At this moment, he was still lying on the ground with a painful expression on his face. It was obvious that Brother Wei and the others did not let this kid go easily. They must have exhausted their strength to teach the protagonist a lesson, so some parts of Chen Nan's body should be seriously injured. Brother Chenan, I hope you can recover from your injury as soon as possible. It seems that such an injury is not suitable for others to see, so if you want to call an ambulance, the choice is left to you. But to be honest, I admire you very much now. After all, not everyone can withstand the madness of such a large group of strong men. Ling Tian's eyes showed a hint of playfulness, and he teased at Chen Nan in front of him. Hearing this, Chen Nan's eyes widened with anger, as if he had been stepped on a painful foot. His face became extremely hideous, and he stared at Ling Tian in front of him with his eyes full of hatred. Now, I'm going to take my family Ruoxi back to the manor. Wait until the next time we meet my brother-in-law, it will be worthy of the name. And I really hope to hear you call me brother-in-law when we meet next time. Ling Tian completely ignored Chen Nan's angry eyes at the moment, and said again with a smile. Of course, this can be considered a blatant aggressive method, unless the protagonist can watch Zhou Ruoxi become his own woman. Otherwise, after learning that Ling Tian had such a plan, Chen Nan would definitely try his best to stop him. Sure enough, after hearing Ling Tian's blatant words at this moment, Chen Nan glared at Ling Tian with gritted teeth. However, Chen Nan still suppressed the anger in his heart at the moment, and the bright red blood overflowed from his mouth again. Chen Nan also knew that the guy in front of him was deliberately provoking him, but this kind of insult was something he absolutely couldn't bear. Because in Chen Nan's heart, Zhou Ruoxi has long been regarded as his own woman. In his opinion, Ling Tian's behavior is to put a green hat on himself, so Chen Nan absolutely cannot accept it. However, after Zhou Ruoxi heard Ling Tian's words, her already rosy pretty face turned even more crimson at the moment. What? Quote, Brother Tian is really necrotic. How can such a thing be said casually? Zhou Ruoxi's heart was even more ashamed and angry, and he secretly complained that his brother Tian actually said such words in front of Chen Nan. But at this moment, while Zhou Ruoxi was extremely shy, there was also a faint expectation. Let's go. Ling Tian once again looked at Zhou Ruoxi, whose pretty face was flushed beside him, and said to her with a smile. Then Ling Tian put his arms around her slender waist and walked towards his car. However, neither of them continued to look at Chen Nan, who was lying on the ground at the moment. Chen Nan's eyes were full of ruthless killing intent at the moment, silently watching the disappearing backs of the two of them. Ah, I will kill you, I will definitely kill you. When the backs of the two disappeared completely, Chen Nan couldn't help roaring wildly. Chen Nan's fist smashed to the ground crazily, but without the protection of infuriating qi, his fist became bloody after hitting the ground, leaving only bright red fist marks. However, at this time, Chen Nan seemed to have lost his sense of pain, and was still pounding the ground, as if the damage he caused at this time could be passed on to Ling Tian. Hoo. After a while, Chen Nan gasped violently, allowing his body to rest a bit. But at this moment, his face is still full of humiliation and pain. He will never forget what happened today. Chen Nan swears in his heart that he will find out all these guys who have insulted him, and then kill them one by one. I'm so angry. And at this moment, Chen Nan was a little surprised to find that the true qi in his body gradually began to recover. Afterwards, Chen Nan immediately recovered from the injuries he had suffered, and immediately felt that the severe pain in some parts of his body gradually eased. However, although the pain gradually disappeared, the humiliation that Chen Nan felt in his heart could never disappear. And more importantly, he is not clean now, and he has actually become someone else's shape. Chapter 237. From now on, you will be the hostess here. It didn't take long for him to feel that his injuries were getting better, and Chen Nan chased in the direction Ling Tian and the others left. Although Chen Nan hasn't fully recovered yet, it can also make him have the strength to fight against some small minions. If the effect of the poison on his body could pass earlier, perhaps he would not have to suffer the humiliation just now. Thinking of this, Chen Nan felt a sharp pain in a local area of his body, and his hatred for Ling Tian became even deeper in his heart. Time passed little by little, and soon, the bodyguard drove Ling Tian and Zhou Ruoxi back to the manor. What a beautiful manor. So Brother Tian lives in such a place every day. Zhou Ruoxi was held by Ling Tian as they walked together in the huge manor in front of her. Her pretty face was also full of shock at the moment. The maids and servants who came and went were full of respectful smiles, bowing to the two of them, making Zhou Ruoxi feel at a loss. After all, she had only seen such a scene in film and television dramas, but now that she has experienced it in person, she feels a little inferior at the moment while she is happy. At this time, Zhou Ruoxi felt even more the gap in class and status between him and Ling Tian. Zhou Ruoxi felt very fortunate that his brother Tian was so caring and never meant to look down on him, but instead cared for him so much everywhere. Suddenly, Zhou Ruoxi's big watery eyes became hazy at the moment, and she looked at Ling Tian next to her with admiration. What's wrong? At this time, Ling Tian naturally noticed Zhou Ruoxi's strangeness, and immediately asked her with a smile. No, it's fine. People just think this manor is really beautiful. Zhou Ruoxi naturally wouldn't say those words that worried Ling Tian, she had a sweet smile on her face, and praised the manor in front of her. Ha ha, since you like this manor so much, you can live here every day from now on. When you have time, pack up the things in your previous residence, and then you will move directly here. After all, you are now also the mistress of this manor. Ling Tian's face was full of doting. He stretched out his hand and gently kneaded Zhou Ruoxi's rosy face because of excitement, and then said to her gently. Anyway, Ling Tian was going to make her a real woman, so he was going to let Zhou Ruoxi move in completely. After all, Ling Tian couldn't allow his woman to continue living the hard life as before. What? Will this be too fast? After hearing Ling Tian's words, Zhou Ruoxi's pretty face suddenly turned red, and her voice began to tremble. Of course, Zhou Ruoxi could hear the meaning of Ling Tian's words. If she moved to the manor, wouldn't it mean that she would officially live with her brother Tian? Thinking of this, Zhou Ruoxi's heart became very shy at this moment, although she also had some small expectations in her heart. Seeing the shy appearance of the woman next to him, Ling Tian couldn't help but hug her directly into his arms. At this moment, the two looked at each other, and Zhou Ruoxi's beautiful eyes once again formed a mist of water, and they didn't dare to look directly into Ling Tian's eyes. Feeling the big hot hand on his back, Zhou Ruoxi only felt his body soften for a while, and he almost couldn't stand. Where is it soon? Don't my family want to be with brother Tian every day? A wicked smile suddenly appeared on Ling Tian's face. He stretched out a finger, gently lifted Zhou Ruoxi's chin, and said to her. People, of course they thought about it. But wouldn't it be inconvenient if I lived here? Zhou Ruoxi's beautiful eyes dodged a little, and her curved eyelashes kept fluttering as she said softly to Ling Tian. But at this moment, she also began to think about her life after living in this manner. Of course, she also wanted to be tired of being with her sweetheart every day. And she still lives in such a beautiful place, not to mention that Ling Tian has already said so. She naturally cannot refuse, but she is a little hesitant because of her shyness. Of course it's convenient. Then if you want to move in too, that's what we've decided. Seeing the movement in Zhou Ruoxi's eyes, Ling Tian didn't give her a chance to continue speaking, and decided happily for her. That day, brother, I will take you to visit the yard where we will live in a while. After saying that, Ling Tian proudly hugged Zhou Ruoxi by the waist, which immediately caused the beauty to scream. Then the two walked towards the main courtyard where Ling Tian was. At this time, Zhou Ruoxi clasped Ling Tian's neck tightly with both hands, her beautiful eyes also filled with layers of water mist, and her eyes did not leave Ling Tian's handsome profile for a moment. Now Zhou Ruoxi doesn't have any resistance to Ling Tian anymore, because she knows that she will really become brother Tian's woman soon. It didn't take long for Ling Tian to come directly to his main courtyard. At this moment, several women living in Ling Tian Manor had already gathered beside the open-air swimming pool attached to the main courtyard. At this moment, the girls dressed in unusually cool clothes are in groups, either playing in the swimming pool, or lying on the chairs under the umbrellas and chatting in the cool breeze. Huh, looks like we have a new sister to join. Seeing their brother Tian walking towards them with a beautiful woman in his arms, suddenly ambiguous smiles appeared on their beautiful faces. Because they know that there will be a new member in Ling Tian's big family, but they have long been accustomed to it. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi's face was a little nervous and worried, because she found that none of the women in front of her were worse than her. There were even a few that made Zhou Ruoxi feel ashamed. They were like gods descended from the earth, and their temperament could not be described in words. Okay, Ruoxi, don't be nervous. They're all very easy to get along with. Aware of Zhou Ruoxi's tense body in his arms, Ling Tian smiled and comforted again. Brother Tian, let them go now. Zhou Ruoxi's pretty face was blushing at this moment, and she said to Ling Tian in a coquettish voice. Originally, she still felt a little nervous, but after receiving Ling Tian's comfort, her heart relaxed a lot at the moment. Moreover, Zhou Ruoxi also found that the women in front of her were all looking at her kindly, so she was gradually showing a sweet smile on her face now. Ling Tian naturally did not reject Zhou Ruoxi's request. He put her down directly, and then led her towards the girls. The two came directly to the side of the swimming pool. Ling Tian naturally introduced Zhou Ruoxi with the women in front of him with a calm expression. However, Ling Tian had to admire this group of women, and soon they chatted with each other familiarly, and even called them sisters directly, as if it was a late meeting. In the end, Ling Tian couldn't even talk. he could only watch the group of women chatting playfully in front of him. Of course, Ling Tian also lay indifferently on the chair beside him, indifferently admiring the beautiful beauty in front of him, enjoying the rare calm time at the moment. Chapter 238 Chu Feng eats dog food, but if you don't eat it, you will kill your father. At this time, in the dungeon of Ling Tian Manor, both Chu Feng and his son were curled up in the dog cage with pale faces. Their faces were directly swollen into pig heads, and other parts of their bodies were basically wounded, and even if they lay in the dog cage, they would feel severe pain. Because since they were caught here, they have suffered all kinds of torture. After all, Ahua's title of Torment King is not for granted. On the same day, he found a large group of men with superb swordsmanship into the dungeon. However, even though Chu Feng and his son suffered such humiliation, they still did not ask Ahua for mercy. Because they firmly believe that as long as they can successfully escape from here, they will have a chance to take revenge in the end. After all, both their father and son have the experience of recultivating back to the peak, so naturally they will not choose to give up because of such a little setback. Dad, I'm sorry. It's all because of me that I got you involved in this matter. Looking at the weak father in front of him, Chu Feng's face was full of pain and apology, and he said to him in a hoarse voice. If it wasn't for himself, his father would not have been tortured like this at all. At this moment, Chu Feng's heart showed crazy killing intent, because the reason for their father and son to be so miserable now is that damn guy. It's okay, son. There is always a way out. One day, we will be able to escape from here. Chu Tianya's face was full of exhaustion, and he comforted his son. After all, Chu Feng can't be blamed for these things, because he already knows why his son is locked up here. But now Chu Tianya also has some regrets in his heart, knowing that he should not have arranged this marriage for his son. Otherwise, his fiancée would not be targeted by the guy in the manor. Now his son not only wears a green hat on his head, but also the powerful strength he finally acquired before has been directly abolished, and he has become a waste again. To be honest, at this moment, Chu Tianya is very sympathetic and understanding of his son. If this happened to him, he would definitely not be able to bear it. Father, don't worry. It won't be long before I can take you out of here. At that time, I will definitely return all the pain we have suffered before to these guys. After getting his father's understanding, Chu Feng's face finally showed a smile at this moment, and he spoke to his father confidently. Because Chu Feng discovered that the efficacy of the ancient medicinal pills he had taken before had not yet passed, and now the abolished meridians in his body are gradually being repaired. So it won't be long before he can regain a certain strength, and then he will be able to escape here with his father. Bang! At this moment, the door of the dungeon was kicked open by someone, and it slammed into the stone wall behind the door. And at this moment, what Chu Tianya wanted to say was swallowed back in his stomach. He also saw the confidence on Chu Feng's face at the moment. Although he didn't know how his son could escape from here, he naturally couldn't let other people in this manner know about it. Soon, a strong man with a smug smile walked in, and suddenly the faces of Chu Feng and his son showed crazy hatred. Because it was Ahua who came, but at this moment, he actually held 2 basins in his hands, which contained some food like swill. Ha ha! Looking at the hideous faces of the 2 people in the dog cage in front of him, Ahua felt extremely happy at the moment. After all, he likes this feeling of being a strong man very much, and even if the 2 people in front of them look at them, they can only let him torture them obediently. Later, I saw a strange smile on Ahua's face again, and threw the 2 dog pots in his hand in front of the father and son. It contained the food for the 2 of them this time, and it was carefully arranged by Ahua. After all, he is not the kind of person who does not give food to prisoners. The food for the 2 of you is here. This is carefully prepared for you by Yueguang. I just cut off the leftover food that the guard dogs in the manor ate a few days ago, and took them to the toilet to add some food to you. If I don't lick these 2 dog pots clean, how can I clean up the 2 of you? Ahua's face was full of arrogance, and he said loudly directly to the 2 people in front of him. After all, the 2 guys in front of them are hard bones, so Ahua naturally wants to teach them a lesson. And at this moment, Ahua is also full of expectations. He really wants to see the scene of the father and son eating dog food. After hearing Ahua's words, Chu Feng and his son suddenly widened their eyes with anger, and their faces were full of blue veins. They immediately showed Ahua's eyes full of killing intent. This guy is so deceiving, and he makes them eat the same food as dogs. This definitely doesn't treat the two of them as human beings. To be honest, living like this is even worse than a dog. You are dreaming. I will never eat these things even if I die. Chu Feng's face was full of humiliation, and he roared madly at Awa in front of him. Even if he starved to death and was ravaged to death, he would never be able to eat such food. What's more, it won't take long for him to regain some strength, so how could he endure such humiliation? Don't eat. Do you think Brother Wa is negotiating terms with you? Looking at the stubborn appearance of Chu Feng in front of him, Ahua's face suddenly showed a sneer, and he said slowly to him. But at this moment, Ahua's heart was even more excited, because the more resistance Chu Feng showed, the happier he felt. I only give you 3 minutes. If you don't lick this dog bowl clean, I'll just kill you, you idiot. A grin appeared on Ahua's face, and he threatened Chu Feng directly. This kid is already a lost dog, how dare he be so arrogant in front of him? What's more, Chu Feng's father is still in this dog cage, so Ahua naturally threatened him in the simplest way. This guy is really despicable and shameless. At this moment, Chu Feng was about to vomit blood, but he never expected that this guy would threaten him with his father. No, Zhaofeng, I'd rather die than see you suffer like this. Chu Tianya's face was full of pain, and he persuaded his son. Because he knew that under this guy's persecution, his son would definitely eat this bowl of dog food for himself. Clap clap clap. It's so touching. Looking at the scene of the father and son's deep love in front of him, Awa couldn't help clapping his hands in admiration. However, he will not have the slightest pity in his heart, because if they are in a different place, these guys will never be soft on themselves. Hurry up and eat. If you can't finish it, I will do what I say. Looking at the painful appearance of the father and son in front of him, Awa said excitedly again. I eat. If you dare to hurt my father, I will definitely kill you. Chu Feng's face was full of anger at the moment, his hands were holding the dog cage tightly, and he said, gnashing his teeth to Ahua in front of him. Afterwards, he picked up the bowl of dog food in front of him, endured a stench, grabbed the food with his hands and stuffed it into his mouth. Do not. Chu Tianya roared. He was so powerless at the moment, he could only watch his son eat such disgusting food. And Chu Feng was so disgusted that he was about to vomit. He couldn't describe the taste of this bowl of dog food. It was definitely more difficult to swallow than shit. At this moment, the killing intent towards Ahua in his heart has reached an incomparable level. This damn bastard is always trying to torture their father and son. Chu Feng secretly swears in his heart that when he comes back for revenge in the future, he must torture this guy to death. People. Chapter 239. The lick is cleaner than a dog. Ling Tian began to enjoy himself. Seeing Chu Feng frantically scraping dog food in front of him, Ahua's body trembled with excitement. Naturally, he could see the frustration and anger on the faces of the father and son in front of him, but it was like a stimulant to him. It didn't take long for Chu Feng to quickly eat a bowl full of dog food. It even drank the soup in the dog bowl. At this moment, Chu Feng only felt that his stomach was overturned, and there was an urge to vomit. So Chu Feng could only cover his mouth tightly, because he didn't want to give the strong man in front of him a chance to continue to deal with his father. After a while, Chu Feng gradually lost the urge to spit out what he just ate. Is that all right? Then Chu Feng raised his head, stared fiercely at Awa in front of him, and said angrily to him. What I said was to lick this dog basin clean. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what Lao Su just said? A sneer appeared on Ahua's face again, and said to Chu Feng in front of him. Hearing this, Chu Feng's face became ashen, and he resisted the urge to want this dog bowl to shatter. Then, for the sake of his father, Chu Feng could only hold the dog bowl in his hands and start licking it wildly, until the dog bowl, 040, was shiny and shiny. On the other hand, Chu Tianya was so angry that he was about to tremble. The strong man in front of him was simply too despicable. At this time, Chu Tianya began to hate his incompetence again. Not only did he not save his son from this ghost place, but he also dragged him down. Seeing Chu Feng licking the dog bowl clean, Ahua's face suddenly showed a satisfied smile, and then he turned to look at Chu Tianya in the dog cage next to him. After all, after the son has finished eating this bowl of dog food, as the father of Chu Feng, he must not be spared. And you old guy, your son has now licked that dog basin clean, and now it's your turn. Do you need me to threaten you with your son? Ahua's face was full of pride, looking at Chu Tianya curled up in the dog cage, and said to him. Hiahua is definitely a bowl of water, what's more, this bowl of dog food is made by him, and it must not be wasted. You really are a despicable villain. If you have the ability, come to me. Seeing that the strong man in front of him actually wanted to force his father to eat a pot of disgusting food, Chu Feng roared in anger. Chu Feng would rather eat these 2 pots of dog food himself than let his father suffer such humiliation. After all, he was caught in this ghost place for himself. Enough. I eat. Chu Tianya's face also became extremely ugly, and he said loudly to the 2 in front of him. In fact, he had long expected in his heart that it was impossible for this strong man to let him go, so he decided to continue to work hard. One day, Chu Tianya will return all the humiliation that he and his son have suffered to this guy. Then, he picked up the dog bowl in front of him and started to work frantically. Ah, you bloody bastard, I will definitely kill you. At this moment, Chu Feng's eyes were completely split, and he roared wildly at Awa in front of him. Watching his father humiliately eat this pot of dog food that smells worse than dog feces, he felt extremely severe pain in his heart. It could be said that aside from the guy who gave him the cuckold, what Chu Feng wanted to kill most was the excited strong man in front of him. It didn't take long for Chu Tianya to lick the dog bowl in his hand clean. Ha ha ha, it seems that both of your father and son have the potential to be dogs. The dogs in our manor are all licking pots like you. But you 2 are even cleaner than those dogs. Looking at the 2 shiny dog pots being licked in front of him, Ava suddenly laughed arrogantly. At this moment, Awa felt an unprecedented excitement, especially the hatred of the father and son in front of him, which made his body start to tremble. However, after Chu Feng and his son heard Ahua's words, their faces suddenly showed a dead mother's expression. Their eyes were bloodshot, their fists clenched the dog cage tightly, and they glared at Awa. At this moment, they once again felt the endless humiliation. This humiliation will definitely accompany the 2 of them for a lifetime. This is the shadow they will never be able to get rid of. If the Chu Feng father and son have that ability now, they will definitely give the brawny man in front of them a cramp to vent their resentment. It seems that you 2 trash are still very satisfied with today's lunch. In that case, this is your standard for every meal from now on. Remember to lick your dog's bowl clean every time you eat. If you can't lick it clean, I will have to break your dog's legs. Looking at the father and son in front of him who dared to be angry and dare not speak, Ahua's face was full of playful smiles, and he mocked them. For these 2 guys with hard bones and hard mouths, Awa naturally has to use more ruthless means. Hearing this, Chu Feng and his son were so embarrassed that they were about to vomit blood. Obviously they were forced by this damn guy. Now this guy is still saying such sarcastic words in front of him. Their father and son have never seen such a shameless man. However, Awa did not continue to pay attention to the feelings of Chu Feng and his son, turned around and left the dungeon with satisfaction. Bang! A loud noise was heard in the ears of Chu Feng and his son, and then the big iron gate was tightly closed. Dad, I'm sorry for you. I will definitely kill this guy and avenge you. After a while, after realizing that there was no movement around, Chu Feng swore to his father with a face of shame. After all, the reason why their father and son were treated like this was all because of themselves. Zhaofeng, I don't care. But this damn bastard is really deceiving. Chu Tianya opened his mouth to comfort his son. Naturally, Chu Tianya would not blame Chu Feng for what had just happened. After all, it was because of his fiancée that he became what he is now. After receiving comfort, Chu Feng's mood also eased, and now he also understands one thing in his heart. That is, before his strength is restored, try not to provoke the damn guy just now, otherwise he doesn't know how to humiliate their father and son. Afterwards, the dungeon fell into silence again, but the flame of revenge ignited in Chu Feng's heart. He knew that it would not be long before the abolished meridians in his body would slowly recover, and then he would be able to make a comeback. In the main courtyard of the manor, the women did not plan to continue swimming at this moment, and they changed back to their previous clothes and surrounded Ling Tian. Ling Tian was naturally lying on the chair with a comfortable expression on his face, and beside him was his woman giving him a massage and various feedings. After all, to these women, Ling Tian is their own god, and they are like angels surrounding God, and they are willing to do anything for their god. Even Zhou Ruoxi abandoned her shame and chose to join it directly. She stretched out a pair of small fair hands and gently rubbed Ling Tian's temples. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi's delicate face was blushing. After all, she had never served a man like this before. Moreover, the appearance of Ling Tian's grandfather also made Zhou Ruoxi feel a new sense of him. This is the side of Ling Tian that has never been shown in front of him. When Zhou Ruoxi found out that the women around her brother Tian were so obediently serving him, she was naturally not far behind. Now Zhou Ruoxi feels as if she has completely integrated into Ling Tian's life, and the women around brother Tian get along very happily with her. Brother Tian, how is this strength? A sweet smile appeared on Zhou Ruoxichao's face, and she asked Ling Tian in a coquettish voice. After all, she had never pressed anyone like this before, so she naturally wanted Ling Tian to give her some advice. Very good, keep it up. Ling Tian opened his eyes and said to her with a smile. For his own woman, he would never be stingy with sweet words. Because only if they can take good care of these women, they will give themselves more tenderness and love. After hearing her brother Tian's words, the smile on Zhou Ruoxichao's face became even brighter. Looking at Ling Tian's handsome face in front of her, Zhou Ruoxi felt extremely happy at this moment, because she knew that this was the man she would accompany for the rest of her life. However, unknowingly, Chen Nan also sneaked into the manor at this moment. As soon as he approached this manor 1.5, Chen Nan discovered a lot of powerful aura, so he did not dare to reveal his whereabouts. Because Chen Nan knew that if he was caught by that guy who had not fully recovered his strength at the moment, he would never let him go. After all, the humiliation he suffered this morning was still lingering in his mind. Soon, with his strong perception ability, Chen Nan avoided all the bodyguards on the road and approached the main courtyard where Ling Tian was. Of course, Ling Tian naturally found out that this guy had sneaked in, but he just told the women around him to keep quiet. Damn it! Why does this damn guy have so many superb women? Looking at the scene of Ling Tian enjoying the service of the girls in the distance, Chen Nan's heart was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. Especially when his beloved sister Ruoxi actually served this guy with a shy face, he suddenly felt that his forehead was green. After all, he has long regarded Zhou Ruoxi as his own woman. If his own strength can defeat this damn guy in front of him, Chen Nan will definitely rush to kill him. Because of the hatred for stealing his wife, it is not shared, and Chen Nan feels that only he can be worthy of this group of peerless beauties in front of him. Chapter 240. Even if Brother Tian is just having fun, I am happy. Seeing the gentle and well-behaved appearances of these beauties in front of that guy, Chen Nan's heart became more and more unwilling and jealous. But at this time, he could only clench his fists tightly, suppressing his anger at the moment. Chen Nan would not expose himself easily before he successfully left here with Zhou Ruoxi. As time passed, Chen Nan found that the relationship between Sister Ruoxi and Ling Tian had become more and more intimate. Even that damned guy was taking advantage of Zhou Ruoxi intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing Chen Nan was so angry, his killing intent towards Ling Tian became stronger and stronger. At this time, Ling Tian was naturally paying attention to Chen Nan's every move. When he noticed his killing intent towards him, Ling Tian's mouth also showed a contemptuous smile. Is it unbearable like this? That seems to give you the next powerful medicine. Ling Tian's heart was full of disdain. He was going to let the protagonist experience more severe pain. Then Ling Tian sat up, stretched out his hand and pulled Zhou Ruoxi in front of him, then hugged her in his arms. What? Heaven, Brother Tian, what's wrong? Zhou Ruoxi's pretty face blushed, and she asked with some unknown reasons. At this moment, her voice trembled. Feeling Brother Tian's warm embrace, she suddenly felt that her body started to soften again. After all, there are still a group of sisters around him now. After being hugged by Brother Tian, Zhou Ruoxi was too shy to look at these women anymore, because she was also afraid that she would be made fun of by them. Ruoxi, will Brother Tian take you to visit the bedroom I prepared for you? A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, kneading Zhou Ruoxi's white and tender hands, and said to her gently. Just for a visit. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi also heard that his brother Tian had something to say, and suddenly asked weakly. And now she has seen the ambiguous smile on the face of the sister Rumeng sitting directly opposite her. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi's heart only feels more ashamed, and she also knows what kind of situation she may face next. If my family wants to do other bad things, Brother Tian will also accompany him. Ling Tian responded with a smile. He found that Zhou Ruoxi, who was very shy at the moment, seemed even more attractive. People don't have it. Zhou Ruoxi patted Ling Tian's arm a little embarrassedly, and then said coquettishly at him. Now she can understand that her brother Tian must be thinking about doing bad things. However, Zhou Ruoxi didn't have the slightest resistance in her heart. Instead, she just had some expectations. After all, she was already mentally prepared before coming here. Then let's go now. After saying this, Ling Tian reached out with a smile and patted Zhou Ruoxi's arm, signaling her to get up from his body. Zhou Ruoxi naturally nodded, very well behaved, then she was reluctant to leave Ling Tian's warm embrace, and stood beside him pretty. On the other side, Lu Rumeng and other pretty girls showed a hint of coquettishness on their faces, but they didn't disturb their brother Tian. After all, they can be said to be so familiar with Ling Tian that they can no longer be familiar with him. Naturally, they are very clear about what he is thinking about now. After that, Ling Tian stretched out his big hand and hugged Zhou Ruoxi's thin waist, and walked her into the yard. Damn it! However, Chen Nan's face, who had been following Zhou Ruoxi all the time, suddenly became extremely ugly. Naturally, he could no longer hide his figure. Because if she doesn't come out to stop Zhou Ruoxi, it is estimated that she will soon become the shape of this guy. I saw that the original hesitation and concerns on Chen Nan's face were swept away, and he immediately stood up from his hidden corner and rushed in the direction of Zhou Ruoxi. Stop for me. Sister, don't be fooled by this guy. Chen Nan anxiously shouted at Zhou Ruoxi, and soon he came to the two of them. Seeing that her younger brother actually chased here, Zhou Ruoxi's face suddenly became a little cold. Of course Zhou Ruoxi knew that Chen Nan must have followed him to come here, and he was very clear about his purpose. Naturally, it was to prevent himself from being with brother Tian. So now Zhou Ruoxi feels very angry in his heart. Although he regards Chen Nan as his own younger brother, this does not mean that he can interfere with his freedom. Although Zhou Ruoxi also knew that Chen Nan's heart for him was not only the friendship between siblings, but even some love between men and women. But she is different from Chen Nan, she has no idea about this younger brother, not to mention now that she has completely fallen in love with Ling Tian. Chenan, hurry up and get out of here. I don't want to see you in this place again. Zhou Ruoxi looked at Chen Nan indifferently, and said rudely to him. After all, this younger brother of his own has repeatedly spoken rudely to his brother Tian, and he has also repaid his virtue with resentment. Although brother Tian never cared about this, Zhou Ruoxi didn't want to let brother Tian suffer any more damage. The best way is to let Chen Nan leave this manor as soon as possible. I'm not leaving here, unless you come with me. Looking at Zhou Ruoxi's cold eyes, Chen Nan said stubbornly. However, aware of Zhou Ruoxi's increasingly indifferent attitude towards him, at this moment he felt heart-piercing pain. You must know that before meeting the man in front of you, the relationship between the two of them can be said to be very deep. However, because of this damn guy, everything has changed now, and then Chen Nan turned towards Ling Tian with a fierce look. Chen Nan, it is impossible for me to leave here. Because I'm ready to move to this manor. Zhou Ruoxi's pretty face also showed impatience at the moment, and she spoke again to persuade. Seeing that Chen Nan still looks like this, Zhou Ruoxi's heart is full of disappointment for him at this moment. If my younger brother really doesn't listen to the persuasion, then I don't want to take care of it anymore. Anyway, there are so many bodyguards around brother Tian, which is enough to force Chen Nan out of here. What? It's all you bloody hypocrite. After hearing Zhou Ruoxi's words, Chen Nan angrily cursed at Ling Tian. He didn't know what despicable means this damned guy used, and he was fascinated by his sister 040 Ruoxi. Sister, this guy just likes your body. He was with you just to play with you, and he dumped you soon after he was done. Don't be fooled by him. Then Chen Nan turned to look at Zhou Ruoxi again, and shouted at him hoarsely. At this moment, Chen Nan's heart is full of grief and anger. He didn't expect that his beloved woman not only fell in love with this damn guy. And she was actually going to move into this man's house to live with him. How could he accept such a thing? Snapped. Hearing this, Zhou Ruoxi's face was suddenly full of anger, and she slapped Chen Nan's face with a fierce slap. At this moment, because of the huge anger, her body began to tremble. Get out. Even if brother Tian just wants to play, I am willing. And this is my personal business, and it has nothing to do with you. Afterwards, Zhou Ruoxi coldly shouted to Chen Nan in front of him again indifferently. She didn't expect Chen Nan to slander Brother Tian in front of her again. To be honest, Zhou Ruoxi couldn't bear it this time. You must know that Brother Tian is definitely the most important person in her life now, so how could Zhou Ruoxi allow Chen Nan to insult him like this again in front of him? What's more, Brother Tian is still standing beside him now, so Zhou Ruoxi doesn't want to cover up this younger brother anymore. At this time, Ling Tian showed a mocking smile on his face, and his gaze towards Chen Nan was full of jokes. It seems that this woman Zhou Ruoxi did not disappoint herself. Chapter 241 Chen Nan knelt down and won Zhou Ruoxi. Do not. I'm not reconciled. It's all your fault, you hypocrite, it's all because of your sister Ruoxi that you have become what you are now. Seeing the man in front of him full of ridicule, Chen Nan immediately turned the gun and roared at Ling Tian again. At this moment, his eyes suddenly showed a terrifying look that seemed to eat people. Sister Ruoxi. Anyway, I must take you out of here today. At this moment, Chen Nan's eyes were cracked, his face was full of madness, and he said loudly to Zhou Ruoxi in front of him. Then, Chen Nan stretched out his hand to Zhou Ruoxi, wanting to force her out of this manner. But Ling Tian wouldn't be used to this kid, how could he let this guy take his woman out of here? I saw a playful smile on Ling Tian's face, and then a terrifying force directly suppressed Chen Nan. Thump! I saw Chen Nan's legs bent, kneeling directly in front of the two. Even under the shroud of this power, at this moment Chen Nan couldn't even speak, and could only kneel on the ground with a face of humiliation. Not to mention that Chen Nan's current strength has not fully recovered at all. Even in his heyday, he does not have any resistance in front of Ling Tian. If you regret it, why don't you let your brother kneel here and reflect on it? With a character like his, my brother-in-law must properly discipline him for you. Otherwise, I don't know what kind of illegal things I will commit in the future. Ling Tian looked at Zhou Ruoxi next to him with a smile, and said softly to her. Brother Tian, listen to you. Looking at the smile on his brother Tian's face, Zhou Ruoxi's nervous heart at this time also relaxed, and said softly to Ling Tian. Originally this week, Ruoxi was worried that Chen Nan's words would hurt his brother Tian again, but it seems that he is worrying too much now. Brother Tian still cares about his feelings as much as before. It just so happens that she is also very disappointed with Chen Nan's younger brother, so she might as well take this opportunity to let him kneel here and accept a lesson. Then let's go back to the yard now. Wait a while when we come out to see this little brother-in-law. It is estimated that he will really change his tune to me. A smug smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, teasing Chen Nan who was kneeling on the ground. Zhou Ruoxi, who was on the side, felt extremely shy when she heard her brother Tian's words, and saw that her little head was lowered directly, and she didn't dare to look at her brother Tian again. Zhou Ruoxi didn't expect that brother Tian would say such a shameful thing in front of Chen Nan, and now she only felt an electric shock to her body. If it wasn't for brother Tian holding her arms all the time, it is estimated that she would have fallen to the ground with her legs going soft. Even at this moment, she felt a different kind of stimulation in her heart, even a trace of excitement. However, Chen Nan, who was kneeling on the ground at this time, turned green. He never imagined that this damned fellow would be so shameless. He actually wanted to kneel here and witness his most beloved woman transform into this guy's shape. And my sister Ruoxi actually listened to this guy so much, and decided to watch myself kneeling here. I'm going to kill him, I must kill this damn bastard. Chen Nan was incompetent and furious again in his heart. He never imagined that he would become so useless after being reborn as the god of killing. He couldn't even protect the woman he liked, so he could only kneel on the ground and watch her fall into the arms of others. At this moment, Chen Nan's heart only felt incomparable pain, as if he had been bitten by thousands of ants. This kind of pain can't be described in words. Let's go. Ruoxi. Brother Tian, just hug you directly. After Ling Tian smiled and said this to Zhou Ruoxi before him, he directly picked her up by the waist, and then the two continued to walk towards the yard. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi's pretty face was full of blush, and a pair of fair and tender little hands wrapped around Ling Tian's neck nervously. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxi buried her head in Ling Tian's chest, and even she could clearly perceive her brother Tian's heartbeat. Zhou Ruoxi's eyes began to become blurred when she smelled the strong masculinity on brother Tian's body. She even wished that she could stay in Ling Tian's arms forever. Soon, Ling Tian took Zhou Ruoxi to an incomparably spacious bedroom. No matter how it was furnished or decorated, this bedroom looked extremely delicate. Looking at the room in front of him with a warm pink style, Zhou Ruoxi's face also showed a satisfied smile. After all, it won't take long for him to move into this manor, so Zhou Ruoxi naturally wants to have a room of his own. How about it? This is God's intention to choose a room for you. If you don't like it, you can continue to watch the others. Ling Tian directly put Zhou Ruoxi down gently, and then dotingly reached out and rubbed her jet black hair, then asked her with a smile. No need, brother. Just this room, people like it very much. Zhou Ruoxichao's face was full of sweet smiles, and she said happily as she put her arms around Ling Tian's arm. After all, for her, it doesn't really matter which room she lives in. What matters is that this house was carefully selected for her by her own brother. So she naturally doesn't want to continue to spend time on such things. She naturally wants to spend more time with Brother Tian when she has time. As long as you like it. All the maids in this house have been cleaned up for you, and now you can move in directly. Ling Tian said while reaching out and stroking the already laid pink sheets. Then he directly pulled Zhou Ruoxi to sit down on the bed with a smirk, and even stretched out one of his hands to wrap his arms around her slender waist again. Feeling the big hot hand on his waist, Zhou Ruoxi's already rosy face turned even more red at this moment. At this moment, she is a little confused, and she doesn't dare to look at her brother Tian at all, and her white and tender little hands have nowhere to rest, so she can only shyly grab the hem of her skirt. Seeing the shy appearance of this woman in his arms, Ling Tian stretched out a hand and lifted her chin up. Immediately, the two of them looked at each other, and Zhou Ruoxi's big watery eyes were now covered with a layer of water mist, which looked particularly charming. Ruoxi, let's try the sleep effect on this bed next, shall we? Looking at this already emotional woman in his arms, Ling Tian said with a wicked smile. Congratulations to the host for successfully getting the heroine Zhou Ruoxi, and causing great humiliation to the protagonist Chen Nan, the protagonist luck -800, the host's villain value +12W. Time passed quickly, and Ling Tian finally walked out of the bathroom with Zhou Ruoxi who had finished washing up. At this moment, her face was full of seductive blush, and her arms were tightly wrapped around Ling Tian's arms. Obviously, Zhou Ruoxi at this time is more and more dependent on Ling Tian. After all, she has completely become Ling Tian's woman. Brother Tian, that medicine pill just now is really amazing. People find that my skin is getting better and better now. Zhou Ruoxi's face was full of excitement, and she opened her mouth to praise Ling Tian about the medicinal pill she just took. Because in the bathroom mirror just now, she saw that the skin on her face became more and more fair and delicate, and even some small scars on her body came in and slowly faded. Ha, was it, ha? So you have to practice the exercises that Brother Tian just taught you now. Only by becoming a powerful warrior can you be able to accompany Brother Tian for a long time. Ling Tian smiled and stretched out his hand to squeeze Zhou Ruoxi's pretty rosy face, and said to her gently. After all, Zhou Ruoxi has become a martial artist now, so Ling Tian naturally wants to urge her to practice well. He hopes that all his women can have strong strength, so that not only have the ability to protect themselves against the enemy, but also can slow down the speed of aging and prolong life. Brother Tian, everyone listens to you. Zhou Ruoxi's face was full of sweet smiles, and she nodded seriously to her brother Tian. Before that, she had learned from Sister Rumeng and the others that there were such existences as warriors in this world. And after knowing the benefits of becoming a warrior, she will naturally practice well. And just now, Zhou Ruoxi also initially realized the power of a martial artist, because she just broke through and couldn't control her power at all, and shattered the bathtub directly. Of course, this also forced Ling Tian, who wanted to continue taking a bath for a while, to choose to come out directly. Chapter 242 Humiliating Chen Nan with Ruoxi. Ruoxi, let's go and see your brother together in a while. After all, he has been kneeling outside the yard for a long time. It just so happens that I also want to hear him call me brother-in-law. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face as he hugged Zhou Ruoxi and said proudly. After all, after winning the heroine Zhou Ruoxi, it is inevitable to humiliate him in front of the protagonist Chen Nan. Presumably if you do this, you will be able to reap a lot of villain value from the protagonist. Bah. And after hearing Ling Tian's words, Zhou Ruoxi let out a coy snort, stretched out her little hand and patted Ling Tian's chest. Zhou Ruoxi suddenly felt that her brother Tian was really good or bad now, and she also began to discover some bad tastes in brother Tian. For example, just now, brother Tian liked to use Chen Nan to make fun of himself. Of course, she also felt some kind of stimulation in the process. But Zhou Ruoxi still felt very shy about Ling Tian's behavior, because she knew that her younger brother actually liked her. Why are you shy again? You weren't like this just now. Ling Tian smiled and squeezed Zhou Ruoxi's delicate chin, teasing her. Brother Tian, you are a bad person. But for such a question, Zhou Ruoxi's face became even more ashamed, and she buried her head in Ling Tian's arms, complaining softly to him. It just so happens that we can make your brother give up on you completely. Otherwise, he will definitely continue to entangle here. After all, I've already seen it, your younger brother must also like you. That's why he keeps targeting me because of 040, and I'm doing it for the both of you. Ling Tian stretched out his hand with a smile and lifted Zhou Ruoxi's small head, and then said to her seriously. After all, the heroine Zhou Ruoxi must wait a while. She must stand in front of Chen Nan with herself, so that she can deal a more painful blow to him. Brother Tian, wait a while and I'll go with you. After I teach him a lesson, let the bodyguard send him out of here. I don't want to see him anymore in this manner. After thinking seriously for a while, Zhou Ruoxi's beautiful eyes showed a hint of firmness, and she raised her head and said directly to Ling Tian. She also felt that what her brother Tian said was very reasonable, and she had to let this brother dispel those thoughts that she should not have. After all, she has now become brother Tian's woman, so she and Chen Nan can at most maintain the previous sibling relationship. But at this moment, Zhou Ruoxi felt that the sibling relationship between the two was about to break down. Because Chen Nan really has too many misunderstandings about his own brother Tian, but these happen to be intolerable at all. Then let's get dressed now and go over there. Ling Tian smiled and nodded, then said to Zhou Ruoxi. Anyway, in the end, Ling Tian will definitely kill the protagonist directly. It doesn't matter if he is released or not. Even if you let go, you can continue to capture it. After all, Ling Tian is not the kind of person who raises tigers. He will definitely control all risks within a controllable range. Of course, even if Ling Tian kills the protagonist Chen Nan, he will never let Zhou Ruoxi know about these things. Even if her feelings for her have surpassed Chen Nan now, Ling Tian doesn't want to hurt this kind woman, just treat it as a white lie. Soon, the two quickly changed their clothes, and then Zhou Ruoxi happily hugged Ling Tian's arm and walked out of the yard. At this moment, Chen Nanyi was kneeling on the ground like a dog, his face was still full of humiliation and pain. Because he knows that now his beloved sister Ruoxi has completely become that guy's woman. Chen Nan doesn't think that for a woman as beautiful as Zhou Ruoxi, that guy can't help but don't do anything to her. Tap tap. A familiar footstep sounded in his direction, and Chen Nan raised his head viciously, he knew it was the damn bastard. Not long after, Chen Nan saw Ling Tian's figure at this moment, and at this moment he was embracing his sister Ruoxi with a proud face. Damn this bastard. Immediately, Chen Nan's eyes turned blood red, and his eyes towards Ling Tian were full of resentment and crazy killing intent. Because he saw the seductive blush that still remained on Zhou Ruoxi's face at this moment, it was obvious that she had just transformed into a real woman. Although Chen Nan had some psychological preparations in his heart, when he really found out the result of the matter, he also felt a breakdown again. At this moment, Chen Nan only felt that his heart was full of unwillingness and resentment, and he knew that he was affected by the obsession left by the original body. After all, Yuanxin's biggest dream before dying was to be with his most beloved sister Ruoxi forever, but now this can no longer become a reality. Soon, Ling Tian brought Zhou Ruoxi to Chen Nan with a proud face. Brother-in-law Chen Nan, now I have officially become your brother-in-law. I was in the bedroom with your sister just now, but I kept mentioning your name. To be honest, because you are kneeling here now, I have a lot more fun. So brother-in-law, I must also thank you very well. Ling Tian's face was full of jokes, and he kept teasing Chen Nan who was kneeling in front of him. Seeing the humiliated face of the protagonist, Ling Tian felt very excited and stimulated in his heart. On the other hand, Zhou Ruoxi's pretty face naturally became more rosy, and she even dared not look at Chen Nan in front of her. Although she has now become Brother Tian's woman, she still feels very shy in her heart when Brother Tian said such blatant words in front of Chen Nan. However, Zhou Ruoxi didn't choose to stop Brother Tian, just so she could take this opportunity to let Chen Nan thoroughly see the relationship between the two, lest they continue to have more misunderstandings. You despicable and shameless bastard. You wait for me, I will definitely kill you. Hearing Ling Tian say such humiliating words to him, Chen Nan's body trembled with anger, and roared frantically at Ling Tian, who was in front of him. At this moment, Chen Nan's face became extremely ferocious, and his body began to struggle frantically. He wanted to get up and fight this damn guy for life and death. After all, today is definitely his most humiliating moment, and the culprit of all this is shamelessly mocking himself here. But obviously, in front of Ling Tian, Chen Nan had no resistance at all, and could only crawl under his feet like a dead dog. Regarding the incompetence and fury of the protagonist, Ling Tian still maintained a calm expression on his face. Anyway, the harder he scolded him now, the worse he would torture him. But although Ling Tian didn't care, Zhou Ruoxi's expression became more and more ugly. She didn't expect that Chen Nan didn't have any sign of repentance, instead she still spoke ill of her brother Tian. Snapped. Afterwards, Zhou Ruoxi directly took out his hand from Ling Tian's arm, and slapped Chen Nan's face fiercely. She must teach herself a little brother who has no gratitude at all, otherwise Chen Nan will definitely go astray in the future. However, after being slapped hard, Chen Nan's face showed an unbelievable expression, and he felt endless pain in his heart again. He didn't expect Zhou Ruoxi to slap himself again and again for this bastard. It seems that he has no place in her heart at all now. Sister, why? You were completely deceived by this hypocrite, didn't you find out? He just pretended to be a good person in front of you all the time. Then, Chen Nan shouted hoarsely to Zhou Ruoxi in front of him. His face was full of grievance and anger, and Zhou Ruoxi didn't want to stand on his side. I didn't expect that she would still help this bastard to teach herself a lesson. Chenan, shut up for me. Brother Tian is so kind to you, why do you slander him again and again? I originally wanted Brother Tian to send you out of here, but now you should continue to kneel here and reflect on it. Zhou Ruoxi's face became extremely indifferent, and she said to Chen Nan angrily. Because Chen Nan's behavior really made her feel too cold, since he is so ignorant, let him continue to kneel here. Chapter 243 Abolition of Chenan. At this moment, Chen Nan was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. The only thing he could do now was to stare at Ling Tian with his fierce eyes. Because now Zhou Ruoxi has no trust in him at all, and in terms of strength, he is not Ling Tian's opponent at all. Brother Tian, I'm sorry. Zhou Ruoxi's eyes were a little red. She turned her head and said in a trembling voice to her brother Tian. Nothing. Ling Tian's face was full of smiles, and he spoke softly to comfort Zhou Ruoxi. Seeing the doting smile on his brother Tian's face, Zhou Ruoxi was also moved at the moment, unable to control the love in his heart for Ling Tian, and threw himself directly into his arms. On the other hand, Ling Tian looked at Chen Nan who was kneeling in front of him with a proud face, and even reached out and gently stroked Zhou Ruoxi's jade back in front of him. This move made Chen Nan's face even more ferocious. At this moment, he was about to be swallowed up by anger. Brother Tian, there are some, tired. I'll go back to my room to rest first. Zhou Ruoxi leaned on Ling Tian's shoulder and said, her voice was a little low at the moment. Obviously, Chen Nan's performance just now made her feel very depressed at the moment, so she wants to leave this place first. Then go back. I'll talk to my brother-in-law a few more times, and teach him how to respect my brother-in-law. Ling Tian gently separated Zhou Ruoxi from himself, and then said to her with a smile. But as long as Zhou Ruoxi leaves his sight, he will naturally not let this Chen Nan go easily. After all, for such an arrogant guy, Ling Tian naturally wanted to teach him how to behave. A sweet smile appeared on Zhou Ruoxi's beautiful face. She nodded to her brother Tian, and then she turned and walked towards the yard. As for her younger brother, it is best that brother Tian can teach him a little more. This is exactly what she wants to see. After that, Ling Tian looked at Chen Nan who was kneeling in front of him with a playful expression. In his mind, he also began to think about how to deal with this guy later. And Chen Nan, who was kneeling on the ground, was not to be outdone, and still looked at Ling Tian with his fierce eyes. Chen Nan has never hated a man so much. Ling Tian is definitely the most special one. Chenan, what do you think I should do with you? After all, you are also my brother-in-law now. To be honest, I am a little embarrassed. Noticing that Zhou Ruoxi's figure gradually disappeared outside the yard, Ling Tian said to Chen Nan with a smirk. Humph, you shameless hypocrite. If you want to do it, just do it. Why do you pretend to be pretentious in front of me? Chen Nan's face also showed a look of contempt, and said rudely to Ling Tian. After all, my sister Ruoxi is no longer here, so this guy is still pretending to be a good person in front of him. Oh, is this the first time I've heard someone make such a cheap request? If that's the case, let's make you a waste first. A cold look flashed in Ling Tian's eyes, and after speaking, he stretched out his right hand, and then slapped Chen Nan's body with his palm. Bang! I saw that Chen Nan was shot directly by Ling Tian, leaving a mouthful of blood in the air. Afterwards, his body rolled far away on the ground in embarrassment, and then he lay on the ground like a dead dog. Do not. My power. Chen Nan directly roared out unwillingly. He found that he was directly abolished by this damn bastard. You must know that this is the powerful strength he acquired after experiencing some adventures. If he cultivated normally, he would not have been able to break through to the middle stage of the earth so quickly. However, now that everything has been ruined by this guy, if he wants to make a comeback, he doesn't know how long it will take to regain such power. Chen Nan raised his head again to look at Ling Tian who was walking towards him. His eyes were full of mad hatred. Congratulations to the host for successfully destroying all the strength of the protagonist Chen Nan. The protagonist luck -800, the host's villain value +90000. Ha ha, why are you staring at me like that? This is your request just now. A playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he said to the poor bastard lying on the ground. After all, he is the beauty of an adult. I will definitely kill you, wait for me. Chen Nan's eyes stared at Ling Tian, gnashing his teeth and speaking to him. Although he has become a waste now, as long as he can escape from here, it will not be long before he can make a comeback. After all, Chen Nan's previous life was a heaven-level powerhouse. Although all the meridians on his body have been abolished, he still has a way to recover. But at this moment, his hatred for Ling Tian is getting deeper and deeper. After all, this guy has left him with too much pain and humiliation. Do you think you can leave here easily after threatening me? Do you think me too well? Do you really think I won't kill you directly? Ling Tian's face was full of disdain. He stretched out a foot and stepped on Chen Nan's head, mocking him rudely. Ling Tian has already planned to completely dispose of this protagonist. Of course, he must have some residual heat before he dies. After hearing Ling Tian's words, a trace of fear flashed in Chen Nan's heart. After all, he didn't want to die like this, because he would continue to seek revenge for the guy in front of him. Originally Chen Nan thought that this hypocrite would take Zhou Ruoxi's face and let him leave here, but he didn't expect that he would continue to attack him. However, Chen Nan did not show the slightest strangeness for the time being, and then he forced himself to calm down in his heart, thinking about the next countermeasures. Only if he can leave here alive, can he return all the pain he has suffered to this guy in front of him. You will not. Aren't you afraid that Sister Ruoxi will find out about this? If you dare to do something to me, she will never forgive you. Chen Nan's face was full of resentment, and he sneered at Ling Tian in front of him. But at this time, apart from carrying out his sister Ruoxi, he had no other way to save himself. After all, in the face of this guy's powerful strength, he doesn't have any resistance at all, and now I just hope he can shake the face of Sister Ruoxi. Ha ha, as long as I secretly get rid of you, I won't let Ruoxi find out. Besides, even if I kill you directly in front of her, she won't necessarily hate me. If it's a big deal, I'll tell her that I just accidentally killed you. As long as I coax her well, Ruoxi will definitely soften her heart. What's more, you don't think your position in Ruoxi's heart is more important than mine. Ling Tian's eyes were full of jokes. He looked proudly at Chen Nan in front of him, and told the plan in his heart word by word. I didn't expect this Chen Nan to actually use the aggressive method on himself. But what if he moved Zhou Ruoxi out? As long as he secretly kills this kid by himself, then there is no proof of death, and Zhou Ruoxi would never know that it was his own hands. What's more, even if Zhou Ruoxi finds out, it doesn't matter much. After all, now that she is her man, isn't it very obvious that her heart will be more inclined to whom? But Ling Tian naturally couldn't do it directly in front of Zhou Ruoxi, he still cared very much about his woman. People. Chapter 244 The protagonist must die as a standard. After learning that Ling Tian was so insidious, Chen Nan's face turned dark at this moment, and he felt that this guy in front of him was so difficult to deal with. And Chen Nan's heart also began to panic. This is definitely the biggest crisis he has faced since he was born. When Chen Nan found that he was facing this situation, he also felt a deep powerlessness in his heart again. However, Ling Tian ignored the protagonist and immediately called Qian Chang, who had been waiting near the courtyard. After all, there are certain things that must be left to his subordinates to do. Ling Tian doesn't have the spare time to take care of some trivial matters. Master, do you have any orders? Qingxi quickly came to Ling Tian, and then asked him respectfully. Take this kid to the dungeon and lock it up. Lock it up with Chu Feng's father. 040, let them fight to the death by the way. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he instructed Qingxi in front of him. After all, as a real protagonist, it must be the death of both parents. Obviously, Chu Feng did not meet this standard at the moment. So Ling Tian planned to help him, hoping that the gift he gave would also make Chu Feng feel full of surprises. However, Ling Tian felt that if these two people had a fight, it would definitely be the protagonist Chen Nan who would survive in the end. Although Chu Tianya and this Chen Nan are both trash now, but Chen Nan is a protagonist after all, so the scale of victory will definitely fall to this guy. This idea is really brilliant, young master. I will definitely entertain these guys well. There was also a wicked smile on Qingxi's face, and he also sincerely admired his young master's idea. To be honest, he is also very interested in being able to perform such a task. Then you can quickly bring this kid over there. I'm just waiting for you to bring me good news. Ling Tian smiled and said to Chang Zi in front of him. Ling Tian is very clear about the abilities of his subordinates, so he is very relieved to leave this matter to Qingxi. Don't worry, young master. Then I'll take this kid over right now. There was a pleasing smile on Qingxi's face, and he nodded to Ling Tian. Then, he walked in the direction of Chen Nan, wanting to take him to the dungeon immediately. At this moment, Chen Nan's eyes are full of bloodshots, and his eyes are full of bloodthirsty killing intent. Chen Nan naturally listened to the conversation between the two just now, and he felt more and more that Ling Tian was really a despicable and shameless guy. And he is also full of hatred for the strong son in front of him. After all, the two guys in front of him have insulted him fiercely. But now there is also a very fortunate thing, that is, the two guys in front of them did not directly attack themselves. As long as he can survive, Chen Nan believes that he will definitely have the day to take revenge. Snapped. There was a trace of ferocity on Qingxi's face. As soon as he walked in front of Chen Nan, he gave him a big mouth. Believe it again or not, I will dig out your eyeballs. Then Qingxi again threatened Chen Nan fiercely in front of him. After all, Qingxi will not be used to this boy. He has taught this guy a lesson before, and now he will not hold back at all. At this moment, Chen Nan was directly lying on the ground by Qingxi Fan, and he spit out a mouthful of blood in an instant, and when he looked closely, this mouthful of blood was actually full of broken teeth. Suddenly, Chen Nan's face showed a resentful look again, but his hands were firmly grasping the ground, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. Because Chen Nan knows that the most important thing now is to survive, as long as he can regain his full strength, a small character like this can easily stab him to death with a single finger. I bother. What a coward. A disdainful smile appeared on Qingxi's face, and he mocked Chen Nan. Originally, he thought that this kid would continue to resist, but he didn't expect to be directly counseled, which made him suddenly lose the mind of continuing to teach this guy. If this guy dares to continue grinning at himself, Qingxi will definitely pack him up and let him know that he must be honest if he has no strength. Hearing this dog slave's ridicule towards him, Chen Nan's face suddenly became extremely humiliated. He didn't expect him to be reduced to such a level. After that, Qingxi didn't continue talking nonsense anymore. He took Chen Nan and walked towards the dungeon. And at this time, Chen Nan was also very sensible and did not make the slightest act of resistance. After all, he knows that he has become a waste now, and he has no ability to resist in front of this bodyguard. Although Chen Nan lost all his strength, he also knew that this bodyguard was a mysterious warrior. And after Ling Tian watched the two gradually go away, he returned to the courtyard and planned to spend more time with Zhou Ruoxi. Because Zhou Ruoxi has just become his own woman, and her character is very attractive, Ling Tian naturally intends to spend more time on her. It didn't take long for Qingxi to bring Chen Nan to the dungeon. At this moment, Chu Feng and his son are still curled up in their dog cage with humiliated faces. It can be seen that they have not yet recovered from the shadow of being forced to eat dog food before. "Brother Chang, why are you here?" "Oh, it seems that there is a newcomer to join." Ahua's face at the moment also showed a trace of excitement, and said to Qingxi who came to the dungeon. "Ha ha ha, and this is the person appointed by the young master." Qingxi also responded with a smile. He is very satisfied with the tragic situation of Chu Feng and his son. Afterwards, Qingxi directly threw Chen Nan into the dog cage where Chu Tianya was. However, at this moment, Chu Feng's face changed greatly, because he was very familiar with the guy in front of him. This guy wanted to put a cuckold on himself before. Unexpectedly, he was also caught here at 1.5, and he was locked in the same dog cage with his father. But Chu Feng also had a bad feeling in his heart, because he saw the weird smile on the face of the bodyguard who just came in. Obviously, this bodyguard has absolutely no good intentions in locking that guy with his own father. "Damn it, you two bastards, quickly let me out." Chen Nan's face was also full of humiliation at the moment, and he roared at Qingxi and Ahua in front of him. He frantically used his feet to hold the dog cage in front of him, wanting to let these two damn fellows release him. Chen Nan never thought that he would be locked in a dog cage. He felt that these two damned guys were definitely doing it on purpose. They just wanted to trample on their dignity. Chapter 245 Chen Nan kills Chu Tianya, orphan Chu Feng. "Brother Chang, let me teach this guy a lesson first. When you get here, how dare you be so arrogant?" A cruel smile appeared on Ahua's face. After speaking, he opened the dog cage and took Chen Nan out. Clap clap clap. Then Ahua opened his bow from left to right, smacking Chen Nan's big mouth crazily. Chen Nan is also struggling frantically at the moment, but in front of Ahua, he is so powerless at the moment. And Qingxi naturally didn't mind his own business. He sat directly on the chair on the side, then took out a cigar, lit it, and started to smoke. While smoking a cigar, Qingxi watched with great interest the scene of Chen Nan being madly beaten by Ahua. It didn't take long for Chen Nan's face in front of him to be covered with bright red slap prints. A face was slapped into a pig's head, and blood was still flowing from his mouth. It can be said that with Chen Nan's miserable appearance, even if Zhou Ruoxi stood in front of him, he might not be able to recognize him. After being madly taught by Ahua, Chen Nan also calmed down at this moment, but his eyes were so swollen that he could only narrow a slit, and his eyes were full of resentment. When he saw that this guy was no longer struggling, Ahua also felt a little bored, and stopped immediately. "Brother Chang, this kid is so thick-skinned. My hand hurts." After throwing Chen Nan back into the dog's cage like throwing garbage, Ahua showed a wicked smile and ridiculed the Qingxi in front of him. "I think your kid is completely overwhelmed, right?" There was also a trace of contempt on Qingxi's face, and he threw a cigar to Ahua after he finished speaking. "Hey hey." Hearing Qingxi's words, Ahua didn't refute, lit the cigar directly, and then sat aside and started smoking. "Brother Chang, does the young master have any orders?" After spitting out a puff of smoke, Ahua's face showed a hint of respect, and asked Qingxi. After all, if the young master sent a newcomer in, he should have given orders. "Master let this kid have a life and death duel with that old thing in his dog cage. So you should understand what happens next." When talking about this topic, there was a wicked smile on Qingxi's face again. After all, this was the picture he was looking forward to very much. He really wanted to see what Chu Feng's expression looked like after his father died. After all, Qingxi doesn't have any good feelings for these two boys in the dog cage. If it wasn't for the fact that the young master had given orders before, maybe he would have directly killed these two guys. "Brother Chang, this matter is covered by me. I promise it will be done beautifully." Ahua's face was full of excitement at the moment, and he immediately made a promise to Qingxi. He is very interested in the young master's mission this time, and he really wants to do this kind of thing. Qingxi responded calmly, and then continued to smoke his cigar. At this moment, the faces of Chu Feng and his son in the dog cage have become extremely ugly, especially Chu Feng. His face has become ashen at this moment. He never imagined that Ling Tian would be so shameless. Not only did he steal his fiancée by despicable means, but now he actually wanted to use this guy to deal with his father. Suddenly, Chu Feng's heart became flustered, because he was very afraid that his father would be hurt. After all, he has now become a waste. At this time, Awa couldn't sit still anymore, and saw that he stood up directly from the seat with a cigar in his mouth. Afterwards, Awa immediately came to the dog cage where Chen Nan was, and kicked it fiercely. "You two crap, did you hear that? Next, the two of you will quickly duel," Awa said directly to the two people in the dog cage. If the two of them are honest and obedient, then Awa will naturally sit aside and watch the show, but if these two dare to be disobedient, Awa will definitely teach them a lesson. "You bloody bastard. If you have the ability, you can let my father go, and I'll come at me." At this moment, Chu Feng could no longer restrain the anger in his heart, and shouted at Awa in front of him. He is not willing to let his father continue to be in danger, and his current situation is definitely better than his father. If he and this damned guy become opponents, Chu Feng feels that his winning rate must be higher. Therefore, Chu Feng is now very decisively choosing to pull hatred, hoping to transfer this life and death duel to himself. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this old guy to be your father. I will definitely kill him." Before the two Chinxi could answer, Chen Nan in the dog cage laughed wildly, and then spoke viciously to Chu Feng. After all, Chen Nan doesn't have any good feelings for Chu Feng, so he naturally doesn't have any psychological burden for killing his father. And Chen Nan felt that he had suffered so much humiliation and finally had a place to vent. However, the pain will never go away, it will only be transferred from one person to another. Obviously, Chu Feng's heart is like a knife at this moment. "You bloody bastard. If you dare to hurt my father, I will definitely kill you." Chu Feng's face became extremely hideous, and he threatened Chen Nan. At this moment, Chu Feng's heart is full of crazy killing intent. If he can rush out of the dog cage, he will definitely kill this damn guy. "You bastard, just stay in your dog cage and watch how I killed your father." Chen Nan ignored Chu Feng's threat at all, and after speaking, a sneer appeared on his face. "You two wastes, don't hurry up." Awa impatiently kicked the dog cage again and urged the two of them. Chu Tianya on the side also showed crazy killing intent in his eyes, and immediately punched Chen Nan's head. Now he can only choose to strike first and become stronger. After all, he has already seen that the two guys in front of him will not let him go. However, Chen Nan had already guarded against the old thing next to him, and after blocking the punch with his hands in front of his head, the two fought in the dog cage. After all, the space inside this dog cage is very small. The two of them couldn't even stand up, so they could barely squeeze into it. Seeing that these two wastes finally fought, Awa also sat back on his seat, smoking a cigar while enjoying the good show at the moment. Damn it, Chu Feng can only be incompetent and furious at this moment, because he can't do anything at all. He could only watch the duel between his father and that guy, but he was also praying secretly in his heart, hoping that his father could win the final victory. However, everything that Chu Feng thought was just an extravagant hope. As the duel between the two progressed, Chu Tianya's physical strength was exhausted faster and faster, and the scale of victory gradually fell to Chen Nan. Chu Feng is also becoming more and more nervous at this moment, because his father is gradually forced to defend, 040 and that damn guy is getting more and more ruthless. "Do not, you damn bastard, stop me." When he saw that his father was strangled by this guy with his hands, Chu Feng roared out in pain. After Chu Tianya was tightly locked by Chen Nan's neck at this moment, his face became ashen, and it was obvious that he couldn't even breathe. Soon he will be killed by Chen Nan. "Ha ha ha, you bastard, be an orphan for Lao Su." Seeing the painful appearance of Chu Feng in front of him, Chen Nan suddenly laughed arrogantly, and continued to mock him. Because Chen Nan has been killing this guy since the first sight of him, so if there is a chance to kill his father, Chen Nan will naturally not be polite. Soon, Chu Tianya lost all sound under Chen Nan's subordinates and became a real dead man. Watching Chen Nan throw away his father's body like throwing garbage, Chu Feng suddenly felt the pain of the heart piercing. "I am going to kill you. I will definitely kill you. You guys are all damned." At this moment, Chu Feng's eyes were blood red, his hands tightly grasped the iron rod on the dog cage, and he roared frantically at the few people in front of him. Chu Feng's body was shaking violently with anger and pain, and a mouthful of blood even leaked from his mouth. The revenge of killing his father is inexorable, and his only thought is to kill all these bastards in this dungeon. Although the bastard in the dog cage actually killed his father, the two guys sitting there smoking cigars are definitely one of the culprits. Chapter 246 Qing Yun's shyness, delivered it to her door in person. At this moment, Qingxi and Ahua are full of excitement. After all, Chu Feng's performance after his father's death really made them so satisfied. For the threat of this guy, the two of them don't pay attention at all, because now Chu Feng has already become a waste, and can't cause any harm to the two of them at all. Kill me. You deserve it. You'd better wait until you can get out of this dog cage. The face of Chen Nan in the other dog cage was full of disdain at the moment, and he mocked Chu Feng in front of him. Chen Nan is also in a very happy mood now. After all, he has been tortured by Ling Tian for so long, and now he finally has a chance to vent. If it was to kill an ordinary person, Chen Nan would not have any pleasure at all, but after killing this kid's father, he was greatly satisfied. Seeing that the enemy who killed his father was still so arrogant, Chu Feng did not continue to speak at this moment, but just stared at him with his eyes full of killing intent. Because Chu Feng knew that what he said was useless now, and his father would never be able to live again. The only thing he can do now is to torture this damned dog to death after recovering his strength. Looks like you still have some use for this piece of shit. But I didn't expect this old guy to be such a waste, and he was directly killed after holding on for such a long time. At this time, Qingxi also walked over with a smile on his face, and said proudly to Chen Nan in front of him. However, his opening immediately attracted the hatred of the two protagonists in the dog cage. After all, Hadron had tortured them both. You still have the courage to stare at Lao Su. It seems that the lessons I gave you before are still too light. Next, let's have a good experience of the fun of competing with fencing masters. There was a sneer on Qingxi's face, and he said to the two people in the dog cage. After all, if these two guys don't teach them a lesson every day, they will definitely grin at themselves all day long. Therefore, Qingxi will naturally not be polite to these two people. He will use all methods to torture these two guys. Ahua, I'll leave this matter to you. Let those guys teach these two boys a hard lesson. Afterwards, Qingxi turned his head to look at Ahua who was on the side, and said to him with a smirk. These things must be more suitable for Ahua to do. After all, his means of torturing people are more ruthless than himself. Leave it all to me, Brother Chang. I promise to give these two guys an experience they'll never forget. Jia. Ahua seriously nodded to the strong man in front of him, and a strange smile appeared on his face. As long as these two guys are in his hands, all he has is a way to concoct these two guys. No matter how arrogant they are in front of them now, they still have to bow their heads obediently. Qingxi nodded in satisfaction, then turned and left. However, at this moment, the faces of the two protagonists in the dog cage were ashen. After all, they had already competed with a large group of fencing masters. Immediately, the two of them couldn't help scolding the two bodyguards in the dungeon, thinking that these two guys are really irresponsible. Looking at the ugly faces of the two guys in the dog cage in front of him, Ahua felt a strong excitement in his heart again. Afterwards, he immediately took out his mobile phone and began to prepare to shake people over to serve these two guys. In the courtyard where Ling Tian was, he was lying on the chair with a comfortable face, while Zhou Ruoxi knelt down in front of him with a shy face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for indirectly killing the protagonist Chu Feng's father Chu Tianya. The protagonist luck -600, the host's villain value +80000. After receiving the reward given by the system, Ling Tian suddenly showed a playful smile on his face, and now he is in a better mood. God brother Tian, what are you laughing at just now? Seeing the strange smile on his brother Tian's face, Zhou Ruoxi couldn't help but ask word by word. After all, brother Tian said to comfort himself, how could he suddenly lose his mind? It's okay, I just thought of something interesting. Ling Tian's face was full of smiles, and after speaking, he reached out and gently rubbed Zhou Ruoxi's black hair. Naturally, it is impossible for him to tell this woman the truth directly, and some things must be hidden from the woman around him. Because these things they know will have no effect, it will only add to the troubles. Oh, Zhou Ruoxi answered gently, and stopped asking. Zhou Ruoxi is also a very smart woman, she knows very well that everyone has their own little secrets, even her brother Tian. The next day, Zhou Ruoxi returned to her original residence to pack her luggage at Ling Tian's request. Of course, Ling Tian also sent a few people to help her along with her. After all, Zhou Ruoxi has also become his own woman now, so Ling Tian naturally doesn't want him to continue living outside alone. Unexpectedly, Ling Tian received another unexpected call early in the morning, and the person who called him was Shangguan Qingyan. "Brother Tian, does my mother really want you and sister Rumeng to be guests in our villa? She wants to thank you too for saving her life before." Shangguan Qingyan answered the phone on her balcony with joy on her face, and her voice was even more clear and moving. Obviously, since her mother woke up, the smiles on Shangguan Qingyan's face have become more and more popular. However, these smiles and tenderness of hers were basically given to Ling Tian. After all, this man changed her life and brought new hope to her life. Ha ha. Let's talk about it next time when you're free. But the promise between us has not been fully fulfilled. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he said directly to Shangguan Qingyan. Because this woman was the one that the two protagonists in the dungeon were fighting over, Ling Tian naturally planned to steal his love in front of these two guys. Presumably in this way, I can smash a handful of wool from the two protagonists again. Moreover, Ling Tian is also looking forward to the performance of these two guys. What? On the other side of the phone, Shangguan Qingyan's pretty face suddenly turned red. She didn't expect Brother Tian to suddenly say such words to herself. But she didn't have any resistance in her heart, instead, there was only a trace of expectation and full of shyness. After all, Shangguan Qingyan is a big girl, she has never experienced such a thing. God brother, I'll go to your manor in a minute. Wait for me. Shangguan Qingyan endured the shyness in her heart and finished these words, and then she hung up the phone immediately. At this moment, the blush on her pretty face had reached the back of her ears, and her delicate cherry lips began to breathe lightly. Obviously, what she said just now gave her a lot of courage. But Shangguan Qingyan never thought of going back on what he had already promised Ling Tian about. Because she also has a very good impression of Ling Tian in her heart, especially when he wakes up his mother. What a shame. Shangguan Qingyan stretched out his fair hands to cover his hot face, and couldn't help muttering to himself. At this moment, Shangguan Qingyan began to regret her boldness again. She was worried that Brother Tian would think she was an unreserved girl because of what she said just now. Chapter 247 Castrate the two protagonists and feed the dog directly. At this time, Ling Tian couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. He didn't expect this woman to be so direct in front of him. Afterwards, he put away his mobile phone and walked towards the dungeon. Next, it's time to clean up these protagonists. After all, Ling Tian feels that the two of them are too comfortable to live. On the other hand, Shangguan Qingyan quickly returned to his room, and then began to choose the clothes to wear in his closet. She also knew very well in her heart that after she arrived at the Ling family's manor, she might break through to that step with Brother Tian. So Shangguan Qingyan naturally planned to dedicate her most beautiful side to Ling Tian, and she didn't want to leave any regrets in her life. In the Ling family's dungeon, Chen Nan and Chu Feng are curled up in the dog cage at this moment, their faces are abnormally pale, and their eyes are full of bloodshots. After all, last night they were basically exchanging sword skills with a group of strong men, and there was no time to rest at all. Although they have experienced so much humiliation and pain, their hearts are still full of anger and unwillingness, and the two will not give in so easily. And Awa naturally always sat on the chair beside him with an excited face, looking at the two people who had just been tortured madly in front of him. Then Awa suddenly got up and walked out of the dungeon. After all, he just got the news that the young master is going to this place. It didn't take long for Awa to see the young master walking towards the dungeon with Brother Chang and several other bodyguards. "Master." After seeing Ling Tian come to him, Awa immediately said respectfully. Ling Tian nodded with a smile, and then unhurriedly pushed open the door of the dungeon, and then walked in. What caught Forty's eyes were the two protagonists locked in the dog cage. Seeing their miserable appearance, Ling Tian's heart was also very happy at the moment. After all, his villain and these protagonists are natural enemies, so Ling Tian will naturally have no sympathy or pity. It's all because of this damn guy. Dad, I will definitely kill him to avenge you. Chu Feng's eyes were full of terrifying killing intent, staring at Ling Tian who had just walked in, and then swore secretly in his heart. because he knew that the culprit behind his father's tragic death was the guy in front of him. Of course, Chu Feng will not let the guy in the dog cage next to him. After all, he personally moved his father's hand, and this bastard wants to put a cuckold on himself. At this moment, Chen Nan's face naturally also showed a look of resentment. His hands were holding the dog cage tightly, so as to suppress the anger in his heart. To be honest, what Chen Nan wanted to kill the most was this guy, but he knew that he had to endure it now, because he was no match for this guy at all. Ha ha, it seems that both of you hold grudges against me. If that's the case, then I have to teach you a good lesson. A sneer appeared on Ling Tian's face, and then said disdainfully to the two of them. Ling Tian would naturally not be polite to these two cheap bones. Pull these two waists out. Ling Tian said to Qingxi and the others in front of him, and then he sat on the chair next to him with a comfortable face. Then Ling Tian took out a cigar from the humidor, lit it, and started smoking it on his own. When Qingxi and Ahua heard the instructions of their young master, they also showed a grin on their faces, and then they opened the dog cage and took these two boys out. Snapped. Kneel down. Qingxi gave Chen Nan a big mouth with a fierce face, then stepped on his knee and said coldly to him. Chen Nan, who had become a waste at this moment, naturally had no resistance at all, and knelt down at Ling Tian's feet with a face of humiliation. And Ahua on the side naturally followed suit, and then Chu Feng knelt on the ground in humiliation like Chen Nan. Master, what are you going to do with these two boys? Looking at Ling Tian who was swallowing clouds and mist in front of him, Qingxi asked respectfully. Castrate it. Remember to cut them clean. After all, a man can be honest after he has been castrated. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he casually instructed the two in front of him. After waiting for the two protagonists to become eunuchs, Ling Tian will make them kneel at the door, and he will enter the room and completely possess their most beloved woman. Thinking about this kind of thing is very exciting. To be honest, Ling Tian can't wait to try it. Of course, this kind of thing still has to be done step by step. If Ling Tian is too impulsive, he will still be abrupt to the beauty. After all, Ling Tian cherishes his own woman very much. And the two protagonists kneeling on the ground at the moment heard Ling Tian's words, their faces turned green. They didn't expect Ling Tian to be so despicable and shameless, that he actually wanted to turn himself into a eunuch. You dare! I will definitely kill you. At this moment, Chu Feng was extremely excited, and roared wildly at Ling Tian, knowing that he was a virgin in 2 lifetimes. In the previous life, Chu Feng had never even touched a woman's hand, but after he was reborn, he originally thought that he could wantonly flower bushes, but he didn't expect that after encountering Ling Tianji IBF he was directly put into a dog cage. So how could Chu Feng be willing to become a eunuch from now on and never touch women again, not to mention that Shangguan Qingyan is still in his heart now. On the other hand, Chen Nan's face also became hideous, staring at Ling Tian with fierce eyes. He didn't want to become a eunuch from now on. You must know that in his previous life, he was a killing god, and women were an indispensable existence in his life every day, so he couldn't live without that stuff. Dog thing, how dare you be presumptuous in front of the young master? There was a hint of sternness on Ahua's face. As soon as his words fell, he punched Chu Feng's stomach fiercely. Ah! Then Chu Feng let out a painful roar, and the whole person curled up into a soft-footed shrimp. Hurry up and do it. Regarding the resentful gazes of the two protagonists in front of him, Ling Tian indifferently instructed the bodyguards in front of him. Afterwards, both Qingxi and Ahua showed excited smiles on their faces. After all, they were also very much looking forward to the scene of turning these two guys into eunuchs by themselves. I saw Qingxi and the two directly pulled Chen Nan and Chu Feng, who were kneeling on the ground, to the side, and then they directly grabbed the big knife on the side. No. At this moment, the faces of the two protagonists showed fearful expressions, and they immediately roared at the two bodyguards who were taking action. Because they didn't want to become a real eunuch either, suddenly, their bodies began to struggle frantically, trying to escape the fate of being castrated. Then in front of Qingxi and the struggle of the two protagonists seemed so powerless that they could not change any results at all. I saw Qingxi's 2 hands start to fall. Ah! Suddenly, 2 pig-like howls resounded throughout the dungeon. Ha ha ha! At the same time, Ling Tian and others showed excited smiles on their faces. After all, the happiness of some people is always based on the pain of others. After being castrated, the faces of the two protagonists looked unlovable, but their hearts were also full of killing intent at the moment. After all, the pain of breaking the root is inexorable. However, Ling Tian and the others didn't care at all. After all, these two protagonists are now completely trash-like existences. Let's bring the guard dog from our manor. After all, it's okay to cut it off and feed the dog. Ling Tian's eyes were full of jokes, and he instructed Qingxi. Wonderful, young master. A flattering smile appeared on Qingxi's face, and he gave Ling Tian a thumbs up after speaking. Then Qingxi quickly left the dungeon, ready to bring the dog over. And after the two protagonists heard the conversation between Ling Tian and the two, their faces were even more ugly as a dead mother. However, they have no ability to struggle at all, and can only wait silently for the arrival of fate. Not long after, Qingxi walked over with two big black dogs. After the two big black dogs saw the two lumps of meat on the ground, they swallowed them all in one bite. Do not. Damn you all. The two protagonists start their incompetent rage again, and then they watch their heirlooms feed the dogs. At this time, Chen Nan and Chu Feng felt the heart-piercing pain. After all, the lifeblood was fed to the dog, which meant that there was no chance to take it back. At this moment, their hatred for Ling Tian has reached an inexhaustible level. To be honest, they all want to give Ling Tian a skinny cramp. Because everything Ling Tian had just done was simply trampling their dignity and personality on the ground. Chapter 248. The two protagonists break the defense, Qing Yun's shyness. You bloody bastard. I will definitely kill you, you wait for me. Chu Feng's face was full of pain and humiliation, and he roared wildly at Ling Tian in front of him. After all, he didn't even have his own life, and he was destined to never be a man again. Moreover, how could he who became an eunuch raise his head in front of a woman in the future? Now Chu Feng feels that even if Shangguan Qingyan likes him, he doesn't have the courage to continue to face this woman, because he is now incomplete. If Chu Feng didn't still have the obsession to avenge his father, to be honest, he might as well just die now, because his life has no expectations. Damn it. On the other side, Chen Nan's face was also full of resentment, and 10 fingers gripped the ground, even leaving 10 bloodstains. Although he also knows a few ways to be reborn from a severed limb, if he wants to succeed, it is simply impossible, it is just a matter of luck. So now, his heart is full of crazy killing intent towards Ling Tian. In his previous life, he also used methods to turn many men into eunuchs. He never expected that he would experience such a taste today. Just because of you trash. I can crush you with one finger. A sneer appeared on Ling Tian's face. He stood up directly from the seat, and then stepped on Chu Feng's forehead and said disdainfully. And I will not only castrate you two wastes today. I want you to kneel at the door, and then occupy your beloved Qingyan in front of you. Are you surprised? Ha ha ha. Ling Tian's face was full of pride, and he told his thoughts word by word, and after speaking, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. You are shameless. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Chu Feng broke his defense again and scolded him directly. You must know that Shangguan Qingyan is still his fiancé in name, but I didn't expect this damn bastard to have such an idea. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt that the top of his head was green at the moment. He didn't expect that after he became a eunuch, he would actually be wearing a cuckold. And Chen Nan's face on the side also became very ugly. No matter what, Shangguan Qingyan is also the woman he likes. Ha ha, you two trash don't have any thoughts about Qing Yun, right? It's like a toad wants to eat swan meat. After taking the reactions of the two protagonists into his eyes, Ling Tian said with disdain on his face. Since you have such affection for Qing Yun, at that time, you two green slaves will kneel at the door, which can be regarded as cheering for me and Qingyan. I'm sure I'll be even more excited then. Thinking of this, Ling Tian's face was full of pride, and he insulted the two protagonists on the ground very arrogantly. After he finished speaking, the soles of his shoes were rubbing frantically on Chu Feng's face, and he didn't take him seriously at all. Ah, I must kill you. At this moment, Chu Feng roared again in anger. Ling Tian's words just now made his last bit of sad self-esteem dealt an unprecedented blow. After all, what man could bear such an insult? Clap your mouth. Don't let the other one go. Ling Tian calmly retracted his feet, and then instructed the two Qingxi beside him. Although Chen Nan is acting very honest now, Ling Tian will naturally not forget to take care of this kid. After receiving Ling Tian's order, Qingxi and Awa showed hideous smiles on their faces. I saw that they picked up the two guys on the ground, and then pressed them to the ground again. Clap clap clap. Afterwards, Qingxi and Awa dealt another crazy output to these two people, directly beating the two protagonists to the point where they couldn't even speak. And Ling Tian naturally sat back on the chair in front and looked at the heartwarming scene in front of him with a smile on his face. In Shangguan's villa, Shangguan Qingyan directly wore a light blue dress that she liked the most, which further brought out her graceful figure. Coupled with the fact that her beautiful face is also slightly adorned with fendai, Shangguan Qingyan at this moment can definitely be called an alluring country. Taking a look at the perfect self in the makeup mirror, Shangguan Qingyan walked downstairs with satisfaction, ready to talk to his mother before heading to the Ling family manor. And her mother, Zhang Shuiye, happened to be downstairs. Now her face is rosy, it's obvious that her body has slowly recovered. Qingyan, you dressed up so beautifully today. Is this going to my lover's house? Seeing that her daughter was obviously well dressed, Zhang Shuiye also showed an ambiguous smile on her fair face, and asked her daughter. As Shangguan Qingyan's mother, she naturally already knew the relationship between her daughter and Ling Tian. After all, Shangguan Qingyan never wanted to hide it from his mother, not to mention that she already had a good impression of Ling Tian. Mother, what hasn't happened between me and brother Tian? After hearing his mother's words, Shangguan Qingyan's pretty face suddenly turned red, and he started to coquettishly put his arms around Zhang Shuiye. After being teased by her mother like this, she felt very ashamed in her heart. Then it seems that my mother guessed right. Since you're going to go to the Ling family manor. By the way, continue to help mother to thank Ling Xiao and Lu Yixian. A doting smile appeared on Zhang Shuiye's face. She reached out and rubbed her daughter's hair, and said to her gently. She is still very supportive of her daughter and Ling Tian being together, because she can also see that her daughter really likes that young man. As for the marriage contract made by the daughter before, it can only be voided, after all, it is just a baby kiss. Zhang Shuiye didn't want her daughter to be tied to such an unreliable marriage for the rest of her life, and she had taught her husband a lesson before. Well, I see, Mom. Shangguan Qingyan showed the shy smile of his youngest daughter's family, put his arms around his mother, and whispered in her ear. Then go now. Looking at your appearance, you should be very anxious to meet your little lover. Mom won't delay your business. There was also a wicked smile on Zhang Shuiye's face, and after speaking, she reached out and patted her daughter's jade back lightly. Bah! Shangguan Qingyan let out a shy purr, and her pretty face became even more rosy. She didn't refute her mother's words, because it was indeed true. Then, she reluctantly left her mother's arms. Mom, bye. After saying hello to his mother again, Shangguan Qingyan turned and left. Soon, she got into the car driven by the bodyguard, and rushed in the direction of the Ling family manor. People. Chapter 249. Husband is now guilty. The two protagonists kneel at the door. It didn't take long for Shangguan Qingyan to come to the Ling family manor, and then she walked towards the main courtyard where Ling Tian was under the guidance of the maid. And Ling Tian was already sitting outside the courtyard waiting. As for the two protagonists, they knelt down in front of him with humiliated faces. At this moment, the two also felt extreme pain in their hearts, because they knew that Shangguan Qingyan would be here soon. At that time, this woman will witness the miserable appearance of the two of them with her own eyes. It didn't take long for Shangguan Qingyan to come to the main courtyard. What caught his eye was his brother Tian and the two men kneeling on the ground. Brother God. A gentle smile appeared on Shangguan Qingyan's face. While saying hello, he walked towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian also looked at her with a smile on his face, and when the woman walked in front of him, he smiled and stretched out his arms and hugged her directly into his arms. Feeling the hot big hand on her waist, Shangguan Qingyan's pretty face was slightly red at this moment, but she didn't struggle at all. Because in 040, her heart, she has long regarded Ling Tian as her man. Not to mention that even more intimate things have happened between the two. However, Shangguan Qingyan still felt a little ashamed in his heart. After all, there were two men who liked him kneeling in front of him. Even one of them was her nominal fiancé, and she felt a strong excitement in her heart at this moment. Brother Tian, what's the matter with these two people? Why are they both kneeling here? Shangguan Qingyan's face showed a hint of curiosity. She didn't understand why these two guys are kneeling here now. She guessed in her heart that these two people may have offended her brother Tian, so they were punished and kneeled here. After hearing Shangguan Qingyan's words, the faces of Chen Nan and Chu Feng, who were kneeling on the ground at the moment, were full of shame. After all, they looked so miserable now. The two of them didn't even dare to look up at Shangguan Qingyan, they were afraid that this woman's eyes would show contempt. Because now the two of them are not only kneeling here in humiliation, but more importantly, they have also become a real eunuch. These two people are two green-haired turtles. So they want to witness their beloved Qingyan lying in your brother Tian's arms. So brother Tian also graciously allowed them to kneel at the gate of the yard so that they could witness this special moment. And I'm going to feel very excited too. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and after speaking, he reached out and grabbed Shangguan Qingyan's snow-white softweed and kneaded it gently. For the two protagonists kneeling on the ground, Ling Tian will naturally use all kinds of language to insult these two guys. Shangguan Qingyan only felt that her pretty face was hot for a while, but now she felt even more exciting. Brother Tian, you are so bad. Shangguan Qingyan snorted with a blushing face, and said angrily to Ling Tian in front of him. After speaking, he did not forget to reach out and pat Ling Tian's arm lightly. Now that she has a better understanding of Ling Tian's bad taste, she doesn't think the two men in front of her have such perverted thoughts. It's very likely that brother Tian forced the two of them to do this, but Shangguan Qingyan doesn't matter anymore. Because in her heart she had long regarded the two people in front of her as strangers, and now she only cares about Ling Tian's thoughts. Ha ha ha, don't you think it would be more interesting this way? Ling Tian smiled proudly, and then asked Shangguan Qingyan back. After all, this feeling of cuckolding other men, as long as you have experienced it, you will know the fun. To be honest, Ling Tian got the essence of it. Regarding the high-sounding words of his own brother Tian, Shangguan Qingyan doesn't know what to say at this moment. However, the seductive blush on Shangguan Qingyan's face because of her excitement also revealed her mood at the moment. However, the two kneeling on the ground looked at the intimate appearance of the man and woman on the chair in front of them, and with Ling Tian's very insulting words just now, their faces turned ashen. Damn it! I will definitely kill you. Chu Feng's eyes were full of crazy killing intent at the moment, but he could only lower his head stubbornly, unable to be furious in his heart. Because Chu Feng knew that no matter what he said now, it would only make him even more humiliated in front of Shangguan Qingyan. At this moment, his body felt heart-piercing pain again. After all, Shangguan Qingyan was the woman he had loved for 2 lifetimes. However, now he can only kneel in humiliation in front of this shameless villain, waiting for him to completely turn his Qingyan into a real woman. At this moment, Chen Nan also had a humiliated look on his face, but compared to Chu Feng's direct cuckold, his mood was not so bad. But at the same time, Chen Nan's hatred for Ling Tian became deeper and deeper. After all, Shangguan Qingyan was also the woman he liked. Qingyan, these two green-haired turtles seem to be very angry right now. But that's fine, the more angry they are, the more excited I'll feel. Taking the expressions of the two protagonists on the ground into his eyes, Ling Tian sneered at Shangguan Qingyan again. Oh my god. At this moment, a layer of water mist appeared in Shangguan Qingyan's beautiful eyes, and she said coquettishly to Ling Tian with a shy face. However, the faces of the two protagonists kneeling on the ground became more and more ugly. They felt that the man in front of them was simply not human. Qingyan, you have to stay away from this despicable villain. He's really not a good person, you have to believe me. Chu Feng couldn't help looking up at his beloved Shangguan Qingyan. His eyes were also full of affection, and he said softly to this woman. At this moment, there is still a glimmer of hope in his heart, that is, Shangguan Qingyan can listen to what he just said, and only in this way can it be possible for him and this woman to continue. However, Shangguan Qingyan was still lying shyly in Ling Tian's arms, not interested in listening to what Chu Feng said to him. After all, she felt that she and this man had already made a clear distinction, so she wouldn't do things that her brother Tian was unhappy with because of Chu Feng. Seeing that his fiancé actually ignored him, Chu Feng felt a huge anger and unwillingness again at this moment. Tisk tisk. Qingyan, I didn't expect your dog-licking fiancé to be quite affectionate. Then let's give him a green hat. Ling Tian couldn't help but praise Chu Feng, and then a wicked smile appeared on his face, and after speaking, he hugged Shangguan Qingyan. After all, he felt that the time was almost up, and it was time for these two guys to experience what real pain is. Bah! Regarding Ling Tian's intimate gesture, Shangguan Qingyan shyly buried his head in Ling Tian's arms, and a pair of soft little hands tightly wrapped around his neck. At this moment, Shangguan Qingyan only felt his body soften for a while, as if he had been electrocuted. Moreover, her heart was extremely flustered, but she also felt a faint expectation. Damn you. 1.5 If you dare to do this, I will kill your whole family. Hearing Ling Tian's shameless words, Chu Feng began to struggle frantically, and shouted at Ling Tian again in anger. His face that was swollen like a pig's head also became extremely hideous, as if he wanted to swallow Ling Tian alive. Then, under the suppression of Ling Tian, he could only humiliate and talk about it, and as for the rest, he could do nothing at all. Don't worry, Chu Feng, you are sure to wear this green hat. And not only do I dare to do this, I have to let Qingyan beg me to do it. Ha ha ha. Ling Tian's face showed a trace of disdain, and then he said to Chu Feng with a smirk. After he finished speaking, he carried Shangguan Qingyan and walked into the yard, leaving only an unusually handsome back. Do not. Seeing the backs of the two leaving, Chu Feng roared in pain. He knew that it would not be long before he became a real green turtle. Chapter 250 Worse yet to come. After Ling Tian walked into the courtyard with Shangguan Qingyan in his arms, the woman couldn't help but raised her head, and then she reached out and patted Ling Tian's arm a few times in shame. Brother Tian, you were so bad just now. I didn't expect you to be such a man. Shangguan Qingyan glared at Ling Tian with his beautiful watery eyes, and said angrily to him. After all, what Ling Tian said just now really made her feel very ashamed. The worst is yet to come. Ling Tian chuckled lightly, and didn't care about this woman's coquettish behavior, then he hugged her and walked towards the bedroom. However, Chen Nan, who was kneeling at the door of the yard at the moment, looked at Chu Feng with a painful face next to him, but a schadenfreude smile appeared on his face. Although he also likes Shangguan Qingyan very much, she is still the fiancée of the kid next to her. Seeing that he was directly put on a green hat by that bastard Ling Tian, Chen Nan felt a little excitement in his heart at this moment. You must know that when Chen Nan saw this kid next to him for the first time, he had a crazy killing intent in his heart. So seeing this guy so unlucky now, 18 in his heart naturally has a sense of pleasure. Looks like you're going to be a total green-haired turtle after a while. To be honest, I feel even more excited now than when I killed your father before. Ha ha ha. A smug smile suddenly appeared on Chen Nan's face, and he said provocatively to Chu Feng in front of him. Anyway, he and this guy have already completely torn their faces and become real enemies of life and death. So Chen Nan will naturally not be polite to this kid. If there is a chance, he will definitely kill this guy without hesitation. After hearing Chen Nan's words, Chu Feng's face turned green. It can be said that Chen Nan definitely stepped on his painful foot. Damn you too. You fucking wait for me, I must kill your whole family. Chu Feng immediately looked at Chen Nan with his eyes full of hatred, and then cursed at him. I didn't expect this guy to dare to be so arrogant after killing his father. To be honest, besides Ling Tian, the guy Chu Feng wants to kill the most is this Chen Nan. Ha ha, just rely on you, do you have such strength? You can't even keep your own woman, you deserve to be a green turtle. A disdainful smile appeared on Chen Nan's face, and he continued to mock Chu Feng. Although he is not an opponent at all in front of Ling Tian, it is not a problem to show his superiority in front of Chu Feng. After all, he has never put this guy in his eyes, otherwise he would not have prepared to rob his fiancée in front of this kid. But thinking of this, Chen Nan's face also showed a hint of gloom at this moment. He must know that he had watched the most beloved sister Ruoxi become the bastard of Ling Tian. Unexpectedly, he is now facing the same situation again, once again watching the Shangguan Qingyan he likes thrown into the arms of that bastard. Dog thing, wait for Lao Su. Hearing Chen Nan's disdainful words in his ears, Chu Feng suddenly felt angry, but he did not continue to speak up to insult himself. I saw his hands clenched tightly, forcibly suppressing the anger that was burning wildly in his heart at the moment. However, Chu Feng also secretly swore in his heart that he would not let this guy go after his strength recovered. At that time, I must torture this bastard frantically, and finally kill him by myself. What a coward. Seeing that the boy in front of him didn't dare to continue to refute him, Chen Nan said again with disdain. After that, his face became gloomy again, and he began to think about how he should escape from here. After all, Chen Nan didn't think that shameless villain would let him go. Comma comma dot dot. However, in the courtyard, Ling Tian had a very happy time. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully getting the heroine Shangguan Qingyan and causing huge humiliation to the protagonist Chu Feng. The protagonist luck -800, the host's villain value +11W. Brother Tian, I didn't expect people to break through to the middle stage of the earth so quickly. The exercise you taught me just now is really powerful. Shangguan Qingyan's pretty face was still full of blush, and he continued to praise Ling Tian. At this moment, she was lying in Ling Tian's arms like a little woman, enjoying this rare moment of happiness. Of course, this is the most powerful technique in Brother Tian's hands. A smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. He reached out and squeezed Shangguan Qingyan's rosy cheeks, and then said to her gently, "Brother Tian, you are so kind to others." Shangguan Qingyan's pretty face was also filled with emotion immediately. She raised her head shyly and kissed Ling Tian's handsome face directly. She felt that being able to meet Ling Tian was simply the greatest luck in her life. This man not only rescued his mother, but also let her experience what true love is. Afterwards, Ling Tian also continued to quietly hug this woman, letting her lie down in his arms and have a good rest. After a while, Ling Tian was also ready to go out and deal with the two protagonists. "Qingyan, Brother Tian is going out to comfort your fiancé. After all, I just took possession of his most beloved fiancé. He must be very sad now that he has become a green turtle. Are you going to stay here, or go with Brother Tian to comfort him?" Ling Tian's face was full of wicked smiles, and he teased Shangguan Qingyan in his arms. "I hate it 040. Brother Tian, you are not allowed to continue to mention this guy to others. You better go by yourself, I don't want to see this man." At this moment, Shangguan Qingyan only felt that his face was hot for a while, and he couldn't help but yell at Ling Tianzhao. She felt that her brother Tian was really getting worse and worse. Just now, he liked to mention his fiancée Chu Feng's name very much. Unexpectedly, Brother Tian actually used Chu Feng to make fun of himself. To be honest, she really feels very shy now. Of course, at the same time, Shangguan Qingyan also felt an unprecedented excitement, but she was naturally embarrassed to say such words in front of Ling Tian. "Ha ha, then you continue to stay here and have a good rest. Wait a while, Brother Tian, come back and accompany you well." Seeing Shangguan Qingyan's shy appearance, Ling Tian naturally wouldn't force it. After he smiled and comforted her, he got up and prepared to pack himself up. Soon, Ling Tian put on his clothes and walked towards the door of the bedroom. Shangguan Qingyan, on the other hand, watched her brother Tian with some hazy eyes, and she probably guessed that her brother Tian had humiliated those two guys in the past. After all, when he first came here, brother Tian did just that. Moreover, Shangguan Qingyan is now more and more aware of the evil taste in Ling Tian's heart. Chapter 251 Chu Feng, the green-haired turtle, was humiliated again. Soon Ling Tian came to the outside of the courtyard. At this moment, the two protagonists were still kneeling here with humiliated expressions on their faces. After all, for the two arrogant people, it is a very painful thing to have them kneel here and bear the strange eyes of the servants coming and going. Tap tap. Hearing the sound of a familiar footstep coming towards him, Chu Feng immediately knew that the person who came was definitely Ling Tian, a shameless villain, and then he raised his head and looked at him viciously. Sure enough, what caught his eye was Ling Tian's proud face. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt that the anger that had been suppressed for a long time in his heart erupted again. Because Chu Feng knew that he had completely become a green-haired turtle, although he did not see his beloved Qingyan come out with this guy. But at this moment, Chu Feng felt the heart-piercing pain again. He felt that Qingyun must be unable to get out of bed because of this guy. Although Chen Nan on the side was full of killing intent towards Ling Tian, at this moment he still lowered his head, trying to reduce this guy's vigilance towards him. Because he knows that the most important thing for him now is to be able to leave this ghost place alive, and the rest is not important at all. Although Chen Nan also likes Shangguan Qingyan very much, but now she has been completely possessed by Ling Tian, so Chen Nan naturally doesn't want to spend any more time on this woman. Ling Tian naturally took in the reactions of the two protagonists one by one, and a wicked smile appeared on his face at the moment. Chu Feng, to be a waste, you must have the consciousness of a waste. What's the use of staring at me all the time? Learn from Chen Nan next to you, he is more honest than a dog now. Ling Tian walked directly in front of Chen Nan, stepped his head on the floor with one foot, and then teased Chu Feng. He wouldn't hold back Chen Nan just because he was honest now. For these protagonists, Ling Tian would only torture them frantically. Ah! Damn it! At this moment, Chen Nan's face became extremely distorted. He gritted his teeth and endured the humiliation of being trampled under his feet all the time. I didn't expect that I am so humble now, this damn bastard is still staring at me. However, Chen Nan also knew that it was useless to resist in front of this damn bastard, so he did not choose to speak harshly, because it would only make this bastard humiliate himself even more crazy. Chu Feng, don't look so ugly. After all, you've become a eunuch now, so it's impossible to keep Qing Yun as a widow. That's why I just helped Qing Yun become a real woman. To be honest, you must thank me well. A smug smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he said to the humiliated Chu Feng in front of him. And when I was with Qing Yun, I often mentioned your name. Plus you've been kneeling here, so I was very excited at the time. Presumably in this way, you must be very involved. Looking at Chu Feng's increasingly green face, Ling Tian said with a smirk again. At this moment, Ling Tian's heart also felt extremely excited again. After all, after he gave Chu Feng a green hat, the feeling of humiliating him in front of him was really wonderful. To be honest, Ling Tian has long been addicted to this kind of thing, not to mention that he has no psychological burden to humiliate these protagonists. You despicable, shameless villain. Damn you. Hearing these insulting words in Ling Tian's mouth, Chu Feng finally roared out in anger. At this moment, Chu Feng's eyes became blood red, and his eyes were full of crazy killing intent, and his body trembled violently because of the huge anger. He once again saw how despicable Ling Tian was. It was this guy who castrated himself. He never expected that he could say such shameless words. And even if he became a eunuch, Chu Feng didn't want to be put on a green hat. Qingxi, clap your mouth. Just fan him all over the floor looking for his teeth. Ling Tian wouldn't be accustomed to this protagonist's mad clamor, and directly ordered Qingxi to do it. Yes, master. Qingxi immediately nodded respectfully to Ling Tian, and then turned his head to look at Chu Feng, who was beside him. Suddenly, a grim smile appeared on Qingxi's face, and then he walked in front of this guy. 878 clap clap clap. I saw Qingxi didn't show the slightest mercy. He opened his bow directly at Chu Feng, and slapped his mouth full of blood. Suddenly, Chu Feng's head was buzzing, and he couldn't even utter a word, and the teeth on his mouth fell out. However, Ling Tian didn't continue to watch the show at this time, but looked at Chen Nan who was under his feet with a playful expression. After all, dogs that bite people don't bark. Obviously, the one under his feet is like this, so Ling Tian plans to kill this guy after a while. Of course, Ling Tian wouldn't do it directly, anyway. Chen Nan was Zhou Ruoxi's younger brother. Quote. From the look in your eyes, it seems like you really want to kill me. Quote. If that's the case, I'll break your legs again. Ling Tian's face showed a cold smile, then he lifted his foot on Chen Nan's head, and then stepped on his leg fiercely. Ah! Suddenly, Chen Nan let out a scream like killing a pig, because one of his legs was directly stepped on by Ling Tian. Hearing this sweet voice, Ling Tian also felt a little excited at the moment, and then raised his leg again and stepped on it fiercely. Ah! I saw that Chen Nan's face became extremely pale, and he let out a miserable howl again. Now he has directly become a disabled person. You shameless villain. You wait for me, I will definitely kill you. At this time, Chen Nan was already sweating like a cold sweat on his forehead because of the severe pain, but he still raised his head stubbornly and roared at Ling Tian. Originally, Chen Nan planned to continue to endure it, but Ling Tian was so deceiving that he actually stepped on both of his own legs alive. At this moment, he couldn't bear it anymore. Moreover, Chen Nan felt that this guy must not dare to kill him because of Sister Ruoxi, otherwise why would he keep him all the time? Ha ha, you still want to kill me. It depends on whether you can survive. A sneer appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he mocked Chen Nan in front of him. Although he wouldn't do it himself, Ling Tian wouldn't let this guy survive, because there was one person who really wanted to kill this guy. That is Chu Feng kneeling next to this Chen Nan. You must know that Chen Nan killed his father in front of Chu Feng. As long as Ling Tian gave Chu Feng a chance, he would not believe that Chu Feng would not kill Chen Nan. Chapter 252 The protagonists fight each other, Chen Nan dies of grief. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Chen Nan's pupils shrank slightly. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in his heart. You must know that he has yet to avenge his great revenge, so he simply does not want to die in such a humiliating way. What's more, after the rebirth, Chen Nan hasn't fully enjoyed this flowery world, so he is even more reluctant to die now. However, Ling Tian did not continue to pay attention to this guy. After all, in his opinion, Chen Nan is already a dying person, so naturally there is no need to waste time on this guy. Okay, stop it. Strong son. Looking at Chu Feng, whose face was slapped with blood, Ling Tian smiled and stopped Qingxi. After all, Ling Tian still wants to keep this guy as his murder tool, so of course he can't destroy this kid now. After hearing the words of his young master, the excitement on Qingxi's face gradually disappeared, and then he stopped directly. After beating this Chu Feng badly, Qingxi doesn't have much interest in torturing him anymore. Because this kid has been beaten to the point of doubting his life, he has no strength to continue clamoring. Qingxi, then throw these two wastes outside our manor. After all, we don't take in trash and eunuchs here. A playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he instructed Qingxi in front of him. Next, Ling Tian is ready to wait for the good show to be staged directly. After all, the protagonist and the protagonist are also natural enemies. Therefore, there is absolutely no possibility of coexistence between these two guys. Ling Tian only needs to wait until he finally sends someone to harvest Chu Feng's life. Follow your orders, young master. Qingxi's face was full of respect, and he said to Ling Tian in front of him. Although he didn't know why the young master chose to let these two boys go, but since it was the young master's decision, there must be his reason. So Qingxi only needs to complete what he should do, and the rest will wait for the master's orders. However, after the two protagonists kneeling on the ground at the moment heard Ling Tian's words, a surprise appeared in their eyes. Although Ling Tian's words just now were extremely insulting, it was already commonplace for the two of them now. And they felt that the previous suffering was not in vain. This guy actually chose to release himself here. Wait for me. At this moment, Chu Feng's heart is boiling again, and the flame of revenge in his body is burning again. After all, as long as he can leave here, it won't be long before he will be able to practice again and become a powerful warrior. One day, he will definitely return all the humiliation he has suffered to these guys. Cough cough. Chen Nan, who was on the side, coughed twice, and at this moment, a trace of blood appeared on his face again. Chen Nan never thought that this guy would not choose to cut the grass and root, and immediately he also secretly despised Ling Tian's stupidity. If it was him, as long as it was his own enemy, he would kill all of them, regardless of age, and it was impossible to pay attention to anyone alive. After receiving the order, Qingxi directly picked up Chu Feng who was under his feet, and then came to Chen Nan's side again and performed the same operation. Qingxi respectfully nodded to Ling Tian, then carried the protagonist who was like two dead dogs at the moment, and walked towards the gate of the manor. Qingqiu. Ling Tian watched Qingxi leave with a smile on his face, and then he called out softly. Master, what are your orders? Leng Qingqiu, who had been silently guarding Ling Tian's side, appeared in front of Ling Tian with a gentle face and asked softly. Now she has surrendered to Ling Tian both physically and mentally. For this man, she can do whatever it takes, even dedicate her life. You follow Qingxi in secret. Wait a while, these two guys will definitely kill each other, record that scene directly. Also, if Chu Feng is such a waste, help him until he kills the other guy. Finally, you can directly kill this Chu Feng. Ling Tian stretched out his hand with a smile on his face, grabbed Leng Qingqiu's fair hand, and said to her. In order to prevent accidents from happening, it is naturally the best choice to let the deserted autumn come to an end. Of course, Ling Tian will also pay attention to all this in the manor. After all, with his strong perception ability, as long as the place where the two are fighting is not too far from the manor, Ling Tian can detect it. However, he believes that as long as the deserted autumn passes, things will be almost over. After all, the two protagonists have become waste, and their luck is almost consumed. Therefore, it is basically impossible for them to escape from Leng Qingqiu's hands, unless it is a Tian-level powerhouse, but this is also unlikely. As for recording the scene of the two killing each other, it is naturally to have an explanation in front of Zhou Ruoxi, although it is not necessarily useful. I see, master. Leave it all to me. A trace of admiration flashed in the cold and beautiful eyes, and after speaking, he nodded seriously to Ling Tian in front of him. Then go now. After hearing the master's instructions, Leng Qingqiu didn't stay any longer, so he turned around and left. Soon, Qingxi took the two protagonists to the outside of the manor, and left the two guys hundreds of meters away from the manor, and Qingxi turned and left. At this moment, the two protagonists also looked at the strong man with a gloomy look and left their sight. After all, the two of them have suffered a lot in the hands of Qingxi, especially both of them have been madly humiliated by this guy. Dog thing, give my life to me. After Qingxi's figure completely disappeared, Chu Feng rushed towards Chen Nan with a grim expression on his face. You must know that this guy killed his father in front of him not long ago, so how could Chu Feng let this guy go? It just so happened that both of this guy's legs were directly interrupted by Ling Tian, so now is his chance to take revenge, and Chu Feng is even more unlikely to miss it. Directly, Chu Feng rode directly on Chen Nan's body, and then a frantic output was directed at his face. You fucking seek death. Chen Nan also roared, and when he was caught off guard, he immediately fought back. I saw that he first blocked Chu Feng's fist with his hand for a while, and then used his fist to greet this guy's waist. Then the two directly scuffled together, but the two who have no martial arts cultivation base can only have a hand-to-hand fight at this moment. Soon Chu Feng had the upper hand. After all, they were both ordinary people now, and Chen Nan's three legs were directly interrupted. It didn't take long for the two of them to bleed continuously, and the stones and bricks on the ground were greeted to each other by the two of them. At this moment, both of them were completely crazy. Death to lousy. The battle quickly came to an end, and Chu Feng roared and smashed Chen Nan's head with a sharp stone. I'm not reconciled. Chen Nan murmured angrily, but slowly closed his eyes and lost all sound. Before dying, he finally understood the meaning of Ling Tian's words. No wonder this bastard chooses to break his leg directly, otherwise the final winner will be himself. Chapter 253 Chu Feng died, celebrate with Qing Yun. Then Chu Feng lay on the side panting, looking at Chen Nan's unwilling corpse next to him. At this moment his heart was also full of pleasure after revenge. Thump! I saw Chu Feng's legs bent, and fell directly to the ground. Dad, rest in peace. I've killed the bastard who hurt you. It won't be long before I kill that culprit to avenge you. A trace of shame appeared on Chu Feng's face, kneeling on the ground and bowing his head in repentance. After all, it was because of him that his father was tortured so much, and he was directly killed in the end. But at this moment, Chu Feng's heart is full of confidence again. After all, he has just killed one of the murderers who killed his father. It won't be long before Chu Feng feels that he will be able to take revenge completely soon, and he must kill the bastard who cuckolded himself. However, there was a hint of vigilance on Chu Feng's face at this time, because he found that in front of him, a beautiful woman suddenly walked towards him. And this woman's face is very indifferent, and her eyes are full of indifference to the common people. Suddenly, a bad feeling arose in Chu Feng's heart. He felt that the woman in front of him must be a bad visitor. Just when Chu Feng wanted to speak to this woman, he was horrified to find that this woman actually shot him directly. Directly Leng Qingqiu took a palm shot from the air, and directly suppressed Chu Feng. Do not. Facing this powerful attack, Chu Feng had no resistance at all, and even his body was directly imprisoned in place. Bang! A loud noise came, and Chu Feng's original position was suddenly dusty, and the powerful attack directly drowned him. Then the dust gradually dissipated, and a huge pothole was instantly exposed on the ground. Inside was Chu Feng's body covered in blood at the moment. At this time, he had lost all sound and turned into a cold corpse. Leng Qingqiu slowly walked in front of the two of them. After checking, she was sure that the two of them were dead. I saw that she stretched out her hand and waved at Chen Nan's corpse, and then this guy also lay down with Chu Feng. Then Leng Qingqiu buried the bodies of the two, then turned around and left. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the protagonists Chen Nan and Chu Feng, the villain value plus 32W. Just when the two protagonists were killed, at this moment, Ling Tian, who was sitting in the courtyard, suddenly showed a wanton smile on his face. After all, he is also very satisfied with the harvest this time. From these two guys, he has harvested a large amount of villain value. I saw Ling Tian got up directly from the chair and walked towards the bedroom. After killing these two protagonists, it is natural to find their favorite woman before to celebrate. At this moment, Shangguan Qingyan was sitting on a chair on the balcony to answer the phone. Her face was full of happy smiles. I see. Mom, I'm not going to go back today, I'll live directly in Brother Tian's manor. Shangguan Qingyan shyly talked to his mother. She has just become Ling Tian's woman, so she naturally wants to spend more time with Ling Tian by his side. What's more, Shangguan Qingyan is also afraid that if she goes back today, her mother will definitely see the clue, and she will definitely be ashamed and angry. After all, she had just come here and had such an intimate relationship with Ling Tian. To be honest, she didn't want her mother to know about it. Tap tap. However, at this moment, the sound of heavy footsteps was heard in the direction of the balcony, and Shangguan Qingyan immediately knew that the person who came was definitely his own brother. After that, a sweet smile appeared on her pretty face. She stood up directly from the chair, and then turned her head to look at Ling Tian. At this time, Shangguan Qingyan was already a little absent-minded, and she was dealing with her mother's phone call in a daze. Ha ha. However, when Ling Tian saw that Shangguan Qingyan was actually on the phone with his mother-in-law, a wicked smile appeared on his face. I saw Ling Tian walk towards this woman unhurriedly, then sat down on the chair, and then directly hugged her into his arms. Aware of his brother Tian's intimate actions, Shangguan Qingyan couldn't help but let out a coquettish groan. At this moment, Shangguan Qingyan's beautiful face became even more crimson, and he showed a charming look at Ling Tian, motioning him not to mess around now. After all, she was still on the phone with her mother. She didn't want her mother to hear some unwanted voices. But how could Ling Tian get what she wanted? Soon Shangguan Qingyan cast a begging look at his brother Tian. Qingyan, are you not feeling well? Zhang Xue's gentle voice suddenly came from the phone. After all, her daughter's voice was abnormal when she answered the phone, and she could hear it naturally. And she has always been very concerned about her only baby girl. No, I'm fine. Mom, I still have something urgent to do here. I'll call you back later. Shangguan Qingyan said to his mother in a trembling voice, and then hung up the phone in a hurry. She didn't want to wait to be caught by her own mother for a current situation. If so, she would have no face to see her mother again. This child. Listening to the busy voice on the phone, Zhang Xue at the moment couldn't help shaking her head helplessly. I just hope my daughter will pay attention to her own safety. But at this moment, Zhang Xue has some guesses in her heart. You must know that she is a past person. Moreover, she is very clear about her daughter's character, and it could only be because of the young master of the Ling family that she liked. Brother Tian, you are so annoying. If your mother really hears something, people will definitely hate you. Shangguan Qingyan's beautiful eyes became watery at this moment, and she said angrily to Ling Tianzhao in front of her. After speaking, she patted Ling Tian's arm a few times with her fair little hand, trying to vent her dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha. Since you have finished answering the phone, let's continue to do the urgent thing you just said. Ling Tian smiled smugly. Naturally, he didn't care about the shyness of his woman at the moment. After speaking, he grabbed Shangguan Qingyan and hugged him. Then the two walked towards the bedroom. People. Chapter 254 Discussing life with junior sister Qingshe. After killing the two protagonists, Ling Tian also ushered in a period of leisure, so he accompanied a group of women around him and began to travel around the mountains and waters. Soon came the new school season. Early in the morning, Yang Qingshe pulled Ling Tian and asked him to get up early with him. After all, today is the day she officially reports to Tiandu University, so she is naturally very excited and looking forward to it. And more importantly, today her brother Tian will take her to the school to report. You little girl, what are you doing in such a hurry? It's still very early. A helpless smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and after speaking, he reached out and rubbed Yang Qingshui's black hair. After all, the time is very abundant now, there is no need to be so anxious. Looking at Ling Tian's somewhat reluctant appearance, 040, Yang Qingshe also has his own trump card. No one, brother Tian. Get up quickly. Seeing that her face was full of sweet smiles, she immediately hugged Ling Tian's arm, then pouted her little mouth and started acting like a spoiled child. All right, who made you look so cute? There was no other way, so Ling Tian could only follow this little girl's intentions. Seeing that his hands were spread out, he immediately agreed. Brother Tian, you are so kind. Immediately, a triumphant smile appeared on Yang Qingshui's face, and after speaking, she directly kissed Ling Tian's face. Then the two of them went to the bathroom together. After washing up, the two came to the restaurant and enjoyed a hearty breakfast together. Afterwards, Yang Qingshui excitedly brought Ling Tian to the clothes storage room, ready to choose a suitable set of clothes for him and himself. After a while, Yang Qingshui ended her previous selection. At this moment, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. She chose a set of dark blue high-definition casual clothes for Ling Tian. After gently helping Ling Tian change into this suit, Yang Qingshui began to carefully arrange the edges and folds of his clothes. Looking at Ling Tian's handsome profile, her eyes are full of obsession at this moment, and today she can go out with her man again. Senior Ling Tian, from today onwards, she will be your junior girl. A charming smile appeared on Yang Qingshui's pretty face, and she said in a greasy voice as she hugged Ling Tian's neck. To be honest, she has been waiting for this day for a long time. After all, she really wants to have a sweet love in school with her brother Tian. Although she has long since become the woman of her brother Tian, Yang Qingshui always felt that there was something missing between herself and brother Tian before. However, when the school season was approaching, Yang Qingshui suddenly understood, so that's why she was so excited today. Ha ha, since you like being a school girl so much. Then when we come back today, brother Tian will let you be enough. There are a lot of schoolgirl clothes customized for you in the closet. Then you can change them to me slowly. Ling Tian's face also showed a wicked smile, pinched Yang Qingshui's delicate nose, and said to her excitedly. To be honest, seeing the excited appearance of this little girl assassin, Ling Tian is ready to pull her over to change her clothes now. But after thinking about it, he still gave up this idea. After all, the time is too tight now, and I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The beautiful scenery must be enjoyed slowly. Bah, everyone listens to brother Tian. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Yang Qingshui's pretty face suddenly turned crimson, and she said numbly while lying in Ling Tian's arms. At this moment, she also feels very shy, but as long as Ling Tian likes it, Yang Qingshui will naturally not have the slightest resistance. What's more, I have basically worn all kinds of clothes in front of brother Tian. Afterwards, Yang Qingshui came to the dressing table in the dressing room and gave herself a beautiful light makeup. After that, she chose a schoolgirl uniform very intimately. After all, she knew that her current outfit would definitely make brother Tian very excited. So Yang Qingshui naturally doesn't mind doing this, because she knows that she will be able to win the favor of brother Tian. Good. Looking at Yang Qingshui wearing a white shirt and a pink skirt in front of him, Ling Tian's face immediately showed a satisfied smile, and he couldn't help but exclaim. To be honest, Ling Tian felt that Yang Qingshui's figure was really good. With her height of 1.7 meters and a graceful figure, this schoolgirl uniform is just right on Yang Qingshui's body. Let's go. My Qingshui junior sister. Ling Tian smiled and stretched out his hand, ready to set off with her. Naturally, Yang Qingshui held Ling Tian's arm very obediently, and then leaned on his shoulder with a sweet face. Then the two walked towards the garage together. Soon, Ling Tian took Yang Qingshui to his Rolls-Royce Phantom. As the car started slowly, Ling Tian also showed his fangs again. Seeing the seductive blush on Yang Qingshui's fair face in front of him, Ling Tian's heart also moved a little. It just so happened that the car that I was riding in today also had a partition, so Ling Tian just happened to be able to learn some knowledge with junior sister Qingshui. Sister Qingshui, there is still a long way to go from here to school, why don't we have a good discussion on the philosophy of life? A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. He directly reached out and kneaded Yang Qingshui's fair-skinned soft weeds, and then said softly in her ear. What? Shui Senior, what do you want to discuss? Yang Qingshui's pretty face became even redder by 1.5, and she asked her brother Tian with a trembling voice. Of course, now she already knew very clearly what Ling Tian wanted to do. But since brother Tian is so interested, Yang Qingshui will naturally cooperate with him. How to discuss? Do you still need seniors to teach this? Ling Tian's eyes were full of jokes, and after speaking, he reached out and squeezed Yang Qingshui's rosy pretty face, and then slowly stroked her cherry lips. Yang Qingshui understood in seconds, and then she shyly threw a cushion on the back seat of the car to Ling Tian's feet. I saw Yang Qingshui get up directly from his seat, and then knelt down directly in front of senior Ling Tian. After all, it definitely requires a lot of sincerity when asking seniors for advice, so you must kneel at this time. Chapter 255. Is it possible that she is waiting for me to ask her out? At the gate of Tiandu University, a beautiful girl in a white shirt and blue denim shorts stood quietly under the shade of a big tree, as if waiting for someone to come. This girl is tall and graceful, and her facial features are extremely delicate, like a doll, instantly attracting most of the attention of the crowd. At this moment, her face is full of tranquility, and the long black hair with a shawl is also flying with the warm autumn wind, which makes people feel a heartbeat. Some male freshmen who just came to sign up were directly fascinated by this girl, and some boys turned to look at this girl frequently. Among them, there are also some daring boys, with confident smiles on their faces. They directly approached to get the girl's contact information, but they were basically turned down one by one. Why hasn't Tang Long come yet? I've been waiting for him for a long time. Wen Lan's eyebrows were slightly frowned, and she couldn't help but start muttering for a while. After all, the agreed time between the two is almost here. In her impression, Tang Long has always been a more punctual boy, and at this moment, she is also a little irritable. Because Wen Lan found that there were more and more boys who came to talk to her, and to be honest, she was not used to such occasions. And before she knew it, Wen Lan didn't know that she had become the focus of the conversation of the crowd around her, and a group of boys not far away were even more intensely discussing. I've never seen this beautiful younger sister at school before. It should be the school girl who just came to report. Hey, I don't know who is a school girl who is very beautiful and has a wacky figure, who will be cheaper in the future. Have you noticed that this junior seems to be waiting for someone? I found out a long time ago, but I don't know what kind of toad is worthy of this white swan. However, at this time, Tang Long also walked towards these boys. After hearing their discussion, he was also a little proud at this moment. Do you think there is a possibility? Is she waiting for me to go and ask her out? I saw a crooked smile on Tang Long's face, and interjected confidently behind their backs. Afterwards, everyone who was chatting also turned their heads and looked at the man who was talking, and what came into sight was a very ordinary boy. He was wearing jeans and a big vest that had already turned white, and was obviously a street stall, and had a pair of flip-flops on his feet. But this boy's face is full of evil and charming smile, but this smile makes them very unhappy in the eyes of everyone. Ha ha, where did you, a common man, have the courage to say such a thing? If she was waiting for you, I would just lick the soles of your shoes clean. One of the handsome-looking boys retorted with a displeased expression on his face, knowing that he was rejected when he approached this girl just now. So he naturally didn't believe the brazen brat in front of him, and he didn't have any good feelings for this kid at all. I don't know why. When he saw this guy for the first time, he felt very disgusted in his heart. If it wasn't in public now, maybe he would have the urge to slap him in the past. Then just wait to lick the soles of Lao Su's shoes. I hope you don't regret it then. A wicked smile appeared on Tang Long's face, and he said confidently to the man in front of him. Then, he swaggered in the direction of Wen Lan, because he had already won the bet. After all, he and Wen Lan agreed in high school that as long as the two of them can be admitted to the same university, then Wen Lan will give him a chance to pursue her. So today is when the two meet for the first time. At this moment, Tang Long's heart is also very happy, thinking that the girl he dreamed of will soon become his girlfriend. To be honest, he felt that the blood in his whole body began to boil. I bother. Don't pee and take pictures of yourself as a bear. Looking at the back of Tang Long's departure, the boy who was on the line with him immediately said disdainfully. He didn't believe that such a turtle could get that girl's favor. Just as Tang Long walked towards Wen Lan excitedly, an extraordinarily luxurious Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of the school. At this time, Yang Qingshe in the car also packed herself shyly, but her pretty face was still very ruddy, and her lips were even slightly redder. Let's go. Qingshe. A satisfied smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, pinched Yang Qingshui's pretty face, and then gave her an order. Yang Qingshe also put her arms around Ling Tian's arm and nodded her head obediently to him. At this moment, the eyes of everyone at the school gate are also attracted by this luxury car, and Wen Lan is no exception. Her face is full of curiosity, and she wants to see who is about to get off. Soon, Wen Lan saw an incomparably handsome man with a warm and jade-like temperament walking down from the car. Immediately, a hint of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. This is definitely the best looking and temperament among the men she has ever seen. Then Wen Lan found out that the man was walking down with a pure and sweet looking girl. And this girl's face is full of sweet and happy 040 smile, and her eyes are full of admiration for this man. Looking at the intimate appearance of the two, it is obvious that they are an unusually loving couple, and a trace of envy appeared in Wen Lan's eyes. After all, she has never experienced the feeling of falling in love since she was a child. Since she was born, her parents have instilled in her the idea that she must try her best to get into a good university. Damn it. However, at this moment, Tang Long's originally splendid face also turned ugly, because he found that his future girlfriend was actually staring at a man. This guy not only has a very handsome little white face, but he actually came down from a Rolls Royce. Obviously, he is a rich and handsome man from an extraordinary family. Immediately, Tang Long felt a strong jealousy in his heart, knowing that he was an orphan, and he had to work hard no matter what. Later, Tang Long also had a strong contempt for this man he had never met. He felt that if he hadn't been blinded by his ancestors, this guy would definitely be a waste. However, when he thought that he was not what he used to be, Tang Long suddenly felt relieved. He felt that as long as he gave himself time, it would not be long before he could have a wealth that could rival the country. At that time, a rich second generation like this can easily pinch him to death by reaching out his hand. Chapter 256 Qingshe pimps Ling Tian. Just yesterday, Tang Long suddenly awakened to the strongest investment system. At first, he thought he was dreaming. However, when Tang Long got a business opportunity for stock market investment from the system, he also tentatively bought a stock with part of the tuition he earned with his part-time job. What I didn't expect was that this stock went from the daily limit to the daily limit immediately after I bought it, and when I woke up this morning, it actually continued to rise. Then he directly and decisively stud all the money on him. That's why Tang Long came out so late today, otherwise, he would have come here long ago to go on a date with the girl he likes. After all, Wen Lan is the girl he has always liked since he was a child. His biggest dream was to marry this woman back home. Little white face, wait for me. I must make you bankrupt. And your girlfriend, it's mine too. Looking at Ling Tian's handsome profile, and thinking of his ordinary appearance, Tang Long's eyes suddenly showed a hint of disgust, and then he secretly swore in his heart. Looking at the beautiful girl next to this guy, a trace of greed appeared in Tang Long's heart at this moment. If it was before, he would never have such an idea at all, and he felt satisfied to be able to be with Wen Lan. But now Tang Long feels that everything is different. You must know that he is now a man with a system. That's why he won't be satisfied just because he has Wen Lan as his girlfriend soon. Tang Long decided that he must become the richest man in the world in the future, and he would also open a huge harem, and he would accept all the women he likes. Then, Tang Long walked in the direction of Wen Lan again. In his opinion, the most important thing now is to make Wen Lan officially his girlfriend. As for the woman in front of this guy, he can only wait for the opportunity to dig a foot in the wall in the future, because he knows that his strength is still not enough. Ha ha. At this moment, Ling Tian's eyes also showed a hint of playfulness, and he naturally felt the hostility of the protagonist in front of him towards him. I didn't expect that when I accompanied Yang Qingshe to sign up this time, there would be unexpected joy. Looks like I have a new toy now. Ling Tian's face was still calm. For this protagonist, he naturally wouldn't easily startle a snake. After all, Ling Tian likes the shadowy people behind his back the most. The pain and despair that the protagonist showed when he knew the truth of his miserable life at the last moment was what excited Ling Tian the most. Of course, there is one more thing that can make Ling Tian excited, of course, being the boss of Cao. Afterwards, Ling Tian glanced at the heroine not far away. Naturally, he couldn't let go of this woman. System, transmit the story of this protagonist. Ling Tian instructed the system in his mind. After that, a huge memory flooded into Ling Tian's mind, and Ling Tian quickly collected useful information in it. Is it actually a system again? And it's still a system with no threat. After learning that the protagonist's golden finger was actually an investment system, Ling Tian's heart was full of disdain at the moment. After all, from Ling Tian's point of view, if you don't have the strength to protect your wealth, no matter how much money you have, it's just a child holding gold to go through the market. Not to mention whether his money can be kept. Even if the protagonist has too much money, there will be countless people who want to kill him. Of course, a lot of money is not without benefits. As long as there is enough money, some powerful warriors can be hired. It is not difficult to even buy some precious medicinal pills and cultivate into a martial artist. After all, for the protagonist, these things are absolutely very simple. But now that Ling Tian has set his sights on this guy, he definitely has no chance to develop. Let's start with your future girlfriend first. A playful smile suddenly appeared on Ling Tian's face. He wanted to let the protagonist experience the feeling of being cuckolded. Brother Tian, what's the matter with you? The smile on your face just now was so strange. Yang Qingshe, who was on the side, also noticed the strangeness of his brother Tian, and then asked curiously. But she also guessed in her heart that her brother Tian must want to do something bad again. After all, she knows Ling Tian very well now. Then Yang Qingshe glanced around, and soon she found out that there was a beautiful woman in front of her right. Brother Tian, have you fallen in love with this girl? If you want her contact information, they can get it for you. A sly smile appeared on Yang Qingshui's pretty face, and she lifted her toes and said softly in Ling Tian's ear. Yang Qingshe knew that his brother Tian was very lecherous. As long as he met a beautiful girl, he basically wouldn't let it go. However, she didn't have much jealousy in her heart, because now Ling Tian was surrounded by a large group of women, and even if she was jealous, she wouldn't be able to eat it. Instead, Yang Qingshe might as well match up with his own brother Tian. In this way, she feels that she will be able to get more pamper too. Am I being obvious? How did you know I was interested in her? Ling Tian also smiled helplessly at the moment, and after speaking, he reached out and stroked Yang Qingshui's hair. Could it be that his lustful nature has been exposed now? In fact, Ling Tian felt that he was compelled to do so. After all, if he didn't deal with these protagonists, sooner or later, these guys would come to target him. So he was forced to be lecherous, and sometimes Ling Tian felt that there were too many women and he couldn't handle it. Of course people guessed it. I didn't expect to be guessed by me. A happy smile appeared on Yang Qingshui's pretty face, and she put her arms around Ling Tian's arm and said. At this moment, Yang Qingshe has already made up her mind. She will ask for the girl's contact information later, and then she will become a good friend first. After that, I can develop her into my best friend step by step, and in the end, of course, be good sisters together. Brother Tian, wait for me here for a while, please. A charming smile appeared on Yang Qingshui's face, and she said sweetly to Ling Tian. Afterwards, she directly pulled out her hand around Ling Tian's arm, and walked towards the beautiful girl in front of her. Looking at Yang Qingshui's graceful back, Ling Tian suddenly showed a smile on his face. He didn't expect this little girl to actually pull a pimp. But Ling Tian naturally wouldn't reject her kindness. It's not a bad thing for this little girl to develop a relationship with that heroine. As long as the two of them are familiar with each other in advance, sooner or later they will sleep together. Chapter 257 Wen Lan became dissatisfied with Tang Long's gaffe. Lan, I'm here. At this moment, Tang Long quickly approached Wen Lan. A smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he greeted his future girlfriend. After Wen Lan turned her head and saw Tang Long, a shy smile appeared on her face, because she had promised this boy to give him a chance to pursue her. That's why she will agree to Tang Long's request today and go out on a date with him. After all, this boy has been guarding him since he was a child, although he looks very ordinary, and he is still an orphan. However, Wen Lan always felt that Tang Long had some inexplicable attraction. In addition, he was stalking himself before the college entrance examination, so Wen Lan will give him a chance. Just when Wen Lan wanted to walk in Tang Long's direction, she felt someone touch her arm from behind. Hello, classmate. Then came a clear and pleasant voice. At this time, Wen Lan also turned her head to look at the person who came, but she didn't expect it to be the beautiful girl who got off the luxury car just now. At this moment, she has some doubts in her heart. She doesn't understand why this girl suddenly came to look for her. Classmate, are you also a freshman who just entered this year? With a smile on her face, Yang Qingshe politely asked Wen Lan in front of her. Yeah, what's the matter with you? Wen Lan responded curiously. I just want to make friends with you, and we can exchange contact information if it is convenient. Because of 040, I am also this year's freshman. Is it okay? Yang Qingshui's face was full of sincerity, and she asked Wen Lan in front of her. Of course, Wen Lan readily agreed. After all, she just came to this school, it's always right to make more friends. What's more, the girl in front of her is not only beautiful but also very polite, which makes her want to get close to this girl very much. Afterwards, the two added each other's contact information on their mobile phones. Then I'll call you Lan Lan from now on. It's more intimate this way. A happy smile appeared on Yang Qingshui's face. She took Wen Lan's arm directly, and said to her very familiarly. After all, she has been with Ling Tian's group of women for a long time, and she is very skilled in how to have a good relationship with women. Good. Then I'll call you Qingshui. At this moment, Wen Lan was still a little surprised, but she quickly adjusted her mentality, and then responded to Yang Qingshui with a smile on her face. But to be honest, there are still some Wen Lan who haven't recovered, because the current situation makes her a little confused. Although she is also very fond of Yang Qingshui, but now this situation is too sudden. You must know that the two have just met. Lan, next time we can go out and play together. Now, I'm going to continue to accompany my boyfriend. Yang Qingshui's face suddenly became a little blush. She turned her head to look at her brother Tian, and then said goodbye to Wen Lan in front of her. After all, her goal has been achieved, so there is no need to continue chatting with Wen Lan for the time being. And the relationship between the two is not too familiar now, and the matter of matching her with brother Tian must also take it slow. Yang Qingshui is going to go back and confirm the time with his brother Tian, and then make an appointment with Wen Lan next time, so as to create a chance for his brother Tian. At this time, Wen Lan naturally looked at Ling Tian. At this moment, the eyes of the two were facing each other, and Wen Lan only felt that the man's eyes were as deep as black holes, which made her originally calm heart feel a wave. Suddenly, Wen Lan only felt that her body was electrocuted, and her legs began to soften slightly. Afterwards, two blushes appeared on Wen Lan's pretty face, and she immediately retracted her gaze, not daring to look at Ling Tian again. Qingshui, then we'll see you next time. After calming down her mood, Wen Lan showed a polite smile on her face and said goodbye to Yang Qingshui. Yang Qingshui smiled and nodded, then turned and left. At this time, Tang Long has naturally come over, and at this moment, he has a bad feeling in his heart for some reason. Tang Long always felt that this beautiful girl came to find her Lan Lan with some special purpose, but now he can't continue to say anything. Don't say that Wen Lan has not yet become his girlfriend. Even if she has become his girlfriend now, Tang Long can't restrict her from making friends with Yang Qingshui just now. After taking a deep breath, Tang Long also put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, and then looked at Wen Lan eagerly in front of him. Lan, have you waited for a long time? Tang Long's face suddenly showed a confident smile, and he asked Wen Lan in front of him. No, the time is just right. Now let's go to report first. Wen Lan also had a smile on her face, and responded softly to Tang Long in front of her. After all, she has just come to school, so she naturally wants to find out how to complete the registration process first. It won't take long anyway, and these things must be done. Okay. Lan listens to you. Tang Long naturally agreed. Anyway, as long as he accompanies Wen Lan, it doesn't matter what he does. What's more, there is still one day left today. After he is done with these things, he will take Wen Lan out to play together. By the way, he will also find an opportunity to confess to her. After all, Tang Long wanted Wen Lan to be his real girlfriend for a long time. Thinking of this, Tang Long's eyes towards Wen Lan became more and more hot. After all, after having the system, he has naturally become more and more bold now. Then let's go. Seeing Tang Long's expression of wanting to eat her directly, Wen Lan felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, but she still did not express her dissatisfaction. After all, he had already promised Tang Long to go out on a date with him today, but to be honest, Wen Lan felt that he was different today. But what exactly has he changed? In fact, Wen Lan himself can't tell right now. However, in front of this Wen Lan, who was very attractive in both appearance and figure, Tang Long's heart was full of restlessness at this moment. Later, Tang Long wanted to reach out and led Wen Lan to walk in the school together, because he really wanted to see other people's envious, jealous eyes towards him. Moreover, Tang Long also wanted to swear his sovereignty in front of other boys in the school. He wanted to let this group of people know that Wen Lan was his girlfriend. However, Wen Lan's face suddenly changed at the moment, and he subconsciously avoided Tang Long's hand. Immediately, Tang Long's face also turned dark. He didn't expect Wen Lan to reject him directly. Tang Long, I can't do it now. Noticing the change in Tang Long's face, Wen Lan smiled reluctantly, and then explained. However, Wen Lan's perception of Tang Long has also begun to decline at this moment. She feels that Tang Long is a little too anxious. After all, she is not his girlfriend yet. I didn't expect him to want to get started directly. Wen Lan suddenly felt that Tang Long had some disrespect for him. It's okay, Lan. I'm too anxious. Later, Tang Long also showed an embarrassed smile, and scratched his head pretending to be calm. However, there was also a trace of unhappiness in his heart, to know that he is now a man with a system. It's okay, let's go. Wen Lan responded casually, and then walked ahead. At this time, the scene became a little cold, and Tang Long could only quickly follow behind her. At this moment, he also realized that he was really in a hurry just now, so he also began to think about the remedy in his mind. Then the two walked into the school together, but behind them, the bodyguards sent by Ling Tian were already hanging tightly. After all, Ling Tian has already regarded this heroine as his own woman, so naturally he will not give this hero any chance to take advantage of her. It can make him enjoy his eyes, and then listen to the voice of this heroine, and don't think about the rest. If he dares to make any small moves, Ling Tian's bodyguard will definitely make him look good. Chapter 258 Seniors help you make up lessons alone at night. At this time, Yang Qingshe was naturally happy and returned to Ling Tian's side, ready to take credit. Brother Tian, are they serious? I have successfully taken down Wen Lan's contact information. Yang Qingshe directly hugged Ling Tian's arm with a kiss, and then said softly in his ear. Of course my share is amazing. Should brother give you some rewards that day? A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. He reached out and scratched the little girl's nose, and then spoke to her. He could naturally see that this little girl was taking credit for himself. In that case, when he went back today, he should reward her well. What reward? Seeing the wicked smile on Ling Tian's face, Yang Qingshui's pretty face turned red, but she still asked curiously. At this moment, Yang Qingshe already has some guesses in her heart. She feels that Brother Tian must have some bad idea again. The reward is that Senior Ling Tian will make up lessons for you alone tonight. You have to study hard then. Ling Tian lowered his head slightly and said with a wicked smile to the little girl. Hearing this, Yang Qingshui's pretty face became even more rosy, but she still nodded obediently. At this moment, her little hands also began to knead her pink skirt with a little force. Obviously, Ling Tian's words made her a little shy. Afterwards, Ling Tian directly held her hand and walked into the campus with her. However, at this moment, Tang Long walked beside Wen Lan with some distress. In his mind, he has been thinking about how he should repair the relationship between the two, because he can also see that Wen Lan is a little unhappy at the moment. And the reason is naturally because he just made some anxious actions, which made Wen Lan feel a little uncomfortable. Soon, Tang Long made up his mind, because he knew that the recent Wen Lan family was also very short of money. Not long ago, Wen Lan's father had a car accident and was admitted to the hospital, so now their family still owes a lot of money to the hospital and has not paid it. As long as I can bring Lan to make money together and help her pay off the surgery and medical expenses owed by her family, she will definitely fall in love with me completely. Thinking of this, Tang Long's heart was excited at the moment. Looking at the girl next to him with a delicate face and a graceful figure, Tang Long's face turned a little red. Thinking that this girl was about to become his girlfriend, he suddenly felt his blood boil. Lan. After organizing the language in his mind, Tang Long couldn't wait to stop Wen Lan. What's wrong? There was a hint of confusion on Wen Lan's face, so she asked. I have a way to make money, do you want to know? I made more than 1,000 in less than a day using this method. A mysterious smile appeared on Tang Long's face, and he began to sell off. After all, the stock he bought yesterday afternoon has already eaten 2 daily limits from yesterday's lower limit to today. To be honest, he regrets that he didn't directly spend all his 10,000 yuan yesterday, otherwise he would almost double the money he earns now. What way to make money? At this moment, Wen Lan was also aroused, and her face showed a curious look. After all, she is really worried about money now, because their family's current money is not enough to pay off all the costs of her father's surgery and hospitalization. Stocks. Tang Long smiled slightly, and spit out 2 words directly from his mouth. Is that so? Wen Lan was a little surprised at the moment, but she began to feel disappointed in her heart. After all, she wouldn't use the money from her father's hospitalization to speculate in stocks, because the risk is too great. I have inside information. Look at this stock I bought yesterday. Noticing the change in Wen Lan's face, Tang Long also confidently took out his mobile phone and handed it to Wen Lan. Because Tang Long is also very clear that he can't make her believe in him by just talking about it. Wen Lan naturally reached out and took the mobile phone that Tang Long handed over. After seeing the operation records in the mobile phone, her face suddenly showed a shocked look. Because since Tang Long bought this stock yesterday, it has been at the daily limit, and suddenly Wen Lan's heart was shaken. Why do you have inside information? Later, Wen Lan also asked curiously, if these are true, she might also consider buying this stock. In this way, I can relieve my mother's pressure. After all, their family has always depended on a snack bar to live, and life is only food and clothing. Now after my father's car accident, the family is very short of money. I rescued a comatose old man on the street a few days ago and sent him to the hospital. He happens to be the director of this company. In order to thank me, he told me this news. He also said that the stock will continue to rise at the limit for at least 5 days. At this moment, Tang Long had no choice but to make up a reason. After all, it is too far-fetched for him to have a system, so he can only know for himself. Really? A hint of surprise appeared on Wen Lan's face. After all, Tang Long was also a very honest person in the past, and he never lied to her. Coupled with the role of the protagonist halo, Wen Lan has more trust in Tang Long. If this is true, then she plans to use her tuition fees and part of her father's hospitalization expenses to buy this stock. Because her mother was in charge of the business in the store, she was asked to go to the hospital to pay the bills today, so she now has a lot of money in her hands. However, Wen Lan will also use most of the money to pay off the expenses incurred by her father in the hospital, so that even if there is a problem, it can be remedied in time. Real. He even took me to his company in person. Tang Long said with a smile again, it is impossible for Wen Lan to determine these things anyway. And he also believed that his system was impossible to make any mistakes, and he just happened to be able to help Wen Lan in this way. Then is it too late for me to buy it now? Wen Lan carefully confirmed again. At this moment she was both excited and a little nervous. Of course, Lan, don't worry. There will never be a problem. I also know that my uncle needs a lot of money in the hospital, so I will tell you this news. If something goes wrong, how much you lost, I'll pay you all. Tang Long's face was full of confidence, and he said with a smile to Wen Lan in front of him. If you lose it, you don't have to. I won't buy too much either. Hearing this, Wen Lan's heart also warmed, but she still smiled and refused directly. Even if the two really became boyfriend and girlfriend, she would not spend her boyfriend's money casually. After all, Tang Long just provided him with a piece of news. It is up to him to decide whether to buy it or not. And she only intends to spend 30,000 yuan to buy this stock, and the remaining nearly 100,000 yuan will be used to pay for her father in the hospital. In this case, even if there is a problem, there will be no serious consequences at that time. People. Chapter 259 Wen Lan began to pray, Ling Tian's calculations. After hearing Wen Lan's words, Tang Long's heart was also slightly disappointed, because he saw that Wen Lan was still a little unfamiliar with him. But Tang Long didn't care too much. He believed that it would not be long before Wen Lan would fall in love with him completely. After all, after he has the system, making money is as simple as eating and drinking, and Tang Long plans to help Wen Lan's father pay all the expenses. As long as he has the favor of his father-in-law and mother-in-law, Wen Lan will not be able to escape from his palm. Thinking of this, Tang Long's face showed a confident smile again. Afterwards, Wen Lan and Tang Long found a secluded place and started registering their own stock account. After everything was ready, Wen Lan directly bought the stock that Tang Long mentioned. Tang Long, will the stock of Henglide really continue to trade at the daily limit for several days? 040. At this time, Wen Lan's face showed some concern, and he spoke again to confirm Tang Long. You must know that the current Wen Lan bought it directly at the daily limit, and she has not even made a deal yet, so she still has the opportunity to cancel the transaction. Real. Lan, just trust me. You must know that I have studied all my tuition fees into it. And you'll know the result tomorrow. Tang Long smiled and comforted again, and she also understood Wen Lan's worries. After all, things like speculating in stocks are indeed very risky. If he is not systematic, he will not be able to do it. You're right. After receiving Tang Long's comfort, at this moment, Wen Lan's heart gradually relaxed, and a smile appeared on her face again. At this moment, Wen Lan is also praying secretly in his heart, only hoping that this stock will continue to daily limit as Tang Long said. You know, she has squeezed in her tuition fees and part of her hospitalization expenses. Fortunately, tuition fees don't have to be paid immediately, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to buy so much money. However, their every move was already under the surveillance of Ling Tian's bodyguard, and their conversation was directly reported to Ling Tian's ears. Ha ha, do you still want to take Wen Lan to trade stocks to make money? Looking at the information passed by the bodyguard on the phone, Ling Tian's face suddenly showed a smile. If he does not intervene, perhaps the protagonist can really gain the favor of the heroine step by step in this way. But how could Ling Tian let this guy grow up? As for the heroine Wen Lan, Tang Long doesn't even have to think about it. Afterwards, Ling Tian sent a message to Uncle Fu. After all, it was impossible for him to personally take action on some trivial matters. Then he's ready to watch a good show. After hanging out with the little girl Yang Qingshe in the school for a while, her face also had a bit of disappointment. Brother Tian, I want to go to the dormitory and take a look. With a sweet smile on Yang Qingshui's face, she raised her head and said to Ling Tian. Although Yang Qingshe basically does not live in the school, she is still assigned a dormitory, so she also wants to go up and meet her roommate. In this case, what happens in the school in the future can also be learned through them. Sure, Ling Tian naturally agreed casually. After that, Ling Tian directly held Yang Qingshui's tender little hand and walked towards the girls' dormitory together. Soon the two came to the number 16 dormitory where Yang Qingshe was. What? Brother Tian, it's actually Wen Lan. An excited smile suddenly appeared on Yang Qingshui's face, shouting to Ling Tian. At this moment, Wen Lan and Tang Long also walked towards the two of them head-on. However, after Tang Long saw Ling Tian, his heart became even more unhappy, because he was also very interested in the beautiful girl next to this man. But looking at the intimate appearance of the two, it is obvious that a more intimate relationship may have occurred. Lan, do you also live in this building? Are you from class 312 inches? Yang Qingshe asked curiously. And she suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a girl named Wen Lan in her class. Could it be the girl in front of her? Yup, Qingshe, are we still classmates? At this moment, Wen Lan also showed a surprised smile on his face. After all, it is impossible for Yang Qingshe to ask such a question for no reason. Obviously, she also lives in this building, and the two of them are also in the same class. That's right, this is really a coincidence. Are you going to the dormitory too? Why don't we go up together? Yang Qingshe immediately invited Wen Lan to go upstairs with her. Aha! Wen Lan nodded directly. Brother Tian, that person went up first. Wait for me here, I'll be down soon. Yang Qingshe was a little reluctant to say to Ling Tian. Fortunately, she just went up to have a look and got to know the roommates in the dormitory, it won't take long. Well, go. Ling Tian's face was also full of smiles. He reached out to squeeze Yang Qingshui's small face, and then said softly to her. Yang Qingshe nodded with a smile, then came to Wen Lan and took her arm directly. Lan, let's go up. Okay. In the end, the two walked towards the dormitory building like good friends. On the other hand, Ling Tian looked at the protagonist in front of him playfully, but he had no interest in talking to this kid in the past. After all, this will only make fun of himself, because Ling Tian can also see that this guy has deep hostility towards him now. However, Ling Tian will soon let this guy know what real pain is, knowing that the protagonist is not so easy to be. However, after being stared at by Ling Tian at this moment, Tang Long only felt that his body suddenly felt a chill to the bones, and even a trace of fear unconsciously appeared in his heart. Damn, how could I possibly be afraid of this kid? Tang Long felt uncomfortable by Ling Tian, and immediately stepped aside, trying to avoid Ling Tian's sight, but he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Even Tang Long felt that his self-esteem had taken some blows at this moment. He didn't understand why he had such an emotion against this little white face. You must know that he is a man with a system now, and he is destined to be a big man in the future. Ding, the protagonist Tang Long is afraid of the host villain value plus 10000. After watching this cowardly protagonist go away, Ling Tian did not continue to pay attention to him. After all, the good drama is still to come. Ling Tian will not be in a hurry. Chapter 260 Ling Tian and Wen Lan's ambiguity, Tang Long exploded. At this moment, Yang Qingshe and Wen Lan are chatting while going upstairs. Qingshe, was that your boyfriend just now? A hint of curiosity appeared on Wen Lan's face. After all, the two had a very close relationship just now. However, she is not sure whether the two are boyfriend and girlfriend relationship, maybe they are brothers and sisters. Yes, speaking of Ling Tian, a sweet smile appeared on Yang Qingshui's face. After all, Yang Qingshe always felt that she was able to be with Ling Tian, that was definitely the luckiest thing in her life. After getting Yang Qingshui's affirmative answer, Wen Lan also began to envy the couple, because she could see that Yang Qingshe and the boy were very happy together. Moreover, Qingshui's boyfriend not only looks extremely handsome, but also has an elegant temperament. This is definitely the most unique and attractive man Wen Lan has ever seen. Then Wen Lan couldn't help thinking of Tang Long again. She found that Tang Long and Qingshui's boyfriend seemed to be worse than a star. Wen Lan's heart began to sigh again. After all, no matter how good this man is, he is Qingshui's boyfriend and has nothing to do with her at all. Qingshe, when did you two get together? Then Wen Lan started to gossip again. After all, Yang Qingshe in front of her was just 18 and just entered university. So she also wants to know more about this friend she just made. We've only been together for a few months. Yang Qingshe didn't hide anything, but said it directly. After all, there is no need to hide anything about this kind of thing. You must know that her purpose is to match Wen Lan and her own brother Tian. So it's best to mention brother Tian in front of Wen Lan. Is your boyfriend also a student at this school? Wen Lan continued to ask. Do not know why. She was also very curious about Ling Tian. Yes, but brother Tian rarely comes to school. He came here today because he was with me. Yang Qingshui's beautiful eyes were full of splendor, and she explained with a smile. At this moment, her face is also full of sweetness. Qingshe, I can see that you are really happy now. Wen Lan said with some envy. After all, she now has some yearning for such a sweet relationship between men and women. Thanks, Lan, was that boy your boyfriend just now? After Yang Qingshe thanked her with a smile, she continued to inquire about Wen Lan's situation calmly. After all, her mission is to develop Wen Lan into her own good sister, so she naturally has to figure out the relationship between Wen Lan and the boy just now. However, Yang Qingshe felt that the relationship between the two should not be boyfriend and girlfriend. After all, the way Wen Lan looked at the boy couldn't deceive anyone. What? Not yet. He and I are just good friends now. A reluctant smile appeared on Wen Lan's face, and then directly denied it. Because she only has an idea for Tang Long that can be developed. If Wen Lan feels that the two of them are not suitable in the future, she will definitely draw a clear line with him. Wen Lan won't force herself to be with someone she doesn't like, because she knows that this will only make both of them more miserable. That's good. At this moment, Yang Qingshe was also relieved. After all, if the two of them had become boyfriend and girlfriend, she would be too embarrassed to dig someone's corner. Although Yang Qingshe really wanted to use this to please her brother Tian, but her personality also determined that she couldn't do anything. It seems that I have to match Lan and brother Tian as soon as possible. Otherwise, Lan is likely to be cut off by the boy just now. At this moment, Yang Qingshe did not relax his vigilance, and quickly made up his mind. Because she could see that the boy just now had an idea for Wen Lan. If she was slow to take action, it is very likely that Lan would become the boy's girlfriend. Soon, the two came to the third floor where they were. Although they were not in the same dormitory, they happened to be two adjacent rooms. Afterwards, Yang Qingshe and Wen Lan entered their own dormitories. After getting to know his roommate, and then adding contact information to each other, Yang Qingshe went downstairs directly with Wen Lan, because Wen Lan only came up to get some things. After a while, the two went back downstairs. Brother Tian, have you waited for a long time? Yang Qingshe threw herself into Ling Tian's arms impatiently, then buried her head in his arms, and asked gruffly in his ear. Now she is more and more inseparable from Ling Tian. As long as she is away for a short while, she will feel very uncomfortable. Fine. Ling Tian fondly rubbed Yang Qingshui's hair and said to her gently. Then Yang Qingshui left Ling Tian's arms with a blushing face and pulled him to Wen Lan. Brother Tian, let me introduce you. This is Wen Lan, she is already my good friend. Yang Qingshui's face was full of smiles, and after she finished speaking, she looked at Wen Lan in front of her. Lan, this is my boyfriend. Ling Tian. At this moment, looking at Ling Tian's handsome face in front of her, Wen Lan's sweet and pretty face also turned a little crimson, because the pressure the boy in front of her put on her was really heavy. This man made Wen Lan lose the courage to look at him just by virtue of his unique temperament like jade. In addition, because Wen Lan was busy with her studies, she seldom had much communication with other boys, and she was stunned for a while. At this time, Ling Tian's eyes showed a hint of playfulness, and he immediately felt that this woman had some meaning. And what's even more interesting is that the protagonist opposite him is glaring at him. After all, the protagonist will not allow other men to appear around the woman he likes. Hello. 040. However, Ling Tian didn't care about the protagonist's thoughts. He just stretched out his right hand and said confidently to Wen Lan in front of him. You hello. At this moment, Wen Lan also reacted. She responded with a trembling voice, and then directly stretched out her fair little hand. Ling Tian naturally grabbed Wen Lan's hand and even squeezed it lightly. Immediately, Wen Lan's pretty face became even redder, and now she is even less afraid to look at Ling Tian, and she doesn't know whether Ling Tian's actions just now were intentional or unintentional. At this moment, Wen Lan's heart began to panic, and she even felt a sense of guilt, because now she had some ambiguous actions with Qingshui's boyfriend. You must know that Qingshui regards herself as his good friend, but now such a thing has happened, although she is passive, but these are the facts. A playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, but he didn't go too far. After shaking it, he let go of Wen Lan's little hand. Damn it! This damn fellow, I must chop off his paws and feed the dog. However, Tang Long, who was beside him, cursed in his heart uncontrollably. You know, he has long regarded Wen Lan as his girlfriend. Moreover, Tang Long has never even touched Wen Lan's hand, but now this little white face is the first to use it. To be honest, he already had the heart to kill Ling Tian. Chapter 261 The hot face sticks to the cold ass. Afterwards, Wen Lan looked at Yang Qingshui nervously, and found that her face was still full of smiles, and Wen Lan's heart gradually calmed down. After all, she has now regarded Yang Qingshui as her good friend, so she naturally does not want any misunderstanding between the two. At this time, Tang Long couldn't help but come forward, although he didn't know why he was afraid of the man in front of him before. But these things are not worth mentioning in front of the woman he loves. Tang Long is not willing to watch this guy continue to take advantage of his future girlfriend. Lan. There was a flattering smile on Tang Long's face, and he walked to Wen Lan's side and called her softly. Wen Lan saw Tang Long coming over, and nodded to him with a smile. Then Tang Long also showed a smile that he thought was very handsome to Yang Qingshui who was beside him, and there was also a hint of greed in his eyes. Such a beautiful woman should belong to me. Let this bastard beside you go away. At this moment, Tang Long's heart is full of ambition. After all, he is also a man with a system now, so he doesn't care about Ling Tian next to him at all. He secretly swore in his heart that sooner or later he would take down all these two women in front of him. But Tang Long smiled loneliness at Yang Qingshui's smile. Because Yang Qingshui directly ignored this guy and pretended not to see it. Yang Qingshui felt that even if she didn't have a boyfriend now, she wouldn't be able to fall in love with the man in front of her, not to mention that she already had the most beloved brother. Immediately, Tang Long felt very unhappy in his heart. He never imagined that his hot face would stick to his cold butt. After that, he was also very sensible and didn't speak to the beautiful girl in front of him. He was already embarrassed enough, so Tang Long didn't want to continue to lose face in front of these two women. After Yang Qingshui introduced Wen Lan and her brother Tian to know each other, she was going to leave for the time being, because she also knew that some things should not be rushed now. After all, Wen Lan and brother Tian have only just met, and it is the best way to slowly get closer. Lan, then I'm leaving with brother Tian now. We can go out and play together next time. A smile appeared on Yang Qingshui's pretty face, and she said to Wen Lan in front of her. Wen Lan naturally smiled and nodded. To be honest, she still has a little pressure in her heart when she is facing Yang Qingshui, so she also wants to calm herself down after separating from Qingshui. At this time, Ling Tian nodded to Wen Lan with a smile. At this moment, the two looked at each other again, looking at Ling Tian's eyes that were as deep as the stars. Wen Lan only felt that her face was starting to heat up, and then her eyes dodged and shifted her gaze. Fortunately, Ling Tian then took Yang Qingshui's hand and left here. Suddenly, Wen Lan breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Long on the side also saw the strangeness on Wen Lan's face at the moment, and then he felt very isolated in his heart. He didn't understand why Wen Lan had such a reaction when he saw that guy, knowing that Wen Lan rarely showed such a shy look in front of him. Lan, the boy just now didn't look like a good person. I think we'd better stay away from him. Although Tang Long was very unhappy in his heart, he still licked a smiling face and said to Wen Lan in front of him. He didn't want Wen Lan to get closer and closer to the man named Ling Tian just now, otherwise, with the good appearance of this little white face, it is very likely that his girlfriend will fly away. However, after Wen Lan heard Tang Long's words, the smile on her face gradually disappeared. You must know that she has a very good feeling for Ling Tian, and this man is also Qingshui's boyfriend. Therefore, for Tang Long to slander others for no reason, Wen Lan felt very uncomfortable at the moment. Of course, there is another very important reason, that is, Wen Lan feels that Tang Long has interfered with his freedom. After all, I haven't become boyfriend and girlfriend with Tang Long yet. I didn't expect him to actually take care of his private life. Is it even up to him to decide what kind of friends he makes? Tang Long, just take care of yourself. And Ling Tian is Qingshui's boyfriend, how can you slander others behind your back like this? Wen Lan was expressionless at the moment, and said directly. Tang Long's words should be said in front of him. If Qingshui really hears it, she will definitely be very angry at that time. Wen Lan now regards Yang Qingshui as her good friend, because she thinks this girl is as beautiful in appearance and soul. So she didn't want to do anything to hurt Yang Qingshui. After being scolded by Wen Lan, Tang Long also became speechless, and an embarrassed smile appeared on his face. However, Tang Long didn't blame Wen Lan, because at this time he also understood that he was just saying this verbally, and it was difficult for Wen Lan to believe it. But Tang Long trusted his intuition, because when Ling Tian first appeared in front of him, his heart was inexplicably full of disgust. You know, Tang Long's sixth sense has been very accurate since he recorded it. Lan, let's go shopping in the school now. Then to ease the current cold scene, Tang Long immediately changed the topic. Okay. Wen Lan also agreed casually. Because of the reason Tang Long helped her before, now she has a very good impression of this man. Therefore, Wen Lan will naturally not reject Tang Long now. At this moment, Yang Qingshui hugged Ling Tian with a sweet face, and walked on the campus of Tiandu University. After all, Yang Qingshui hasn't had enough shopping today, and she has her own brother Tian by her side all the time, so of course she will cherish this opportunity. Brother Tian, people find that Lan seems to have a good impression of you too. Really, it seems that Brother Tian is really charming. There was a hint of spring in Yang Qingshui's beautiful eyes, and she said softly to Ling Tian. When he introduced Wen Lan and Brother Tian before, Yang Qingshui also noticed the shy look on Wen Lan's face. As a woman, she naturally knew very well why Wen Lan had such a reaction. Obviously, Wen Lan also has some interest in his own brother Tian. If a woman is not interested in men, it is basically impossible to be shy in the situation just now. Of course, otherwise how did you fall in love with me? Ling Tian fondly rubbed Yang Qingshui's hair and said to her proudly. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Yang Qingshui suddenly showed a charming smile. At this moment, she recalled the scene where she and Ling Tian met for the first time, and she looked at Ling Tian with admiration again. Chapter 262 Wen Lan's worries, is the stock limit down? The time gradually came to noon, and at this moment Wen Lan had already handled the matters related to her own admission. Then she took her mother's stewed soup and went to the hospital where her father was. Before long, she came to the ward where her father was. Lan, you are here. At this moment, Wen Li, who was lying on the hospital bed, also had a smile on his face and said to his daughter, Dad, are you feeling better today? Seeing his father's rosy complexion, Wen Lan's mood became better and better. It seems that after my father's surgery, the recovery is very good. It's okay, the doctor said that now I just need to rest. Wen Li also said happily, after all, he knew that the longer he lived here, the greater the cost. Because my daughter is also in college now, there are a lot of places to spend money, but I didn't expect that I would have a car accident. Fortunately, the doctor said before that as long as the injuries on the body are healed, there will be basically no serious problems in the future. This is also a good fortune in misfortune. That's good. Wen Lan's face was also full of joy at the moment. Then she presented the chicken soup she brought and handed it to her father. Dad, eat first. I'll pay the fee, Wen Lan said to her father with a smile. After all, the injury on his father does not affect his own feeding of 040, and he is not used to letting himself feed him. Go ahead. Wen Li carefully reached out to take the bowl of soup and said to his daughter. Then Wen Lan turned around and left the ward, and then found the hospital staff to start paying. Soon, she paid most of the expenses, but the expenses incurred by her father's hospitalization still have less than 50,000 yuan yet to be paid. And the money will accumulate more and more in the future, so Wen Lan's heart is also very troubled at this moment. Because she knew that it was very difficult for her parents to make money, and part of the money she paid for her father was borrowed from relatives and friends. I just hope that the inside information that Tang Long said before is true. In this case, I will have enough money to pay for the expenses incurred by Dad's hospitalization. Wen Lan prayed secretly in her heart, and at this moment her heart was full of expectations. After all, she doesn't even have a chance to regret now, because all the money she bought for that stock has been sold. Now Wen Lan can only wait to see the follow-up situation of this stock tomorrow, but at the moment she still has a trace of worry in her heart. Wen Lan is actually very harmful, IBF, afraid that the stock will not rise but fall instead. If this is the case, she will have no face to face her parents. After all, she did this without telling her parents, because if her parents knew about this, it would be impossible for her to allow herself to use money to invest in stocks. Afterwards, Wen Lan came to the bathroom with a tired face, and then she rinsed her face with tap water. Wow hoo hoo. Hearing the sound of this stream of water and the feeling of cold water pouring on his face, Wen Lan gradually calmed down. After taking a deep breath, she returned to her father's ward again, ready to continue to take care of him here. The time gradually came to the second day. Early in the morning, Wen Lan was anxiously waiting for the opening time of the stock market. Because she couldn't wait to confirm whether the stock she bought yesterday was going up or down today. When eating breakfast, Wen Lan also looked absent-minded. At this time, Mother Wen's face also showed a concerned look. Lan, are you feeling unwell? After hearing her mother's words, Wen Lan was immediately taken aback, and her heart lifted. No, I'm fine, Mom. Wen Lan immediately responded to her mother, and at this moment her voice became a little trembling. Because she is very afraid that her mother will find out what she did yesterday, although she is also out of good intentions. But if her mother finds out, she will definitely blame herself, so Wen Lan can only choose to muddle through first. Then hurry up and finish your meal. Wait a minute and bring some breakfast to your dad early. With a kind smile on Mother Wen's face, she said to Wen Lan in front of her. After all, she will be busy with the business in the store after a while, so she can only let her daughter do the delivery of breakfast. For this daughter, Wen's mother is also very proud. After all, Wen Lan has never let herself worry about her since she was a child, and she has also been admitted to the most famous university in the country. Okay. At this moment, Wen Lan's heart also relaxed. She thought her mother would ask about paying the hospital yesterday. If she really asked, she could only continue to lie, even though Wen Lan didn't want to do it. Afterwards, Wen Lan quickly finished the breakfast prepared by her mother, and then went back to her room to pack her bags. Mom, then I'm leaving. Wen Lanchao's face was full of smiles. After saying a word to her mother, she went out with the breakfast carefully prepared by her mother. It didn't take long for Wen Lan to come to the hospital. After all, her home was not far from the hospital, and it was only a 10-minute walk. Soon, she came to the hospital and delivered breakfast to her father's bed, and then she continued to stay here to take care of her father. Time passed little by little. For Wen Lan, this time was very difficult, because her heart was full of pressure at the moment. Dad, let me go out first. Gradually, the time approached 9:15, and after Wen Lan informed her father, she quickly came out of the ward with her mobile phone. Because Wen Lan didn't want his father to find out that he was investing in stocks now, otherwise, he would definitely be suspicious. At this moment, Wen Lan sat on a chair in the corridor with excitement, and then directly opened the stock trading software on her mobile phone, staring at the screen with a pair of beautiful eyes. At this moment, Wen Lan's heart is also full of expectations. She hopes to see this stock rise immediately. How so? However, at 9:15, Wen Lan's face changed drastically. Because at this moment, the call auction of this stock actually reached the limit down price. Suddenly, she only felt that her body was cold at the moment, and her mind was evacuated in an instant. Afterwards, Wen Lan took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down, because there was no official opening yet. Maybe it was just an accident. Wen Lan could only comfort herself in her heart at the moment, and she didn't rush to call Tang Long to ask what was going on. She decided to wait until the market opened at 9:30 to take a look at this stock. Afterwards, Wen Lan began to wait anxiously again, but the call to bid situation made her heart sink a little bit. Because she found a very large sell-off in this stock. If these transactions are not cancelled, when the market opens, the stock is directly at the limit down. Chapter 263 Want to bring me money again. When I'm really stupid. In a dilapidated rental house in Tiandu City, Tang Long's face was also very ugly at this moment. I saw him sitting on the bed in his rental house with a livid face, staring at the stock trading software on his mobile phone. You must know that you and Wen Lan have sworn to guarantee that this stock will rise sharply. I didn't expect that the call auction of this stock has directly reached the price limit. Thinking that he actually let Wen Lan buy a stock that fell sharply, Tang Long felt his scalp numb, and his heart started to get cold. Don't say that Wen Lan fell in love with her in this situation. It would be a good thing if she didn't stab herself to death with a knife. You know, because of her own instigation, Wen Lan bought this stock with part of her father's medical expenses and her tuition. Without her own oath, she would never have used the money from her father's hospitalization to invest in stocks. What the hell is going on in the system? Didn't you fucking say this stock is bound to go up? At this moment, Tang Long asked angrily to his system. To be honest, he wanted to swear now. Because he feels that he has been deceived by this garbage system. Host, due to unexpected changes, this stock is about to plummet, and the follow-up situation will change from now on. After being explained by the system, Tang Long's face instantly turned as black as charcoal. You rubbish system. Didn't you promise me that this stock would go up? Tang Long suddenly cursed out in anger. If it wasn't for this system's bewitching of him, he wouldn't have wanted to use this method to help Wen Lan. Because he didn't know much about stocks before. The host abuse system is detected, and an electric shock will be rewarded. The cold voice of the system echoed in Tang Long's mind. Ah! Suddenly, a powerful current enveloped Tang Long's body, and then he let out a painful howl. At this moment, Tang Long fell directly to the ground, and his body began to twitch violently. He even rolled his eyes and foamed at the mouth. After a while, Tang Long's wailing stopped, and at this time he was also honest. I didn't expect this system to have a punishment function. To be honest, Tang Long has the urge to vomit blood. What the hell is this garbage system? If it wasn't for Tang Long still thinking about using this system to turn around, now he wants to untie it directly. Then Tang Long got up from the ground again, and then leaned over to his mobile phone to take a look, and his face suddenly became very ugly. Damn it. How so? Why did this stock just open at the fucking limit? Tang Long roared angrily again. Although he already knew from the system in advance that the stock would plummet, he still couldn't control the anger in his heart when he witnessed it with his own eyes. Because he knew that not only did he fail to help Wen Lan this time, but he even slapped her hard. One can imagine how much Wen Lan hated himself now, and Tang Long suddenly had the urge to destroy this system. Buzz. At this time, the phone began to vibrate. Tang Long took a closer look. It was actually Wen Lan's call. All of a sudden, Tang Long felt a cold sweat on his forehead, and he was a little afraid to answer the call. After taking a deep breath, Tang Long answered the call directly, and he heard the anger from Wen Lan as soon as he connected. Tang Long, didn't you say that this stock will rise sharply? Why does it just open with a limit down? Tang Long's ears instantly heard Wen Lan's slightly crying voice. Now he already knows that the problem is very serious. If he doesn't handle this matter well, let alone make Wen Lan his girlfriend, maybe she will never forgive herself. Lan, don't worry, I'll come and explain to you. At this moment, Tang Long was like being roasted on a fire, and he didn't know how to explain it to Wen Lan for a while. So he can only appease Wen Lan first, and then ask the system if there is any remedy. At that time, he will go to Wen Lan to explain the matter well, and maybe the two of them can still reconcile. Afterwards, Tang Long continued to appease Wen Lan a few more words, and then hung up the phone. System, can this stock continue to rise? Tang Long directly asked the system in his mind. At present, this stock has been accidentally manipulated, so its subsequent rally cannot be predicted by the system. As the cold voice of the system entered his mind, Tang Long only felt a basin of cold water pouring down from his Tianling cover. Fuck, isn't this cheating on Lao Su? At this moment, Tang Long really wanted to scold the system fiercely, but thinking of the electric shock reward just now, he still didn't dare to scold it. System, do you have any other ways to make money? After calming down for a while, Tang Long decided to make money in another way. After all, he has the strongest investment system, so it can definitely give itself other ways to make money. Of course, the price of garlic will be frantically fried soon, so the host only needs to stock up on garlic, and within 2 weeks, the price will skyrocket several times. The system quickly gave the answer Tang Long needed, and Tang Long's hanging heart gradually let go. At this moment, a smug smile appeared on Tang Long's face again. After all, as long as this matter can be resolved, he believes that he will soon be able to become Wen Lan's real boyfriend. After waiting for a while, Tang Long decided to convince Wen Lan to clear out all this damn stock first, and then hoard garlic with her. Afterwards, Tang Long hurriedly changed his clothes, and then rushed towards the hospital where Wen Lan was. It didn't take long for him to come to the hospital, and then Tang Long found that Wen Lan was sitting on a bench outside the hospital very sad at this moment. At this moment, there are faint traces of tears on Wen Lan's face. It is obvious that this woman has just cried. Looking at Wen Lan with a pity I saw, Tang Long's heart also felt very distressed. After all, it was because of her own reasons that she became what she is now. Lan, I'm here. Tang Long showed a pleasing smile on his face, and said confidently while walking towards Wen Lan. Seeing Tang Long coming, Wen Lan also stood up excitedly at the moment, but her eyes looked a little cold at the man in front of her. Wen Lan felt that although it was his decision to buy this stock, if it wasn't for this guy's oath, he would never have made such an idea. Can this stock go up? Wen Lan's face was full of eagerness, and asked Tang Long in front of him. Now Wen Lan is already scared, she doesn't want to make any money from this stock, she just wants to sell it directly if she can get it back. It is estimated that it will not rise, and it may keep going down. So we sold all of this stock directly. An embarrassed smile appeared on Tang Long's face, and he directly told the truth. Hearing Tang Long's words, Wen Lan's beautiful eyes now burst into tears, but she still resisted the urge to cry. Wen Lan didn't expect this guy to give her such an answer, and suddenly she also had a trace of hatred for Tang Long. Lan, don't be sad. I have other ways to bring you money. Looking at Wen Lan's face in front of him, Tang Long quickly added another sentence. At this moment, a crooked smile appeared on his face again, giving people a feeling of self-confidence. What way? At this time, Wen Lan's voice was low and asked casually. Looking at Tang Long's face in front of him, to be honest, Wen Lan wanted to slap him directly. She has begun to disbelieve Tang Long's nonsense, and she even regretted why she believed this guy before. Now Wen Lan has decided in his heart that he must sell all this stock in a while. As for the part of the money she lost, she went to part-time to earn it back. No matter what, it is impossible for her to continue listening to Tang Long's method to make any money. Now Wen Lan only thinks that he is the biggest idiot in the world, and he would actually believe such a pie in the sky. And does Tang Long really think of himself as a fool? I feel that I will believe his nonsense again and again. People. Chapter 264. The relationship broke down, and Wen Lan was invited as a guest. Looking at the sad expression on Wen Lan's face, Tang Long felt a little remorse in his heart at this moment. Fortunately, he has a systematic existence on his body, otherwise Tang Long would not know how to get this woman's forgiveness in the future. Lan, the price of garlic will skyrocket, we can stock up on garlic. Within 2 weeks, the money we put in can be doubled. A confident smile appeared on Tang Long's face, and he said seriously to Wen Lan in front of him. He felt that his system should not make mistakes again and again. After all, when he was investing in this stock before, it really skyrocketed. It's just that I don't know why, but the stock is falling like crazy. Is it the insider information given to you by the person you rescued before? Wen Lan slowly raised his head, looked at Tang Long blankly, and then asked him a question. At this moment, Wen Lan felt extremely sad in her heart. 040, she felt that Tang Long in front of her was just deceiving herself. Even Wen Lan felt that the old man that Tang Long saved was made up by himself. Yes, Lan, he said that this stock will plummet just because of an accident. So as compensation, he told me this new news. An embarrassed smile appeared on Tang Long's face, and at this time he could only continue to lie. After all, if he admitted that he had lied before, Wen Lan would definitely hate himself. No need, I have something to do, I'll go first. After taking a deep breath, Wen Lan endured the anger in his heart, turned around and left after leaving a sentence. She will no longer believe Tang Long's words and hoard garlic with him. After all, isn't the lesson she just learned bad enough? Looking at the back of Wen Lan rushing away, Tang Long's face also became ugly. He knew that Wen Lan must be really angry this time. Afterwards, Tang Long sat on the bench where Wen Lan had just sat with a sad face, and began to think about what to do next. Now he feels that hoarding garlic is still too slow to make money, and he must have a way to make money faster. But now there is also a very serious problem waiting to be solved by himself, that is, he does not have any principal now. Because all the money that bought that stock was locked up before, and now there is a very large amount of selling in this stock, Tang Long can't even sell it at all. In the same way, Wen Lan's money can't be taken back now. When it can be taken back, I don't know how much it will be left. Thinking of this, Tang Long's heart sank little by little. He knew that he must make money as soon as possible. System, is there any other way for me to make money? Give me directly the way to make money with the fastest speed. Tang Long anxiously asked the system in his mind. It is suggested that the host can find a bank loan first, and then go to Jingjiang City, the largest jade wool market in Kyushu, to invest in rough stones. This system can provide the relevant return on investment. After getting the answer given by the system, a proud smile appeared on Tang Long's face again. Then Tang Long hurriedly ran in the direction of the bank. After all, he didn't even have a dime on him. If you play rough stone, how can you do it without the principal? What's more, Jingjiang City is still very far from here, so he has to take a plane to go there. In this way, he can save time to the greatest extent. The time soon came to the afternoon, and Tang Long, who had borrowed 30,000 yuan from the bank, got on the plane to Jingjiang City. Lan, wait for me. After the plane took off, Tang Long was a little reluctant to glance at the land under his feet, because there was his most beloved woman here. But it won't take long for him to come back, and all problems will be solved by then. At this moment, Wen Lan is still taking care of her father in the hospital. When she took time out to check whether the stock had been sold, the result was still very disappointing to her. Wen Lan feels that it is basically impossible to sell this stock today, because there is still a very large amount of selling, which directly puts this stock on the daily limit. Even when I can sell it, I don't know how much the stock in my hand is worth. What am I supposed to do? Tears burst into Wen Lan's eyes, and she whispered helplessly. She regretted her previous ignorance very much, otherwise she would not have made such impulsive behavior. After a while, Wen Lan's face showed a firm look again. She knew that she must be strong at this time. Next, she should find a job and earn the money back, otherwise Wen Lan won't know how to face her parents. But when it comes to finding a job, Wen Lan is a little confused again, because it won't be long before school officially starts. At that time, she doesn't have much time to work part-time at all, so it is difficult to find a stable and profitable job under such circumstances. Buzz. At this time, Wen Lan's phone suddenly vibrated, and then she saw that it was Yang Qingshe who sent her a message. After reading the general content, Wen Lan's face showed a hint of emotion, because Yang Qingshe actually invited herself to be a guest at her house. Wen Lan saw that it was still early, so she decided to go to the appointment. By the way, she also wanted to ask Qingshe if she could help herself find a job. After all, Qingshe and her boyfriend came to school in a luxury car before. They must have a very wide network of contacts, so Wen Lan felt that she could ask Qingshe for help. Thinking of this, Wen Lan still feels a little ashamed. After all, she and Qingshe have only just met, so it seems that the purpose is very heavy. However, Wen Lan finally decided to go to the appointment, because she really had no choice now, and then she sent a message back to young Qingshe. Inside the Ling family's manor, Ling Tian was lying on a chair on the balcony, blowing the cool breeze. "Brother Tian, I didn't expect Lan to really agree to come here." At this moment, Yang Qingshe was lying in Ling Tian's arms with a blushing face, and then she said in shock. Yang Qingshe did not expect things to be exactly as expected by her brother Tian, and immediately her gaze towards Ling Tian was filled with admiration. Ling Tian's face also showed a proud smile. You must know that he is very aware of Wen Lan's current situation. Because these are all controlled by myself behind the scenes, if I don't stop, Wen Lan's money will never be returned. After all, the market value of the stock that Wen Lan bought was still too small. Ling 1.5 days was fully capable of keeping this stock at the daily limit. In addition, Wen Lan is a very smart woman, and she knows how to use the resources around her very well in the original plot. Therefore, when she is in such a desperate situation, she will naturally try her best to fill this hole. In this case, wouldn't Yang Qingshe be her best target? Obviously, if Wen Lan asks Qingshe for help, as long as Qingshe can do it easily, it is basically impossible for this little girl to refuse. All right, go pick up the spoon. Ling Tian threw the coffee spoon on the table directly onto the carpet, and then said to Yang Qingshe with a smirk. Seeing this little girl's admiration for him, Ling Tian also became a little confused. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Yang Qingshui's pretty face became even more rosy, but she still obediently knelt to the ground. Chapter 265 Wen Lan came to the door and thanked Ling Tian. After coming to the bathroom to clean up herself, Wen Lan turned around and went back to her father's ward. Before leaving, Wen Lan must explain it to his father, so that he will not worry about himself. Dad, a classmate is looking for me for something, I'll go first now. If you have anything to do, just call me and I'll be right back. After entering the ward, Wen Lan smiled and informed her father. Go. Father Wen naturally wouldn't have any opinion, he said to his daughter with a smile. After all, now that his daughter has grown up, he will naturally not take care of everything, not to mention that Wen Lan has been very sensible since childhood. So he is not worried that his daughter will do anything out of the ordinary. Wen Lan nodded with a smile, turned around to pack her bag, and left the ward. Soon, Wen Lan came to the outside of the hospital, because Qingshe said she would send a car to pick her up, so now she can just wait here. It didn't take long for a luxurious Rolls-Royce to stop in front of Wen Lan, and then a man in a suit with sunglasses got out of the car. Miss Wen, please get in the car. I saw that he respectfully opened the door of the back seat for Wen Lan, and then said to her. Thanks. After thanking her, Wen Lan got into the car immediately, and now she can't wait to see Qingshe. She felt that with Qingshui's gentle personality, she would never refuse to help her. In fact, if it wasn't that there was no way, Wen Lan didn't want to make such a request with this good friend he just made. Because Wen Lan didn't want the friendship between the two to be a little utilitarian, and she was very fond of Yang Qingshe in her heart. Looking at the luxurious configuration on this car, Wen Lan was also a little nervous at this moment, and even started to restrain herself. However, her expectations for this trip have become higher and higher. Although Wen Lan has no concept of these luxury cars, she also knows that these cars are very expensive. Therefore, Wen Lan felt that the conditions of Qingshui's house must be very superior, and the possibility of being able to help him will become greater. It didn't take long for the car to arrive at the gate of Ling's manor. What a beautiful manor! After getting out of the car, Wen Lan looked at the incomparably luxurious manor in front of her, and her heart was suddenly filled with shock. Looking at these carved dragons, painted phoenixes and antique walls at the gate, you can see the profound heritage of this manor. The maid on the side had already been waiting here, and after seeing Wen Lan, she stepped forward respectfully. Miss Wen, please come with me. The maid smiled and stretched out a hand to guide Wen Lan. Thanks. Wen Lan also responded with a smile, and then followed the maid unhurriedly. However, Wen Lan's mind was also immersed in the colorful gardens around her. At this moment, she seemed to be in a sea of flowers. She felt that this place was simply a fairyland on earth. Then Wen Lan began to envy Qingshe in her heart. After all, she could live in such a beautiful place every day. Even Wen Lan began to fantasize about being able to live in such a manner one day. It didn't take long for Wen Lan to come to the main courtyard where Ling Tian was, and saw Yang Qingshui jogging happily and hugged her. Lan, welcome here. Yang Qingshui's pretty face was full of sweet smiles, but at this moment, there was still a seductive blush on her face. Even her cherry lips were a little red, which was obviously the sequelae left behind. Thanks, Qingshe, this manner is really beautiful. Wen Lan naturally chatted with Yang Qingshe happily. At this moment, Ling Tian also showed a polite smile to this woman. After seeing Ling Tian, Wen Lan also showed a shy smile on her face. She remembered the incident when Ling Tian shook hands with her before. Moreover, the two women, Yang Qingshe and Wen Lan, held hands and sat happily to one side. There are many fruits, cakes and coffee on the table in front of them, and the two of them naturally enjoy afternoon tea while sharing interesting stories around them. And Ling Tian lay down on the chair with a comfortable face, and began to close his eyes and rest. He doesn't have much interest in participating in their two women's topics. After all, men and women have very different hobbies. As time passed, Wen Lan chatted with Yang Qingshe more and more happily, and she found that she and Qingshe still had a lot in common. Seeing that the time has gradually matured, Wen Lan also began to prepare to express the purpose of her trip. Qingshe, my father is now in the hospital because of a car accident. So now our family urgently needs money, can you help me find a part-time job? Wen Lan's face was full of sincerity, and she said seriously to Qingshe in front of her. What? Yang Qingshui's mouth is wide open, she is naturally a little confused now, how can she find any job? You must know that her current food, clothing, housing, and transportation are all covered by Brother Tian, but she has never considered the issue of work. Lan, if you're looking for a job, I can only help you and ask Brother Tian. I don't understand this. A smile appeared on Yang Qingshui's face as she explained to Wen Lan in front of her. After all, only my own brother can help with this kind of work. Hearing Yang Qingshui's words, Wen Lan glanced at Ling Tian, who seemed to be asleep beside him, with a bit of astonishment. Then Wen Lan looked at Yang Qingshe again, a pleading look appeared on her face, she could only pin her hopes on Qingshe now. After all, I am not familiar with Ling Tian, so if I speak rashly, the effect will not be good, I can only let Qingshe help me. Afterwards, Yang Qingshe naturally understood and saw that she walked straight in front of Ling Tian, smiled and stretched out her hand to pull Ling Tian up. 040 I happen to be preparing to match Brother Tian and Wen Lan, isn't this an opportunity to deliver it to your door? Therefore, Yang Qingshe will naturally not refuse Wen Lan's request for help. What's wrong? Ling Tian pretended to be puzzled and asked. Brother Tian, Lan wants to find a part-time job. Can you help her? Yang Qingshui's face was full of a charming smile, she put her hand on Ling Tian's neck and said gruffly. Of course there is no problem. Wait a while and I'll ask the housekeeper to make a list of jobs for you, Lan, you can just choose what you like. I will let him try to improve his treatment as much as possible. Ling Tian showed a gentle smile on his face, turned his head to look at Wen Lan, and then agreed directly. After all, these things were originally in his calculations. What? Thank you, Ling Tian. Thank you so much. Wen Lan stood up excitedly and thanked Ling Tian in front of him. She never imagined that things would go so smoothly, and suddenly Wen Lan became more and more fond of Ling Tian. For a while, she didn't even care about Ling Tian's affectionate address to her just now. Moreover, Wen Lan felt that compared with Ling Tian, Tang Long was simply unreliable to the extreme, and he even came to pit him. Thinking of this, her resentment towards Tang Long became deeper and deeper. After all, if it wasn't for this guy, she wouldn't have to go to this point at all. Chapter 266 What? Wear schoolgirl clothes to show your boyfriend together. Not long after, Fu Bo, who received Ling Tian's order, collected some work lists and brought them to a few people. Lan, just choose whatever job you want. I'll take care of everything else for you. Ling Tian put the list directly in front of Wen Lan, and then said to her with a smile. Thanks. A blush appeared on Wen Lan's pretty face, and she said gratefully to Ling Tian. After all, Ling Tian called him that in front of Qingshui, and Wen Lan felt very ashamed. However, seeing Qingshui's unconcerned look on her face, Wen Lan gradually felt relieved. She didn't want any misunderstanding between herself and Qingshui. Because after Qingshui extended a helping hand to him, Wen Lan has now completely regarded her as his best friend. Afterwards, Wen Lan carefully flipped through the pages of the list in his hand. Lan, let me help you choose too. Young Qingshui also brought her little head closer and said to Wen Lan with a smile. She also wants to help Wen Lan choose a job that suits her. After all, she has no more place to help her. Because she has now regarded Wen Lan as her good sister, and now that Wen Lan has been targeted by her own brother Tian, it will not be long before they will sleep together. After all, Yang Qingshui has a deep understanding of Ling Tian's charm. She feels that basically no woman can handle it in front of brother Tian. Lan, I think this job of carrying goods is very suitable for you. Yang Qingshui's pretty face showed an excited look. She stretched out her fair little finger and pointed to the anchor job on the list. This job is from a makeup company under Ling's group, and the content of the job is to sell some cosmetics through live broadcast. The working hours of this job are in the evening, just need to assist another host to try these cosmetics. And at Ling Tian's request, this job not only has a relatively high basic salary, but even a portion of the sales revenue. It can be said that the treatment is very superior. Qingshui, your eyes are so good. After reading the job introduction carefully, Wen Lan's face was full of surprises. To be honest, she liked this job very much after reading it. I just think this job is a good fit for you. After all, our Lan is so beautiful, the effect of using these cosmetics must be very good. You will definitely make a lot of money by then. There was also a happy smile on Yang Qingshui's face, and she was happy from the bottom of her heart that she could help Wen Lan. After all, Wen Lan is very short of money now, so Yang Qingshui naturally wants to help this good friend. Qingshui, don't praise me like that, I'll be embarrassed. And Qingshui is also very beautiful. Wen Lan was also a little embarrassed by Yang Qingshui's praise at this moment, and two blushes suddenly rose on her pretty face. Excuse me, I'll choose this one. Afterwards, Wen Lan returned the list to Uncle Fu who was beside him, and said seriously to him. Fu Bo smiled and nodded to Wen Lan, and then resigned to Ling Tian. Seeing the back of Uncle Fu leaving, Wen Lan's nervous heart gradually calmed down. Because the monthly basic salary of the job she just chose is 8,000, plus the commission for selling goods, she must be able to pay off the hole she stabbed in a short time. Even after his father's medical expenses were settled, Wen Lan's eyes towards Ling Tian became more and more friendly. After all, if it wasn't for this man, I still don't know when I want to make this money. Moreover, Wen Lan is very afraid that her parents will find out that she used money to speculate in stocks. Lan, let me take you upstairs. I suddenly remembered that I have a gift for you. Afterwards, a sly smile appeared on Yang Qingshui's face, holding Wen Lan's hand and going upstairs. What? Qingshui, don't you need it? After all, you've already helped me a lot, how can I still accept your gift? A trace of astonishment appeared on Wen Lan's face, and she tentatively refused to Yang Qingshui. After all, the matter of asking Qingshui for help already made her feel ashamed. Lan, you are not allowed to reject me. Let's go, hurry up. Yang Qingshui smiled charmingly, then shook Wen Lan's arm and urged her again. At this moment, Wen Lan's face also showed a hint of helplessness. Regarding Yang Qingshui's insistence, she could only obey her first. Because she knew that Qingshui must be well-intentioned, not to mention that Qingshui had just helped her a lot. Afterwards, Wen Lan smiled and nodded to Ling Tian shyly, and then walked upstairs with Yang Qingshui. At this moment, Ling Tian also noticed that the little girl Yang Qingshui cast an ambiguous look at him before she left. Immediately, he also looked forward to what kind of surprise the little girl would bring to him. Ling Tian wouldn't think that Yang Qingshui would want to give Wen Lan a gift for no reason. And at this moment, Wen Lan also has some circles pulled by Yang Qingshui and walked up the stairs. Qingshui, what gift do you want to give me? Wen Lan's face showed a hint of curiosity, and asked Yang Qingshui beside him. You'll know right away. I promise you'll love it. Yang Qingshui is still mysterious at this moment, and refuses to tell the truth to Wen Lan. All right. Quote. After hearing Yang Qingshui's words, Wen Lan was at a loss for words. Soon, Yang Qingshui brought Wen Lan to her own clothes storage room, where a set of clothes was stored. Of course, most of them are schoolgirl outfits of various colors and styles. Lan, just pick a suit and put it on. This is my gift to you. Do you like it very much? Yang Qingshui immediately showed a happy smile, pointed to the schoolgirl in front of her, and said to Wen Lan bluntly. What? A surprised expression suddenly appeared on Wen Lan's face. She didn't expect Qingshui to give her clothes. And all these clothes are actually schoolgirl clothes. Hurry up. Let's change into this dress together and let Brother Tian comment on who looks better in schoolgirl clothes. At this time, Yang Qingshui's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and another bad idea came up in her heart, and then said to Wen Lan with a smile. Qingshui, this isn't that bad. At this moment, Wen Lan felt very shy in her heart. The expression on her face became more and more stunned. She didn't understand why Qingshui had such a strange idea. Or you, let yourself wear a schoolgirl outfit, and then wear it with her to show her boyfriend. What a bizarre idea. Suddenly, Wen Lan only felt her face get hot for a while, and she felt that there might be something wrong with her ears. Ah, what's wrong with that? Come on, do me a favor. Yang Qingshui shook Wen Lan's arm with a charming face, pouting her mouth and acting like a towel. Her purpose is naturally to further match Wen Lan and Brother Tian, so her actions can definitely stimulate the shame in Wen Lan's heart after waiting for a while. At that time, Brother Tian will leave a very deep impression on Lan's heart. To be honest, Yang Qingshui is really looking forward to the scene where she and Lan will be sisters together. All right. Facing Yang Qingshui's appearance, Wen Lan could only helplessly agree with a smile at the moment. Afterwards, Wen Lan immediately picked out the style she liked from the pile of clothes, and it happened that she and Qingshui were about the same figure. So these dresses fit her perfectly too. Chapter 267 Why don't Lan be Brother Tian's girlfriend too? Soon, Wen Lan chose a set of clothes from these piles of clothes. Then she entered the room next to her and changed into this outfit. How is it, Qingshui? Does it still fit when I put it on? Wen Lan came to Yang Qingshui and asked her with a smile. At this moment, her charming face was full of happy smiles, and she slowly turned around in front of Yang Qingshui. The pink skirt also fluttered with inertia, which made Wen Lan even more attractive. Of course, Lan is even more beautiful after wearing it. Yang Qingshui praised Wen Lan with a smile. Hearing Yang Qingshui's words, the smile on Wen Lan's face became even brighter. Qingshui, why do you have so many schoolgirl outfits here? And there are so many other styles of uniforms out there. Wen Lan shyly pointed to the clothes in front of her, and even some special clothes in the corner made her blushing. What? These are all bought for me by Brother Tian. He likes me wearing these clothes very much, so he buys more and more, and then Brother Tian asked me to show him different clothes every day. Yang Qingshui didn't hide anything, she just said it with a smile. Now that she has stayed with Ling Tian for a long time, she will not be as shy as before. If these things were put in the past, Yang Qingshui would definitely be embarrassed to say these words. After getting Qingshui's explanation, Wen Lan now has a deeper understanding of Ling Tian. It turns out that an excellent man like Ling Tian also likes the temptation of his girlfriend's uniform. This also made Wen Lan wonder if her future boyfriend would also have such a habit. Immediately, Wen Lan's legs couldn't help but folded slightly, and her face became flushed. Lan, what's the matter with you? Are you looking for a boyfriend? Yang Qingshui, who was on the side, kept noticing the change in Wen Lan's face at the moment, and immediately laughed and ridiculed. I don't have it. Qingshui, don't talk nonsense. Yang Qingshui's words directly interrupted Wen Lan's thoughts, and she immediately denied it when she saw her beautiful eyes staring wide. But at this moment, her heart is also very shy, and there is a feeling of being seen through on the spot when she does something bad. But you just looked like you were in spring. Yang Qingshui said with a smile again. She didn't plan to let Wen Lan go easily. Qingshui, I hate it. Hearing this, Wen Lan became angry, and immediately stretched out her small hand and attacked Yang Qingshui's armpit. No, Lan. While Yang Qingshui begged for mercy, she was unwilling to play with Wen Lan. After a while, the two stopped their movements one after another. Seeing Wen Lan's shy look at the moment, Yang Qingshui also decided to let her go for the time being. Lan Lan, wait for me for a while. I'm going to replace it with one that's exactly the same as yours. After speaking, Yang Qingshe happily walked towards the clothes rack in front. Then she took the same clothes as Wen Lan and went to another room to change them. It didn't take long for Yang Qingshe to walk out of it, and then she went straight to Wen Lan's side and hugged her arm intimately. Let's go. Let's go down and show Brother Tian now. A sly smile suddenly appeared on Yang Qingshui's face, and after speaking, she took Wen Lan and walked downstairs. At this moment, Wen Lan's pretty face showed 2 touches of red, and she was very embarrassed at this moment. She also didn't understand what Qingshui meant. If Qingshui wanted to try on these clothes, she could just show it to her boyfriend herself, so why let herself wear it to Ling Tian? However, he has already promised Qingshui, so now he can only take one step at a time. Soon, the two came to Ling Tian hand in hand. Good. It seems that these 2 little girls can often be dressed like this in the future. Ling Tian looked at the 2 beautiful girls in front of him with admiration. A satisfied smile suddenly appeared on his face, and some other thoughts also appeared in his heart. Now Yang Qingshe and Wen Lan are wearing white shirts on the upper body, and a pink skirt and white silk socks on the lower body. This dress directly outlines their graceful figures to the fullest, especially those 2 slender and straight legs that really make Ling Tian envious. It has to be said that Ling Tian is also a little distracted at the moment. Of course, he is still calm on the surface. Brother Tian, how is it? Who is more beautiful in this dress, people or Lan Lan? Yang Qingshe came directly to Ling Tian excitedly, shaking his arm and asking him. I think both of you are very beautiful in this dress. Even if it is an equal share. A faint smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he responded casually. Anyway, this little girl, Yang Qingshe, can't possibly eat Wen Lan's vinegar now. However, Wen Lan's fair face was also full of blush at the moment, and she felt some shyness and unspeakable joy in her heart again. If someone else said that, she wouldn't care at all, but she felt very useful to Ling Tian's compliment. It seems that Brother Tian has a very high evaluation of Lan Lan. Why don't Lan Lan be Brother Tian's girlfriend too? After hearing Ling Tian's answer, Yang Qingshe came directly to Wen Lan, wrapped her arms around her thin waist, and then said with a smile in her ear. Ah, Qingshe, what are you talking about? At this moment, Wen Lan's pretty face was rosy as if it was about to drip blood. She said shyly to Yang Qingshe. Wen Lan never thought that Qingshe would actually say such a thing, and suddenly she didn't dare to look up at Ling Tian in front of her. But I don't know why, for what Qingshe said, there is no resistance in my heart at this moment. Some are just shy, and even have a faint expectation. Lan Lan, don't be ashamed. Actually, they were just joking. But if you want, I have no opinion anyway. Yang Qingshe pouted at this moment, shook Wen Lan, who was holding her arms, and then smiled at her again. She could also see that Wen Lan had no resistance to her brother Tian at all, but she also gave Wen Lan a step down. Qingshe, don't say this. Why do you have such a strange idea? Ling Tian is your boyfriend. Wen Lan gently broke free from Yang Qingshui's embrace, then grabbed her little hand and said to her seriously. She cherished the friendship between herself and Shimizu very much, and she only thought that Qingshe was just joking. Wen Lan didn't think Qingshe was willing to share her boyfriend with herself. But what Wen Lan didn't realize was that Yang Qingshe had planted a seed in her heart before she knew it. Okay, Qingshe, it's a joke. Don't scare Lan Lan away. At this time, Ling Tian, who had finished watching the play, also looked at the 2 of them with a smile, and began to round up the scene. After all, the time is still immature, and Ling Tian is not particularly anxious. The woman he likes will definitely not be able to escape from his palm. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Wen Lan also gave him a grateful look. Because of what Qingshe said just now, it really made her feel too ashamed. Chapter 268 Wen Lan's resentment, don't you mess around. Later, Yang Qingshe pulled Wen Lan to the seat next to him and sat down, and then the 2 little girls continued to chat. After a while, Wen Lan was also ready to go back to the hospital to take care of her father. After all, the purpose of her trip has been fulfilled very successfully. Qingshe, let's continue the appointment next time. My dad is still in the hospital now, I'm going back to take care of him. It won't be long before I have to bring him dinner, go. Wen Lan took Yang Qingshui's little hand and said apologetically to her. If it wasn't for him, Wen Lan would also like to spend more time with his good friend. Now she is full of gratitude to Yang Qingshe and Ling Tian, and she has more and more good feelings towards these two people. Okay. Then I'll take you to change back to your old clothes. Yang Qingshe didn't hold back either. After speaking, she dragged her back to the floor where she changed clothes before. It didn't take long for the two to come to Ling Tian again. Wen Lan also packed up her bag and the clothes that Qingshe gave her. Lan, then pay attention to safety when you go back. Wait a while, a driver will take you directly to the hospital. Yang Qingshe told Wen Lan with a smile. Thank you Qingshe. Then see you next time. Wen Lan smiled and thanked Yang Qingshe directly, then she turned to look at Ling Tian who was sitting beside her, and nodded shyly to him. I don't know why, when facing Ling Tian now, Wen Lan always feels a burst of shyness for no reason. Soon, the maid who received the order came to Ling Tian and left here with Wen Lan. After Wen Lan left, Yang Qingshe happily came to Ling Tian, and then sat on his lap. Brother Tian, how are you doing today? Yang Qingshe put her arms around Ling Tian's neck, buried her head directly in his arms, and then asked him for merit. Excellent performance. Ling Tian fondly rubbed Yang Qingshui's little head and praised her gently. After all, this little girl really worked hard today. Ling Tian would naturally try to coax her as much as possible. And if he does this, Yang Qingshe will be more motivated to please himself. For him, this is nothing more than a matter of opening his mouth, and Ling Tian is naturally happy with it. After receiving the compliment, Yang Qingshe suddenly showed a happy smile on her face, and her beautiful big eyes also turned into crescent moons. Then she obediently lay in Ling Tian's arms, enjoying the company of her man. In the next few days, Wen Lan has tasted the ups and downs. The stock she bought was firmly pressed on the daily limit at the opening of the market every day, so until now she has not successfully sold these stocks. Now the value of these stocks has dropped by more than 30%, so these days her resentment towards Tang Long can be said to be getting deeper and deeper. But fortunately, Wen Lan was very satisfied with the job of bringing goods that she accepted before, and she felt that she would be able to earn back the money smoothly in a few months. This also made Wen Lan suddenly regain her confidence in her life, otherwise she would not know how to face her parents. This afternoon, Tang Long got off the plane with a confident look on his face. Handsome guy, wait for me. At this time, a charming voice suddenly came from behind Tang Long. Tang Long also immediately knew that this must be the flight attendant he met on the plane before. What's up? Afterwards, Tang Long turned to look at her, and his face also showed the iconic crooked smile. This is my personal business card. If we have time, we can make an appointment together. The stewardess directly threw a wink at Tang Long. After all, this is the rich and handsome sitting in the first class. As soon as he got on the plane, he had his eyes on him. After all, the man's watch worth hundreds of thousands could not deceive anyone. Okay. Tang Long took this business card with a proud face, and then agreed. After all, this flight attendant's figure and appearance are quite good, although it is still not comparable to her own Lan, but it is not comparable to ordinary women. So Tang Long decided to ask her out if he had time. Anyway, he has completely counterattacked now, and he must have more women around him. Beauty, let's see you next time. After saying this, Tang Long left without looking back. The most important thing for him now is to quickly solve the scourge he left behind. He has been paying attention to that stock for the past few days. Naturally, he knows that this stock has fallen into a dog. It is conceivable that Wen Lan absolutely hates himself now. So Tang Long didn't dare to talk to Wen Lan on the phone directly. He planned to solve this matter once and for all when he came back. Lan, wait for me. I'll be right back to help you. Tang Long swore secretly in his heart, and at this moment his face also showed an excited look. Because he earned 10 million by reselling the rough these few days, paying off Wen Lan's father's medical expenses was a piece of cake. However, these days Tang Long has not been smooth sailing. When he started out, he was almost targeted by a local gang because of his crazy preparations. Fortunately, he escaped wisely in the end, otherwise, not to mention making so much money, can he come back alive and pay 2 more words. Afterwards, Tang Long rushed to the hospital quickly, and then directly settled Wen Li's medical expenses of nearly 60,000 yuan in one go. Hey, when Lan finds out about this, she must be very moved. Maybe she will fall in love with me directly and completely. After walking out of the hospital, Tang Long's face suddenly showed a smile like a pig brother, and he felt that his body was also hot. Tang Long didn't plan to tell Wen Lan about it directly, but waiting for her to find out is the best way. To know that he had slapped Lan fiercely before, Tang Long felt that she must still be angry now. Then Tang Long was about to call back to the mansion. He wanted to go back and wait for his Lan to thank him in person. It didn't take long for Tang Long to leave the hospital, but when he passed through an alley, he encountered two strong men with black silk on their heads. "What are you doing? I advise you not to mess around." When Tang Long saw this, he knew that these two people must be bad people, so he persuaded him with an ugly face. Snapped. This did not pay attention to Tang Long's meaning at all, and slapped him out. Tang Long directly spit out a mouthful of blood in the air, and a few teeth fell out on the ground. Then, he fell heavily to the ground and passed out. "Take it away." Another strong man opened his mouth and ordered. Soon the two left the alley with Tang Long. People. Chapter 269. What? Are you still going to be robbed? It didn't take long for Tang Long to be taken to a nearby abandoned factory. At this moment, Awa and a group of tattooed brawny men have long been here waiting for the arrival of the two and Tang Long. After seeing Tang Long, the eyes of this group of tattooed strong men showed hot eyes. After having this guy, they are destined to not be bored tonight. "Wake up this kid first." A sneer appeared on Ahua's face, and he said to the two strong men in front of him. Then one of the strong men nodded, and he grabbed Tang Long's collar. Snapped. I saw the strong man stretched out his hand directly, and then slapped Tang Long's face with a fierce slap. Hiss. This is Tang Long, who was in a coma, and slowly opened his eyes. The burning pain on his face made him gasp for breath. Then Tang Long felt his brain buzzing again, and after a careful feeling, he found that half of his teeth were gone. Afterwards, 053, panicked in Tang Long's heart again. He noticed that there were actually a group of strong men around him, with malicious eyes on their faces. After seeing this guy wake up, the strong man threw him to the ground. "Who are you?" After taking a deep breath, Tang Long forced himself to calm down and ask the group of people in front of him. He knows that his current situation is very bad, so the most important thing now is to be able to get out of here alive. However, Tang Long's heart has completely hated the group of guys in front of him. After all, he was beaten by the guys in front of him. This is a great shame for him. Snapped. Looking at Tang Long's ugly face in front of him, Awa said nothing, only to see a hideous smile on his face, and knocked Tang Long to the ground with a slap. Awa has no interest in answering this kid's question. The reason why he was woken up is because this kid will feel even greater humiliation when he is awake. "Ah, my teeth." Tang Long covered his beaten right face with one hand, and let out a painful wailing. The slap from Awa just now knocked out half of his teeth. At this moment, he only felt a piercing pain, and bright red blood continued to flow out of his mouth. "Damn it. This damn fellow, don't give Lao Su a chance, or I'll have to find someone to kill you." Tang Long's face was grim at this moment, and his other hand firmly grasped the cement board on the ground, roaring frantically in his heart. The only thought in his mind right now is to shred the damned guy in front of him into tens of thousands of pieces. I had already lost some teeth before, but now after eating this guy's slap, there are not many teeth left on my mouth. Looking at Tang Long's anger and dare not speak, Ahua's heart is dark for a while. This is the feeling he wants. "Young people, looking at your appearance, aren't you very unconvinced?" Awa directly reached out and grabbed Tang Long's neck, picked him up, and then said proudly to him. "No, don't dare." Tang Long, who was strangled by the neck, was flushed. Feeling that he was about to suffocate, he kept opening and closing his mouth, and spit out these words with difficulty. Under the terrifying power of Ahua, now Tang Long can only choose to surrender temporarily, otherwise, he feels that he is about to be strangled to death. Then Tang Long's body began to struggle frantically, trying to break free from Ahua's hands. Regardless of all Tang Long's efforts, it is in vain. After all, he is just an ordinary person, and Ahua is a martial artist. What a coward. Then Awa directly threw him to the ground in disdain, and then stepped directly on his head. "I'll talk to you about buying my life next. How much are you going to spend on your dog's life?" Awa asked him while frantically rubbing his feet on Tang Long's head. Tang Long has been stared at by the brothers of their bodyguard group these days, so they all know how much money this guy has. Today they are going to get all the money from this kid, but the young master said that all the money will be distributed to them. 5 million. I will pay 5 million to buy my life. Aware of the killing intent in Ahua's eyes, Tang Long was also intimidated at this moment, and his voice trembled and shouted. He felt that the group of guys in front of him was probably the same group of people he met in Jingjiang City before. Therefore, Tang Long did not dare to quote too low a price. He was afraid that this group of people would not be satisfied and would kill him and overtake him. What about the 5 million beggars? If you can only offer this price, keep your 3 legs. Ahua sneered and said again, he naturally wouldn't give this kid a penny, because he felt disgusted when he saw this guy. After hearing Ahua's words, Tang Long's body began to tremble. If his 3 legs were gone, how would he live in the future? Don't want. I can give you all the money I have, as long as you let me leave completely. Tang Long said in horror again, as long as his life can be saved, he will be able to earn this money back sooner or later. After all, he is a man with a system. Looks like you're very funny. After seeing Tang Long admit his counsel, Ahua also showed a satisfied smile on his face, and then he directly threw Tang Long's mobile phone on him. Hurry up and transfer. Ahua directly reported an account to Tang Long and asked him to transfer all the money to this account. Facing the lewd power of these strong men in front of him, Tang Long has no idea of resisting at all at this moment. His only idea now is to be able to leave here completely. It didn't take long for Tang Long to transfer all the more than 9 million in his card to Ahua. Brother, can I go now? After transferring the money, Tang Long's heart gradually came to his throat again, and he asked cautiously. He is now very afraid that the group of guys in front of him will directly tear up the votes. For the sake of your cooperation just now, I will definitely let you go. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Ahua's face, and he spoke slowly to Tang Long. Thanks. Thank you, bro. After hearing the strong man's words, Tang Long's face suddenly became ecstatic. He immediately struggled to get up and thanked Ahua in front of him. Then Tang Long wanted to turn around and leave here, but the group of coquettish brawny men next to him directly stood in front of him. Looking at the greedy eyes of these strong men in front of him, Tang Long's heart suddenly felt very bad. Brother, what did they mean? Didn't you tell me to leave if you gave me the money? Afterwards, Tang Long immediately turned to look at Ahua next to him, with an ugly smile on his face, and asked. That's what I said, but my brothers haven't agreed yet. But you don't have to worry, they just want to learn swordsmanship with you, what do you think? Ahua's face suddenly showed a bad 1.5 smile, and said to Tang Long in front of him. What? After Ahua's words, Tang Long's face suddenly became extremely blue. He even wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. These guys not only want to rob money, but also want to rob color. It's inappropriate, Tang Long said with a very ugly face. Humph, do you think Lao Su is discussing with you? Ahua snorted coldly, and the smile on his face instantly converged. I'll leave it to you next. After saying that, Ahua turned around and left. Then the group of strong men directly surrounded Tang Long. Don't come here. Tang Long's face was full of horror, and he ran back frantically. However, how could he escape the palms of these strong men, and soon Tang Long was directly pressed to the ground. Do not. It didn't take long for Tang Long's howl like killing a pig to resound throughout the abandoned factory. Chapter 270 Lan, didn't you sleep last night? On this night that made Tang Long extremely painful, Wen Lan was also tossing and turning without sleep. Tonight, she stayed late in the Ling family's manor to accompany Yang Qingshui, so she stayed here with Yang Qingshui's restraint. But when it was time to go to sleep, Wen Lan had just been lying on the bed for a long time, and there was a very strong movement next door. What? Knowing that I don't live here? Wen Lan's face was blushing at the moment, and she covered her head with a pillow, because her room happened to be next door to Yang Qingshui. And what's even worse, at this moment, Ling Tian's figure appeared in her mind. Call. Don't think about it anymore, this is Qingshui's boyfriend. After taking a few deep breaths, Wen Lan wanted to get rid of the distracting thoughts in her heart and clear her mind. But soon Wen Lan found that the more she did this, the more Ling Tian's figure could not get rid of in her mind. And Wen Lan thought at first that these movements would stop before long, but these are just what she thought. The movement next door continued until late at night, and then Wen Lan fell asleep unconsciously from exhaustion. Boom boom boom, 18. Early in the morning the next day, there was a knock on Wen Lan's door, and she was also woken up at this time. So Wen Lan reluctantly walked towards the door. After all, she fell asleep very late yesterday, and now she can barely open her eyes. As soon as the door was opened, it was Yang Qingshe who caught sight of her. At this moment, her face was very rosy, and she faintly revealed a hint of spring. Good morning, Lan Lan. Breakfast is ready, you should get up for breakfast. A happy smile appeared on Yang Qingshui's face, and she said to Wen Lan. Seeing that Wen Lan didn't rest well in front of her, Yang Qingshe was also secretly laughing in her heart. She naturally knew what was going on. At this moment, Yang Qingshe felt a little shy in her heart, but she was forced by the situation last night. Good. Wait for me for a while, I'll go down immediately after I change my clothes. At this moment, Wen Lan's face was flushed, and she looked at Yang Qingshe with some dodge. To be honest, after what happened last night, she always felt a little embarrassed when she faced Qingshe now. Lan, didn't you sleep well last night? Your face doesn't look good. Yang Qingshe had a concerned look on her face, and then asked pretending to be puzzled. I haven't had a good sleep quality lately. A reluctant smile appeared on Wen Lan's face, and then directly found a reason to prevaricate it. However, Wen Lan's heart was full of slander towards Yang Qingshe. Did she sleep well? Didn't she have a point in her heart? Of course, she was naturally embarrassed to say these words directly in front of Qingshe. All right then. Come down quickly after you've changed your clothes. Otherwise, the breakfast won't be delicious if it's cold. A sly smile suddenly appeared on Yang Qingshui's face, and she said to Wen Lan. Qingshe, go eat first. I'm fast. Wen Lan naturally smiled back. Yang Qingshe didn't say anything, she smiled and nodded to Wen Lan and went downstairs. Seeing Yang Qingshui's leaving back, Wen Lan couldn't help letting out a long sigh of relief. Then she closed her door and started changing into her clothes. It didn't take long for Wen Lan to put on her clothes and go downstairs directly, and she soon came to Yang Qingshe. At this moment, she was sitting happily in Ling Tian's arms, and the two fed each other breakfast very intimately. Forehead. Seeing this situation, Wen Lanchao's face suddenly became rosy. And Wen Lan feels that she can skip breakfast, after all, eating dog food is enough. But in this case, she can only bite the bullet and walk towards the dining table. It is impossible to turn her head and run now. Lan, come and sit directly. A faint smile appeared on Ling Tian's face as he said to Wen Lan in front of him. In the past few days, Yang Qingshe often came here with Wen Lan, so Ling Tian and her became more and more familiar. Good. Wen Lan responded shyly. At this moment, her voice had begun to tremble, and she was a little afraid to look directly into Ling Tian's eyes. When she saw Ling Tian, she remembered the things she had experienced last night, and suddenly she only felt that her face started to heat up again. Then Wen Lan lowered his head slightly, walked directly to the dining table, and then pulled out a chair and sat on it. Now Wen Lan is sitting directly opposite Ling Tian and Yang Qingshe, but she is too embarrassed to look at them, so she can only silently lower her head and stuff breakfast into her mouth. Brother Tian, try this soup, it's so sweet. At this time, Yang Qingshe picked up another bowl of soup, and affectionately presented a spoonful to Ling Tian to drink. After becoming Ling Tian's woman, Yang Qingshui's favorite thing to do is to take care of her brother Tian. Good. After tasting the soup, Ling Tian naturally praised it with a smile. Suddenly, a sweet smile appeared on Yang Qingshui's pretty face. But at the moment, Wen Lan only felt like a light bulb, and the delicious breakfast in front of her seemed to become dull. And I don't know why, at this moment, Wen Lan felt that there was something delicious in his heart. At this time, only Tang Long was left in the factory, and his face was full of pain and humiliation at this moment. There was a severe pain in the local area of the body, and everything that happened last night seemed to be vivid at this moment. 053, you bastards. I will never let you go. Tang Long's eyes were full of mad hatred, and he gritted his teeth in the direction of the factory's exit. These guys not only stole all the money from themselves, but also left an indelible mark on him. Hiss. Tang Long struggled to get up from the ground, the sharp pain on his body made him take a breath again. Afterwards, he limped out of this ghost place, leaning on the wall. The only thought in Tang Long's heart now is to quickly return to his residence, and then completely wash off the shame on his body. It didn't take long for Tang Long to return to his residence, and then he quickly came to the bathroom. Tang Long turned on the shower head in the bathroom and poured water on himself, and then started frantically scrubbing his body, wanting to wash away all the traces left before. After rubbing off a few layers of skin, Tang Long walked out of the bathroom with a face of humiliation, and then he lay on the bed weakly. Damn it! Damn these guys! Feeling the severe pain coming from some parts of his body, Tang Long's face became extremely ferocious, and he roared again. Then Tang Long once again recalled everything he experienced last night. After all, these memories were directly imprinted in his mind. This is definitely a shame he will never forget for the rest of his life. Chapter 271. Does Ling Tian also have thoughts on me? In the Ling family's manner, Wen Lan finished her breakfast as quickly as possible, because the two people in front of her were so good at spreading dog food. Qingshe, you two continue to eat. I'm going back to clean up the room. At this moment, Wen Lan's pretty face showed a trace of Hongxia, and she said to the two of them a little shyly. Lan, you've packed up, just wait for me for a while. Then let's go to school together. Yang Qingshe also turned to look at Wen Lan, and then said to her with a smile. Because today is the official start of the school day, both of them must go to school on time. After all, they are not Ling Tian, they don't have so many privileges in the school, and the two of them also want to make themselves more talented by studying in the school. Okay. Wen Lan readily agreed, and it just so happened that he could also ride Qingshui's ride. Afterwards, Wen Lan turned around and continued to walk upstairs. The room where she lived last night was still a mess. So Wen Lan had to clean up. She didn't want to leave any bad impression on Ling Tian and Qingshui. Okay, let's have breakfast. Ling Tian also smiled and urged Yang Qingshe to finish the meal quickly. If the two kept feeding each other like this, how long would it take? People can finish this bowl of porridge, but one want Brother Tian to feed them. A charming smile appeared on Yang Qingshui's face. She put her arms around Ling Tian's neck and continued to act like a spoiled child. Naturally, she would not miss any opportunity to be intimate with Ling Tian. All right, eat fast, or you'll be late. Ling Tian also pampered Yang Qingshui's rosy face and said softly to her. Afterwards, Ling Tian directly picked up the bowl of porridge on the table, and then began to feed it to the little girl gently. After Wen Lan returned to the room, she quickly tidied up the bed she had slept on, and then she tidied up her belongings, and it didn't take long for her to complete all this. It's almost time to go down. Presumably Qingshe has already finished eating, right? After continuing to stay in the room for a while, Wen Lan felt that it was almost time now. Then she directly picked up her bag, and prepared to go down to see Qingshui's situation. When Wen Lan came downstairs, she found that Qingshe was walking in her direction. Lan, find a place to sit in the living room for a while, wait for me. I'll go up and change my clothes, and I'll be down soon. After seeing Wen Lan, Yang Qingshe said with a smile. Then hurry up, otherwise, we might be late. Wen Lan also reminded with a smile. Yang Qingshe nodded, and then quickly ran upstairs. After watching Yang Qingshe leave, Wen Lan also walked towards the living room, and when she saw Ling Tian sitting on the sofa in the living room, her footsteps also paused. After taking a deep breath, Wen Lan walked in the direction of Ling Tian, and then sat directly on the sofa beside him. For some unknown reason, Wen Lan found that she always felt inexplicably shy when facing Ling Tian recently. This was a feeling she had never felt before. Lan, I will trouble you to take care of Qingshui in the school in the future. Qingshui is as innocent as a child sometimes. I'm really afraid that she will be deceived. A gentle smile appeared on Ling Tian's face as he said to Wen Lan in front of him. After all, since he has already set his sights on this woman, it is natural to bring the relationship between the two closer. I will. Qingshui is now my best friend. But Qingshui is so smart, I don't think she can be deceived so easily. Wen Lan felt even more shy about Ling Tian's sudden conversation with her. She felt her heartbeat start to speed up, and even her voice trembled. And at this time, Wen Lan's heart was full of envy for Qingshui. After all, her boyfriend cares about her so much and loves her. On his side, currently only Tang Long is blatantly pursuing him, but his performance is very disappointing. That's good. It just so happens that you and Qingshui are also classmates. With you by Qingshui's side, I am very relieved now. Ling Tian showed a look of admiration at Wen Lan, and then said with a smile. After being praised by Ling Tian, Wen Lan felt inexplicable joy while shy, lowered her head and replied softly. Wen Lan did not expect that her impression in Ling Tian's mind would be so good. After all, Ling Tian is asking himself to take care of his girlfriend, doesn't that mean that he has been approved by this man? And this man is still so good, so Wen Lan feels that what Ling Tian just said is more beautiful than any praise he has heard before. Lan, do you have a boyfriend? Seeing the shy appearance of the woman in front of him, Ling Tian's eyes showed a hint of playfulness, and then he asked a question suddenly. What? After hearing Ling Tian's question, Wen Lan raised his head in astonishment and looked at Ling Tian in confusion. Wen Lan didn't understand why Ling Tian suddenly asked himself such a question, and suddenly Wen Lan felt shy again. After all, Ling Tian is his best friend Qingshui's boyfriend. So it is very strange that such a question comes out of his mouth. Could it be that Ling Tian also had an idea for himself? Otherwise, how could he ask such a question? For a while, Wen Lan began to think about it again. No. Gradually, Wen Lan's pretty face became more and more rosy, and she answered Ling Tian with a trembling voice. Why are you asking this question? Then Wen Lan raised his head and looked at Ling Tian again, and summoned up the courage to ask him a question, but Wen Lan regretted it as soon as he said it. At this moment, the eyes of the two were facing each other, and Ling Tian could clearly see this woman's dodging eyes. Soon, Wen Lan couldn't resist the pressure brought by Ling Tian's deep eyes, and lowered his head again blushing. I just care about you, Li Hao. A smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. Did he just find a reason to tell Wen Lan? Naturally, Ling Tian couldn't say what was in his heart. The reason why he asked this was just to subtly influence this woman. If I just treat Wen Lan as an ordinary friend, the relationship between the two will almost stop at this step. Therefore, Ling Tian would naturally have a little flirtation with this woman occasionally. In this case, under her own powerful charm, she would not be able to resist herself. Thanks. After getting this perfunctory answer, Wen Lan responded in a low voice, and her heart became somewhat contradictory. At this moment, the anticipation in Wen Lan's heart gradually disappeared, but she was also slightly relieved, because she didn't want to cuckold her best friend. However, Wen Lan also began to be confused. If Ling Tian really had an idea about herself, what should she do? Chapter 272 I Can't Handle Brother Tian Alone. After that, the living room fell into silence for a while. Ling Tian naturally chose to proceed step by step. After all, this kind of thing can't be rushed. Wen Lan was even more embarrassed to take the initiative to speak again, and sat down beside Ling Tian obediently with her head down. The only thought in her mind now is to calm herself down first. Time passed little by little, and soon Yang Qingshui came to the two of them happily. Lan, I'm ready. Can we almost go? Yang Qingshui walked directly to Wen Lan's side, and then said to her with a smile. Yes you can. Wen Lan also stood up quickly and readily agreed. Brother Tian, that person is gone. Yang Qingshui quickly trotted in front of Ling Tian, then threw herself into his arms and said softly in his ear. She is very reluctant now, but fortunately, in the evening, she will return to the manor to live here. Go. Ling Tian showed a gentle smile on his face and said softly to her. After receiving Ling Tian's comfort, Yang Qingshui reluctantly left his embrace. Wen Lan's pretty face was still blushing at this time. After she nodded to Ling Tian with a calm smile, she turned around and left the living room with Yang Qingshui. After arriving in the car, Yang Qingshui's beautiful eyes stared at Wen Lan next to her, and her eyes were full of scrutiny. Because when Yang Qingshui just went downstairs, she noticed that Lan Lan's face was blushing. Obviously something must have happened to her and her brother Tian. Qingshui, why are you looking at me like that? At this moment, Wen Lan also has some guilty conscience in her heart, and she asked Yang Qingshui cautiously. She was a little worried that Qingshui would misunderstand her, even though she and Ling Tian had never done anything out of the ordinary. PFF'd. Seeing Wen Lan's nervous appearance in front of her, Yang Qingshui couldn't hold back any longer, and laughed outright. I hate it, why are you laughing all of a sudden? Seeing that Qingshui actually laughed, Wen Lan's nervous heart gradually relaxed, and then she couldn't help but reached out and patted her, and asked with some anger. Wen Lan thought that Qingshe was already angry just now, but she didn't expect that her appearance just now was fake. Lan, tell the truth. Did you like Brother Tian too? A wicked smile suddenly appeared on Yang Qingshui's face, and she saw that she hugged Wen Lan's arm directly, and then whispered in her ear. Qingshe, what are you talking about? How could I possibly fall in love with your boyfriend? After hearing Yang Qingshui's words, Wen Lan's face became blushing, and she opened her eyes wide and retorted to her excited opening. At this moment, Wen Lan only felt her heartbeat speed up, and the blood rushed to her forehead. Suddenly, she felt her face start to heat up. Lan, why are you so excited? Even if you like Brother Tian, I won't mind. After all, Brother Tian is so bad, I really can't deal with him alone. Seeing Wen Lan's annoyed look in front of her, Yang Qingshe became even more excited, and leaned over and said vaguely in her ear again. Yang Qingshui's mood was also very good at this time, because she found that Wen Lan must have some good feelings for her brother Tian, otherwise she would not have such a violent reaction. And at this moment, the blush on Wen Lan's face went directly to the roots of her ears. Qingshui's words reminded her of last night's scene again. Immediately, she felt that her body began to heat up, and her legs unconsciously closed slightly. Qingshe, don't say this. Otherwise I'd be really angry. Wen Lan pretended to be angry and straightened his face, and then said seriously to Yang Qingshe in front of him. At this moment, Wen Lan's heart is also extremely shy, so she doesn't want Qingshe to continue talking about such a topic. And she felt that Qingshe was really weird now. How could any girl think about sharing her boyfriend with her best friend? Alright. Seeing that Wen Lan seemed to be really angry, Yang Qingshe also spit out her small tongue mischievously, and then agreed. After all, Yang Qingshe also knows that this kind of thing cannot be rushed, and she can only do her best. However, looking at Wen Lan's performance just now, it seems that what he said was also effective, and Yang Qingshui's heart began to secretly rejoice. Yang Qingshe is going to take credit with her brother Tian tonight, and she will definitely let brother Tian reward her well at that time. Qingshe is true. Why are you telling me such a thing? Seeing that Yang Qingshe was obediently sitting in her seat at the moment, Wen Lan couldn't help but give her a blank look, and couldn't help but murmured again. However, what Yang Qingshe said just now was directly recorded in Wen Lan's mind. After all, she didn't know anything about men. Afterwards, the scene of Qingshe and her boyfriend together again appeared in Wen Lan's mind, and suddenly she felt that her face became even hotter. It didn't take long for the car to arrive at Tiandu University, but Yang Qingshe and the two got out of the car and ran into Tang Long directly. At this moment, Tang Long was limping ahead, and immediately attracted the attention of a large group of students behind him. Wen Lan naturally noticed Tang Long's strange walking posture for the first time, and she was also very curious about where Tang Long was injured. At this moment, everyone around Tang Long was talking, and the group of boys in front of Wen Lan and Yang Qingshe showed strange smiles. The guy in front doesn't have that kind of special hobby, right? I see that the way he walks seems to be slapped by someone. Have you found it too? He. I guess there are still a lot of people, otherwise why would they walk like this? Be quiet, don't let people hear you, be careful that people will stare at you. Ah yes, shish. PFF ha. After hearing the discussion of the boys in front, Wen Lan's face also showed an unbelievable look. She couldn't believe that Tang Long actually had such a hobby. There was also a look of contempt in Yang Qingshui's eyes, and she naturally noticed Tang Long in front of her. And as Wen Lan's current best friend, Yang Qingshe naturally knows that Tang Long is also pursuing Lan, so she doesn't have any good feelings for this guy. However, Tang Long, who was walking in front of them, seemed to have a painful foot stepped on, and his face was as ugly as eating shit. After all, he basically listened to what these guys said. Immediately, Tang Long's mind reappeared in his tragic experience last night, and then he felt that the local area of his body began to suffer severe pain again. To be honest, he now has the urge to beat the group of guys behind him who are talking about him. Because these damned guys actually guessed it. Chapter 273. I don't even want to show him. Then, Tang Long suddenly noticed something, and saw that he turned his head and looked behind him. Suddenly there was a hint of surprise on Tang Long's face, because he found that Wen Lan was actually behind him. And next to Wen Lan, there was actually the beautiful woman he had seen before. Lan. Tang Long immediately stopped and greeted Wen Lan with a smile. At this time, Wen Lan also nodded at Tang Long with a flat face. To be honest, she doesn't really want to pay attention to this guy now. On the one hand, it's because the stocks she bought after listening to Tang Long's words haven't been sold yet. On the other hand, it is naturally because Wen Lan heard the discussion of the boys in front of her just now, so she feels that it is absolutely humiliating to have a relationship with Tang Long now. The face of Yang Qingshe on the side is also very cold, and she even has some disgust for Tang Long. Seeing Tang Long limping and trotting in front of Wen Lan, he also found that Wen Lan seemed to have some indifference towards him now. But Tang Long didn't take it to heart. He believed that with his charm, Wen Lan would become his girlfriend friend sooner or later. Looking at the delicate faces and graceful bodies of the two girls in front of him, Tang Long's heart also became hot again. Lan, long time no see. A pleasing smile appeared on Tang Long's face, and he licked his face and said to Wen Lan. After all, he has been busy making money himself these days, so he didn't contact Wen Lan at all. Wen Lan glanced at Tang Long indifferently, and then replied softly. Wen Lan really wants Tang Long to stay away from him now, because since this guy walked beside him, the strange eyes of passers-by have gathered on him. She doesn't like the feeling of being surrounded by people, not to mention that she is still affected by Chiyu. Afterwards, Wen Lan's face also showed a strange look, and glanced at Tang Long's lower body. She also had some curiosity in her heart. What kind of injury did Tang Long suffer? Is it really like what the boys said before? Tang Long's path has widened now. Aware of Wen Lan's strange eyes, an embarrassed smile suddenly appeared on Tang Long's face. Lan, I accidentally broke my leg. That's why walking is like this. Tang Long's face was a little unnatural, and he forced a smile to explain a few words to Wen Lan. He didn't want Wen Lan to know what he experienced last night, otherwise Wen Lan might never be his girlfriend. As for the guys who dealt with him last night, Tang Long swore in his heart that he would never let them go. After all, he is a man with a system. Sooner or later, he will kill all those guys and keep this secret forever. If you're injured, go to the hospital and take a look. It's not good if the root of the disease is left. Wen Lan also said a word of concern. After all, aside from the fact that he had bought stocks from him before, Tang Long was still good to him. Even if the two of them can't be boyfriend and girlfriend, there is no problem with being ordinary friends. But after hearing Wen Lan's words, Tang Long's face turned red, and his heart was even more excited. He felt that Wen Lan must have forgiven his previous mistakes now. Wen Lan's remarks seemed to be the sound of heaven, and Tang Long's heart was itching for a while, and he suddenly had an urge in his heart to directly grab Wen Lan's little hand and talk to her. Did Lan already know that I paid her father's medical bills? Maybe she has been moved to fall in love with me directly. Tang Long's heart also gave birth to a while of speculation, and in his opinion, the reason why Wen Lan cares about herself so much does not mean that she must also like her in her heart. It's just because she, as a girl, was embarrassed to speak directly. Thinking of Wen Lan lying beside him after he became his girlfriend, Tang Long couldn't help showing a smile of brother pig, and his saliva almost didn't flow down. Seeing Tang Long suddenly laughing vulgarly in front of him, Wen Lan's heart was also somewhat inexplicable, and even had some disgust. Is it funny what you say? Lan, let's go quickly. Otherwise you might be late. At this moment, Yang Qingshe interrupted suddenly with a smile. She didn't want to stick to such a guy by her side. And from Tang Long's hot eyes, she could see what this guy was thinking. Therefore, Yang Qingshe naturally did not want Tang Long to continue taking advantage of himself and Lan here, even if he wanted to see it. Wen Lan also returned with a friendly smile at the moment, and it just so happened that she didn't want to talk to Tang Long anymore. So she felt that Qingshui's sudden interjection at this time was really too timely. Moreover, Tang Long is limping on foot now, and he is chatting with himself. The speed of the journey is too slow, she doesn't want to be late for class on the first day. Tang Long, then I'll go first. Afterwards, Wen Lan informed Tang Long, and Yang Qingshe accelerated their pace and rushed towards the teaching building. Looking at the back of Wen Lan leaving, Tang Long was also a little disappointed. After all, he really wanted to stay with Wen Lan for a while. By the way, Tang Long also wants to get closer to Yang Qingshe next to Wen Lan, so that he will be more convenient to start in the future. Unexpectedly, these two people would not give him a chance at all, and Tang Long had no choice but to continue limping forward alone. Soon, Wen Lan and Yang Qingshe gradually left Tang Long's sight. After all, they were not in the same academy as Tang Long. Lan, that guy seemed to be chasing you just now. It seems that our family Lan is still very attractive. A wicked smile suddenly appeared on Yang Qingshui's face, and she teased her against Wen Lan's ear. No, we are just good friends. Hearing Yang Qingshui's words, Wen Lan's face also showed two seductive blushes, and then replied in a low voice. Now Wen Lan feels less and less about Tang Long, especially after what happened just now. Although Tang Long said that he only injured his leg, Wen Lan also found that his face was very unnatural when he spoke, and he was obviously hiding something. At this moment, Wen Lan's heart also had a lump in her heart. She felt that Tang Long seemed to be becoming more and more unreliable now. This man seems to have no truth in his mouth recently. That's good. I don't think this guy is worthy of our Lan. And the way he looked at us just now was very annoying. A look of disgust appeared on Yang Qingshui's face, and she said to Wen Lan with her small mouth pouted. Yang Qingshui naturally doesn't mind fanning the flames by Wen Lan's side, and this is also her true inner thought. Facing Qingshui's complaint, Wen Lan showed a helpless smile on her face, and she didn't have much to say at this moment. After all, Tang Long's performance just now really disappointed him, and what Qingshui just said was not without reason. People. Chapter 274 Tang Long looks at Yi Fan, the women's clothing boss. The time soon came to the afternoon, and Wen Lan brought the dinner prepared by her mother to the hospital again as usual. Soon, she came to her father's ward, and then carefully prepared dinner for her father. Seeing his father's increasingly rosy complexion, Wen Lan's heart was also filled with joy at the moment. It seems that his recent physical recovery is very good. Dad, eat first. I go out for a while. With a smile on Wen Lan's face, she said to her father who was having dinner. Wen Li also nodded with a smile, and then Wen Lan got up and left the ward. Then she went directly to the staff in the hospital and wanted to check her father's current medical bills. But what Wen Lan didn't expect was that his father's previous expenses were all settled. Do you remember who settled these charges? Wen Lan's face was a little curious, and she asked the staff in front of her. It seems to be a boy about the age of 053, is you. The staff also has some memories of Tang Long. After all, this guy looks like a condescending child, which is very unique. Then she described Tang Long's appearance again, and suddenly Wen Lan had some guesses in her heart. After asking these things clearly, Wen Lan also left the counter with mixed feelings. Although Tang Long pitted himself on the previous stock issue, he didn't expect that he would directly pay back all his father's medical expenses. No, I can't accept Tang Long's money. I'm going to give him all this money back. Soon, Wen Lan strengthened her belief. After all, she didn't want to spend Tang Long's money, and Tang Long didn't have any responsibility to pay for his father's medical bills. But thinking of this, Wen Lan's heart began to worry again, and now he doesn't have so much money in his hands. This morning, Wen Lan also successfully sold all the stocks that had been locked up before, and recovered almost 30,000 yuan. Therefore, he is still short of 30,000 yuan, and suddenly Ling Tian's figure appeared in Wen Lan's mind. It seems that I can only ask Ling Tian to see if I can advance my salary first. When thinking of Ling Tian, Wen Lan only felt that her face started to heat up again. Because after experiencing Qingshui's various explicit hints, Wen Lan's heart is also very contradictory at this moment. To be honest, Wen Lan doesn't really want to get in touch with Ling Tian for the time being, because this man is so charming, she is really afraid that she will really fall into the trap. But compared to these, Wen Lan doesn't want to owe Tang Long anything. She knows that Tang Long has always liked her, and because of this, she can't accept his money. Wen Lan felt that only in this way would she be able to face her heart calmly and make the most correct choice without any psychological burden. Then Wen Lan bit her lip and took out her mobile phone, and then sent a message directly to Ling Tian, probably meaning that she wanted to advance the salary of 40,000 yuan in advance. Buzz. It didn't take long for Wen Lan's mobile phone to vibrate, and when she opened it, it was a text message with a bank card of 40,000 yuan. Suddenly, a happy smile appeared on Wen Lan's face. Ling Tian is indeed much more reliable than Tang Long. Afterwards, Wen Lan happily sent a text message of thanks to Ling Tian again, and then directly held the phone in both hands. At this moment, Tang Long was also somewhat depressed and sat on the bed in his rental house. Didn't Lan Lan find out that I have paid her medical bills? Tang Long muttered a little puzzled, but he had been waiting for Wen Lan to call him. After all, with Wen Lan's character, if she knew that she had helped her, she would at least call to thank herself. Dong dong dong. Just when Tang Long was waiting a little irritably, there was a sudden knock on the door of his room. Immediately, Tang Long's face showed an excited look, and he guessed that Wen Lan must have come to thank him personally for coming. Because Wen Lan also knew where he lived, Tang Long rushed out impatiently and opened the door. Unexpectedly, after seeing the person coming, Tang Long's face immediately became extremely dark. Are you feeling very surprised? The person who came was Awa, and his face was full of jokes at this moment, and he asked Tang Long in front of him. Awa didn't expect that the boy in front of him would happily open the door for him. Could it be that he enjoyed the group of guys he arranged for him before? What exactly do you want to do? Tang Long hated and feared the guy in front of him at the moment, but he still pretended to be calm and asked. After all, this is his own home. If he screams for help, the neighbors upstairs will definitely hear it. Young man, don't be afraid. I came here with no ill will towards you. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Ahua's face, and he spoke slowly to Tang Long. Today, he is not looking for someone to compare his swordsmanship with Tang Long, but is going to give Tang Long an unexpected benefit. At this moment, Ahua's hand hidden behind him quietly opened a bottle, and then the mouth of the bottle immediately overflowed a colorless and odorless gas into the room. Humph! You leave quickly, I don't welcome you here. Tang Long snorted coldly, wanting to get rid of the guy in front of him quickly. Because he knows that he can't do anything about this guy now, but it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years, and he will have the opportunity to be ashamed in the future. Young man, don't worry. Actually, I came here today to make amends for you. After all, my brothers were a little too ruthless before. Bring people up. Awa didn't care about Tang Long's attitude, just smiled and said something. But after completing his task, Awa will let this kid know that he should learn to kneel and speak in front of him. Then, two strong men walked over with Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan is very honest. After so long of training, now he doesn't dare to show any dissatisfaction in front of Awa. Otherwise, another crazy humiliation and torture awaits him. What a beautiful woman. After seeing the woman in front of him, Tang Long's heart was filled with excitement, and his eyes became extremely hot. He felt that the woman in front of him was no worse than Wen Lan. Could it be that this woman was an apology gift from the strong man in front of him? But at this moment, Yi Fan felt extreme contempt in his heart after seeing this DOC, but he didn't show it. Yi Fan knew that if he screwed up this time, the damn guy in front of him would never let him go. What's more, Yi Fan has long been accustomed to being a woman. After all, he is now a special offer for the rich. How about it? He's yours today. A1.5 Hua had an ambiguous smile on his face, and after speaking, he pushed Yi Fan into Tang Long's arms. Tang Long naturally took this woman into his arms with Lianxiang Xiu. Really? Tang Long looked at this charming beauty in his arms, couldn't help swallowing, and then asked in disbelief. And I don't know why, Tang Long only felt his body was hot, and he had the urge to take this woman as his own. Later, Tang Long smelled the fragrance on Yi Fan's body again, and his eyes suddenly turned blood red. Ha ha, you two have fun. Looking at Tang Long's impatient look in front of him, Awa also knew that the effect of the drug was almost on its way, and after he finished speaking, he smirked and took Tang Long's door directly. At this time, Tang Long could no longer control the lust in his heart, and directly pulled Yi Fan into the room. Chapter 275 You are actually a fucking ladyboy. In the hospital, after saying goodbye to his father, Wen Lan also rushed in the direction of Tang Long's residence. Wen Lan was going to thank Tang Long in person for paying his father's medical expenses, and by the way, return the money to Tang Long. After all, Tang Long's residence is not too far from the hospital, and Wen Lan thinks it's better to be clear about some things. It didn't take long for Wen Lan to come to the building where Tang Long was, and then she went directly to the second floor. Just when she wanted to knock on the door directly, Wen Lan's pretty face turned red because she heard some red-faced voices. Am I going wrong? Wen Lan had some doubts on her face at the moment, but soon she was sure that she was definitely not in the wrong place. Because this building is of a relatively small size, there is only one family on each floor. Although Wen Lan has not been to Tang Long's house directly, it is impossible for him to admit his mistake. Then Wen Lan suddenly discovered that the door of the room was only open, and then she pushed the door carefully and walked in. What caught my eye was Tang Long's familiar backpack on the small sofa in the living room, and Wen Lan suddenly became more convinced that she had come to the wrong place. 18. Then Wen Lan's face became even more rosy, because the movement in the room inside was simply unscrupulous. Humph. At this moment, Wen Lan's eyes gradually became a little cold, and her heart was full of anger after being deceived, because Tang Long had always claimed that he was single. So in the face of the current situation, Wen Lan's perception of Tang Long has become worse at this time. Afterwards, Wen Lan turned around and left. She had no interest in pushing the room away to find out. Now, she can be said to have given up on Tang Long. She decided that in the future, her relationship with Tang Long should be maintained as an ordinary friend at most. As for him chasing her, she didn't even have to think about it. But at this moment, Wen Lan also has a sense of relief in his heart, because now he no longer has to think about his relationship with Tang Long. The time gradually came to night, and the movement in Tang Long's rental house gradually stopped. Later, I saw Yi Fan limping out from the inside, but at this moment his face was full of displeasure. Damn, this damn guy. What the hell is this drug? No, I must let out this bad breath. Yi Fan's face showed a trace of grimness, not only gnashing his teeth and saying. Because the local area of his body was also in severe pain at this moment, so how could he be willing to bear such humiliation? It just so happened that the guy had already fallen asleep, and he had a chance to take revenge and go back. Afterwards, Yi Fan slipped directly into the kitchen, ready to find some suitable tools. After some searching, a wicked smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. Boy, now it's your grandfather Yi Fan's turn to serve you. I want you to know what it means to doubt life. I saw Yi Fan holding a steel ball in one hand and a rolling pin in the other. Yi Fan could also see that the previous Ahua didn't have any good feelings for this kid at all, otherwise he wouldn't have sent himself out. So Yi Fan has no scruples about torturing this guy. Then he walked carefully into the room, and then tied Tang Long to death. It didn't take long for Tang Long's face to show a look of horror, and then he let out a wailing like killing a pig. Ah, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and let me go, or I won't let you go. Hearing Tang Long's screams, Yi Fan's face suddenly showed an excited smile. Then Yi Fan shoved Tang Long's stinky socks into his own mouth. He didn't want to wait for a while to attract the attention of other people in this building, otherwise he would not be able to deal with this guy. At this moment, Awa, who has been watching the situation of the two in secret, has a weird smile on his face. Originally, he wanted to take Yi Fan away directly, but he didn't expect to watch a good show. Afterwards, Awa also changed his mind, and was ready to wait until Yi Fan tortured Tang Long before he started. After all, if these two people like dog bites, Awa naturally doesn't mind satisfying them both. Inside the room, after frantically torturing Tang Long for a long time, Yi Fankai gradually lost interest. At this moment, Tang Long's face was full of pain and humiliation. He lay on the bed helplessly, feeling that his body no longer belonged to him. Does it feel very humiliating? Ah ha ha. Seeing the aggrieved look of this guy in front of him, Yi Fan excitedly reached out and patted Tang Long's face, then said proudly. He discovered that torturing others could actually make him so happy, and all the pain that had accumulated in Yi Fan's heart was swept away. Why are you bastards staring at me? Tang Long yelled out angrily. He felt that the woman in front of him was definitely sent by a group of strong men to torture him. As for the apology they said before, it's just nonsense, and I definitely suffered their plot unknowingly. Otherwise, how could he just lose his mind just now? You must know that he is definitely not the kind of man who can't control his lower body. Humph, I'm not with them, but I'm very interested in torturing your kid right now. Speaking of Ava, Yi Fan's face also showed an angry look. After all, he was tortured by this guy a lot. Fortunately, now Yi Fan discovered that the pain could be transferred from himself. 053. However, after hearing Yi Fan's words, Tang Long didn't answer, but a trace of contempt appeared on his face. He felt that the woman in front of him was just fooling himself. Tang Long doesn't believe this woman at all now, because she tortured herself in the same way as the group of people last night. Besides, I have another good news for you. Actually, I'm not a real woman at all. Do you understand? Ha ha ha. Seeing Tang Long's silent appearance, Yi Fan directly proudly stated the fact that he couldn't accept. While speaking, Yi Fan's voice also changed back to his original male voice. After all, only Tang Long believed what he said. What? I am Nima. Are you fucking a she-male? Suddenly, Tang Long's face turned green, and he roared in disbelief. At this moment, Tang Long has an urge to commit suicide. If he had not awakened the system, he might not even have the courage to live. The frantic torture by this guy just now made him very painful, and this actually broke out something that made him even more unacceptable. Suddenly, Tang Long even had the heart to kill this guy, and then his body began to struggle frantically, trying to break free from the shackles on his body and then go back with ruthless revenge. Chapter 276. Aren't you very excited just now? Seeing Tang Long's pain and struggle in front of him, Yi Fan's heart is full of pleasure at this moment. Once upon a time, I was madly insulted like this guy, but now the feng shui turns and it is finally my turn to humiliate others. Don't act like me here, kid. Aren't you very excited before that? Yi Fan directly stepped on Tang Long's face with one foot, and sneered while rubbing frantically with the sole of his shoe. After all, this kid didn't look like this when he first saw him, but now that he has eaten and wiped himself up, he actually hates himself. Who knew you were a fucking she-male? Wait for me, you bloody bastard. I will never let you go. For Yi Fan's cynicism, Tang Long roared angrily again. Now his heart is full of disgust for this guy in front of him, and his hatred for Yi Fan directly exceeds the group of guys from last night. Don't let me go. Is it worthy of a rubbish like you? There was a trace of disdain on Yi Fan's face. Although he has now become a she-male, he believes that sooner or later, he will turn over from salted fish. After all, he is a systematic man, so Yi Fan doesn't take Tang Long seriously at all, not to mention that this guy has been played around from start to finish. If Yi Fan didn't know that the bastard Ahua must be staring at him nearby, he would definitely kill the kid in front of him now. Because Yi Fan was very unhappy with Tang Long from the beginning to the end, he felt that Tang Long was his natural enemy. When Tang Long saw the disdainful look in his eyes from the guy in front of him, he immediately felt that his personality had been insulted, but fortunately he had calmed down at the moment. Tang Long knew that it was too late to say anything, this would only make the guy in front of him even more excited. Next, he should make good use of the system on his body to grow up completely, and then he can return all the humiliation he has suffered. Gotcha. At this time, the bedroom door was suddenly opened directly, and then Awa walked in with a smirk. You must know that the two guys in front of him made him thoroughly appreciate a good show, so Awa is in a very good mood now. After seeing that it was Awa, Yi Fan stood straight to the side very honestly. After all, he is very aware of the horror of this guy in front of him. Don't look at the smile on his face now, maybe after a while, he will directly let himself eat a big dick. But Tang Long was different, he glared at Awa directly in front of him, because the reason why he had been so miserable these 2 days was all thanks to this guy in front of him. Ha ha, don't stare at me like that. I think you had a lot of fun at the beginning, didn't you? Why are you turning your face and not recognizing anyone now? Ahua's eyes were full of jokes, and he teased Tang Long who was tied to the bed at the moment. You wait for me. Today's humiliation, I will pay back 100-fold. After hearing Ahua's words, Tang Long's face was full of humiliation, and he roared out uncontrollably. Tang Long felt that the guy in front of him was really not a human being. After plotting against him, he even ran to him to show off his power. Yi Fan, give me a slap. A sneer appeared on Ahua's face, and then he directly instructed Yi Fan on the side. If it weren't for the other orders from the young master, just by Tang Long's words, he would at least break this kid's 3 legs. Now, I can only teach him to vent his anger, but this kid's life will definitely be more difficult, because Awa also has a little understanding of the next plan of the young master. After receiving the order from Ahua, Yi Fan naturally did not dare to neglect anything. After all, he is not as clueless as the guy in front of him. For Yi Fan, his most important task now is to endure, and then find a chance to escape from Ahua's hands. Afterwards, Yi Fan came directly to Tang Long's side, then stretched out his hand and slapped his face fiercely. Damn you damn she-male. I will definitely kill you too. Feeling the burning pain on his face, Tang Long humiliated and cursed again. However, after feeling Tang Long's anger at the moment, Yi Fan's face became more excited, and his attack became heavier and heavier. For this guy in front of him, Yi Fan will not have the slightest pity, even if he is a victim of Ahua's subordinates like himself. Soon, Tang Long's face was covered with bright red slap prints, and his insulting voice gradually stopped, just looking at the two people in front with his eyes full of hatred. Now he also realizes that his harsh words have no effect at all, it will only make the guy in front of him even more proud. Okay, it's almost time for us to go. Seeing that Tang Long is also honest, Ava suddenly no longer has the mind to continue teaching him. After all, playing a dog that doesn't bark isn't much fun, and I also have a very important task next. Then Yi Fan's movements stopped immediately, and now he also wants to gain some Ahua's trust, in order to reduce this guy's vigilance towards himself. Yi Fan felt that only in this way would he have a chance to escape from this guy's hands. Looking at Tang Long, who was tightly bound to the bed, Ahua threw a fruit knife at random, otherwise, it would be difficult for this guy to break free by himself. Then he took Yi Fan and left the place directly. And after seeing the two of them leave, Tang Long naturally used the fruit knife thrown by Ahua to quickly cut the cloth that bound him. Damn. You two damn bastards, wait for Lao Su. After breaking free from the bondage, Tang Long roared again through gritted teeth. Glancing at the steel ball and rolling pin that Yi Fan had just used, they were still bright red at the moment. Thinking back to his painful experience in the past 2 days, Tang Long couldn't help shedding painful tears. Then Tang Long struggled to get up from the bed, and then limped into his bathroom. He was going to wash his whole body thoroughly, and by the way, he would also throw away all the sheets and bedding on his bed after a while. Because these items are stained with the traces of the previous shemale, Tang Long naturally wants to destroy all these items. In the Ling family manor at this moment, Ling Tian is accompanying his woman with a comfortable face. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully calculating the protagonist Tang Long, cutting off his chance to be with the heroine Wen Lan, and making him suffer huge insults, the protagonist's luck -800, the host's villain value +11W. After receiving the reward given by the system, Ling Tian was also very satisfied at this moment. Now he can only wait for Ahua to bring Yi Fan back. After all, Ling Tian has received less and less villain value from this guy recently. Therefore, for such a protagonist who has not used much value, there is no need to let him live anymore. Chapter 277. Knowing the truth, Yi Fan was unwilling to die. It didn't take long for Ahua to bring Yi Fan back to the Ling family manor, and then Ahua took this kid to the dungeon. Looking at these strong men next to him, Yi Fan suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. He felt that these guys might attack him next. Where are you taking me? I saw Yi Fan's face became a little gloomy, and he asked Ahua in front of him. Stop talking nonsense. Just follow along. Ahua also turned his head at this time and said to Yi Fan with a cold face. He doesn't have so much time to explain anything to this kid, after all, this guy is just a turtle in a urn. After hearing Ahua's words, Yi Fan's face became even more ugly, but he also knew that he had no right to choose at all. So he can only temporarily obey Ahua's orders, otherwise, this guy won't be merciful when he starts with him. Soon, Yi Fan found out that Ahua actually took him to a dungeon, and suddenly there was another panic in his heart. Yi Fan doesn't think it will be good for this guy to bring himself to such a place. Maybe he just wanted to take the opportunity to deal with him. Thinking of this, Yi Fan's face became ashen. Then Yi Fan turned his head to look at Ahua who was on the side, and immediately noticed the expression on his face as if he was looking at a dead man, and immediately Yi Fan 053 felt that his legs began to tremble. What exactly do you want to do? Yi Fan's face flushed, and he suppressed the anger in his heart, and questioned Ahua in front of him. At this moment, Yi Fan became more and more uneasy, as if he was shrouded in a huge shadow. Snapped. A disdainful sneer suddenly appeared on Ahua's face, and then a slap slapped Yi Fan's face fiercely, knocking the boy directly to the ground. It seems that your boy feels his wings are hard. How dare you talk to me like that? Ahua directly stepped on Yi Fan's head with one foot and said indifferently to him. He felt that this kid just needs to clean up, it seems that he hasn't done anything to him for a long time. At this moment, after Yi Fan ate a big mouth, he only felt that his brain was buzzing, and a bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. And Yi Fan felt a sharp pain in his mouth, obviously his teeth were knocked out by this damn guy again. After all, Yi Fan is just an ordinary person, although Ahua just slapped him casually, but this is not something he can easily bear. Later, Yi Fan gradually calmed down, but his face was full of a grieved look, and he hated Ahua to the extreme. You must know that the reason why he is so miserable is all thanks to this damn bastard in front of him. Seeing that Yi Fan was honest at this moment, Ahua was too lazy to continue to do anything to him, but just stood aside and waited quietly. It didn't take long for the door of the dungeon to be pushed open again, and then a tall figure stood directly at the door. It's you. After seeing the person who came, Yi Fan's face showed a shocked look, and it was naturally impossible for him to forget Ling Tian's appearance. Looking at the side of Ahua, he also greeted him respectfully at the moment, and suddenly there were some guesses in Yi Fan's heart. Master. A flattering smile appeared on Ahua's face, and he said respectfully to Ling Tian. You go out first. Ling Tian smiled and nodded to Ahua, and gave him an order casually. After receiving Ling Tian's order, Ahua nodded and left the dungeon directly. And Ling Tian came straight to Yi Fan's side. Looks like you still remember me. You should have been very comfortable recently. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face as he teased Yi Fan in front of him. During these days, Yi Fan would provide himself with a huge amount of villain value every day. Obviously, this guy was absolutely tortured. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Yi Fan was immediately convinced of his conjecture, and his face suddenly became extremely resentful. Yi Fan was originally very puzzled why Ahua would treat himself like this, but now everything finally has an answer. It's all you damn bastard. Why did you do this to me? I saw Yi Fan's eyes widened in anger at this moment, and he shouted at Ling Tian in front of him. To know that he has not only become a eunuch, but has also been completely transformed into a woman, this is simply unacceptable to a man. Ha ha, why do I treat you like this? Don't you have a point in your heart? A sneer appeared on Ling Tian's face. After all, when this guy first came into contact with him, what was going on in his heart, Ling Tian knew exactly about it. What's more, you and Yi Fan are natural enemies, so you don't need any reason to deal with this guy. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Yi Fan's face froze slightly. He naturally understood the meaning of Ling Tian's words, but Yi Fan did not have any thoughts of shame. Even if he once wanted to plot against this guy, the way he tortured himself was simply outrageous. Thinking of this, Yi Fan's face was full of resentment again. How about it? After becoming a real woman, do you feel particularly happy? After all, you like to wear women's clothes so much, and I can satisfy your hobby of being a woman. And every day I ask people to find so many men to take care of you. To be honest, you should really thank me. Ling Tian didn't care about Yi Fan's hatred for him at all, and continued to say with a smile. Ah, damn you, you despicable bastard, I will never let you go. Ling Tian's words seemed to pierce Yi Fan's heart like a needle, and he immediately began to curse. At this moment, Yi Fan's face turned green, and the guy in front of him was definitely the most brazen person he had ever seen. Yi Fan swears that he must transform this guy into a woman in the future, and then let him accept the same torture as himself. Only in this way can he vent the hatred that has accumulated in his heart for so long. Just because of you trash. You don't think you can fight me with a system, do you? Ling Tian's face was full of disdain, and he sneered at Yi Fan in front of him. Hearing this, Yi Fan's face suddenly turned pale, and he only felt a bone-piercing cold enveloped his body. How does this guy know that he has something systematic? How did you know? Yi Fan said in disbelief, his voice was trembling at this moment. After all, he had never told anyone about the system. Go underground and ask others. Ling Tian's face became indifferent, and after speaking, he slapped Yi Fan's head with a palm. Ling Tian has no interest in telling the truth about this wasteful protagonist, so let Yi Fan go underground and ask the other protagonists. Thump. Yi Fan's face was full of unwillingness and resentment, and he fell directly to the ground and completely lost his voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the protagonist Yi Fan, the villain value plus 11W. System, devour the women's clothing boss system for me. Afterwards, Ling Tian instructed his system to swallow Yi Fan's system of women's clothing bosses. After all, this system can provide him with a large amount of villain value, so Ling Tian is naturally impossible to miss it. Ding! Successfully swallowed the women's clothing boss system, the villain value plus 18W. Chapter 278. The fencing video was exposed. Tang Longxi died. After killing the protagonist, Ling Tian also felt some regrets in his heart. After all, this time I did not enjoy the joy of being a South thief. But fortunately, there is still a candidate for preparation. You must know that Tang Long has been preparing for this for a long time. Because Wen Lan is the goddess that this guy has liked for more than 10 years, one can imagine how painful Tang Long will be when this woman is lying beside him. And Tang Long, who is lying on the bed at the moment, couldn't help but feel a bad feeling, as if he was being targeted by some terrible existence. Could it be those damned guys again? Tang Long suddenly had some guesses in his mind, and then his face became ugly. After all, his sixth sense has always been very accurate, and the only people who have dealt with him recently are those damn bastards. Damn it. It's so deceiving. Bang. Tang Long gritted his teeth and scolded again, and then smashed the top of the bed with a punch. Hiss. However, he did not expect that his movement would affect the injury in some parts of his body again, and the severe pain caused Tang Long to take a breath of cold air again. Immediately, the hatred in his heart for those guys before became even stronger. However, at this time, Tang Long found that his mobile phone suddenly began to vibrate, and then he directly picked up the mobile phone and checked it. Unexpectedly, Wen Lan transferred a sum of money to him, and suddenly a smug smile appeared on Tang Long's face. Since Lan Lan already knows about her medical bills, she must be very moved now. Tang Long's face suddenly showed a smile like Brother Pig. He felt that it would not be long before he could completely take down Wen Lan. You must know that Wen Lan is a very filial girl, and she has paid so much for her father, so Tang Long feels that Wen Lan must be very fond of him now. Later, Tang Long received a message from Wen Lan on his mobile phone again, but there was only a very brief thank you. Even so, Tang Long has an excited smile on his face at the moment. He thinks this is a very good start. Looks like I have to confess to Lan Lan sooner. Tang Long's heart suddenly had an impulse. After all, he and Wen Lan had known each other for so long, so he didn't want to wait any longer. Then Tang Long continued to send messages through his mobile phone and licked a few words, but to his great disappointment, Wen Lan did not continue to respond to him. Tang Long guessed that Wen Lan was about to go to bed, and then he turned off the light and started to sleep in excitement, but he was looking forward to meeting Wen Lan tomorrow. At this time, Wen Lan was lying on the bed in her pink pajamas, and she looked a little helpless at the moment. Wen Lan sighed slightly. The reason why she didn't reply to Tang Long's message was just because she didn't want to have more involvement with this man at all. After all, what happened this afternoon is still vivid in my mind. Looking at the message from Tang Long on the phone, Wen Lan is also beginning to worry about how to reject Tang Long. She and Tang Long have known each other for so long, and their relationship was pretty good before, so it would be best if they could settle this matter calmly. Afterwards, fatigue gradually enveloped Wen Lan's body, and she closed her eyes and fell asleep. The next day, Wen Lan got up early and went to the hospital to deliver breakfast to her father, and then hurried to the school. It didn't take long for Wen Lan to come to Tiandu University. After all, the distance between the school and the hospital is not too far. At this time, it was also the time when the students rushed to the teaching building, and Wen Lan calmly blended into the crowd. Right next to Wen Lan, several boys were talking excitedly. Did you know? Our school website was bombarded by someone early this morning, and a video was directly pinned to the top of it, and it has not been taken down until now. You're talking about a video of a group of macho men in the school picking a group of big men. I saw it too, it's so intense. According to information from a freshman group, that sturdy guy is a freshman who just entered school. I didn't expect him to play so well. Yes, it seems that this freshman's name is Tang Long, right? That's right, it's the name. The more they chatted, the more excited they became, and their voices became louder and louder. Wen Lan, who was on the side, also knew the news at the moment, and her face suddenly showed an unbelievable expression. Wouldn't it be the Tang Long you knew? Afterwards, Wen Lan took out her mobile phone and set it to silent mode. Then she opened the school's website, and there was actually a video on top. And the male protagonist of the interface in the video is really Tang Long, whom he is very familiar with. At this moment, Wen Lan thought again of Tang Long's weird walking posture yesterday, plus the unfeminine voice in Tang Long's house yesterday afternoon. These series of events were linked together, and Wen Lan also had an answer in her heart, and suddenly a look of disgust appeared on her face. Wen Lan never thought that Tang Long was really such a man, and what made her even more disgusted was that this guy actually wanted to be her boyfriend. Thinking of this, Wen Lan had the urge to slap this guy to death. This bastard. Wen Lan cursed angrily in her heart, then she put away her mobile phone and hurried in the direction of the teaching building. However, Wen Lan's heart has also decided to stay away from Tang Long. She doesn't want to have any relationship with this pervert, not even as an ordinary friend. At this time, Tang Long also walked into the school with a proud look on his face, but he still limped when he walked. After all, Yi Fan didn't show any mercy when he attacked yesterday. Soon Tang Long discovered something was wrong, because the people next to him looked at him very strangely. The protagonist in the video on the school's official website seems to be this guy. It really seems like, and he's still limping when he walks, so it should be him. Tisk tisk, I can't see it, but can this guy be pinched now? Hey, who knows about this kind of thing? As the voices of discussion became more and more intense, Tang Long also learned the truth of the matter, only to see that his hands began to tremble, and then he reached into his trouser pocket and took out his mobile phone tremblingly. Soon, Tang Long saw the male protagonist in the video, and his face immediately turned the color of pig liver, and he almost threw his phone on the ground. Damn it, I must kill those shameless guys. Tang Long also became hysterical, and his hatred for Awa and others reached an inexhaustible level. He knew that this video must have been posted by those guys, and as soon as this video was posted, Tang Long also knew that he was completely dead in the school. The students on the side saw Tang Long's angry appearance, and they avoided this guy one after another. If he was targeted by him, he would become famous throughout the school. After a while, Tang Long suppressed his anger. He took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. He knew that the most important thing now was to ask Wen Lan to explain it clearly. Otherwise, things between him and Wen Lan will definitely be ruined. Afterwards, Tang Long's face was ashen and he kept walking forward with the strange eyes of the people around him. At this moment, Tang Long suddenly felt an unprecedented humiliation. He felt that the world was full of malice towards him. People. Chapter 279 Lan Lan, let Brother Tian pretend to be your boyfriend. It didn't take long for Tang Long to come to the dormitory he arranged in the school, because now he doesn't have the courage to go to the classroom to teach. Tang Long didn't want to wait for a while to be surrounded by people in the classroom like an ornamental animal. He was going to wait until the limelight had passed for a while before appearing. After all, everyone in his class must basically know about the video on the campus official website. I saw Tang Long took out his mobile phone with an ugly face, and tentatively sent a message to Wen Lan. However, this news is like a stone sinking into the sea. After waiting for a long time, I haven't seen Wen Lan reply to myself. It should be Lan Lan still in class. She'll definitely get back to me when she's free. At this time, Tang Long could only comfort himself in his heart, but at this moment his face became more and more ugly. Then he began to wait anxiously in the dormitory like sitting on pins and needles. No matter what, he would definitely explain this matter to Lan Lan. Time passed little by little, and soon it was time for 053 to end get out of class. Tang Long also hurried to the downstairs of Wen Lan's dormitory. But at this moment, Tang Long's face was as ugly as eating shit again. Because most of the girls who pass by him are like encountering something disgusting, so they can't avoid it. Although these people did not show it clearly, Tang Long could also feel the contempt and alienation of these girls towards him, and he immediately felt a huge humiliation. Soon, the beautiful figure of Wen Lan appeared in Tang Long's eyes. At this moment, she was chatting happily with Yang Qingshe while walking towards the dormitory building. Lan Lan. Then Tang Long greeted him excitedly, with a smile that he thought was very handsome on his face, and greeted Wen Lan. Wen Lan also noticed Tang Long's arrival at this time, and the smile on her face disappeared immediately, and she just nodded coldly at Tang Long's face. Now for Wen Lan, the last thing she wants to see is Tang Long. Now this guy is haunting her, making her instantly become the focus of everyone around her. At this time, Wen Lan also felt very embarrassed, but she was very afraid of being lied to by others. Even Wen Lan felt a trace of resentment towards Tang Long in his heart. Can't this guy come to him in private if he has something to do? Doesn't Tang Long know that he has become a campus celebrity now? You have to find yourself in public. Yang Qingshe on the side also showed a trace of contempt in her eyes, because she also felt very disgusting for what Tang Long did. Tang Long also had an embarrassed smile on his face at the moment, and he naturally noticed the changes in the faces of the two beautiful girls in front of him. But this was also what he expected. Lan, the thing about that video is because I was plotted. Everything was forced on me by those guys. They not only robbed me, but also robbed money. I was even robbed of all my wealth by them. You have to believe me. I, Tang Long, are definitely not the kind of man who likes to go through the back door. Then, a trace of resentment appeared on Tang Long's face, and he began to complain to Wen Lan in front of him. After all, his life these few days is simply worse than death. If it is not systematic, maybe he wants to find a place to directly destroy it humanely. After hearing Tang Long's sincere explanation, Wen Lan is also a little dubious at this moment, knowing that she has known Tang Long for so long, and she has some minimum understanding of Tang Long's character. But now Wen Lan is indeed starting to be a little confused. Because what I witnessed yesterday afternoon with my own eyes will not lie, even if the things in that video are fake, how can I explain what happened yesterday? Of course, it is impossible for Wen Lan to directly ask Tang Long these words. But Wen Lan can be said to have completely given up on this guy now, so she doesn't want to continue to care about whether these things are true or not. Tang Long also saw Wen Lan's complexion gradually softening at this time, and his heart was suddenly filled with joy. Lan, okay, Tang Long, I'm a little tired now, I'm going back to rest. Just when Tang Long wanted to continue explaining, Wen Lan interrupted him directly. Because no matter what this guy wants to say, Wen Lan doesn't want to listen anymore. Alright, but Lan, you have to believe me. I'm definitely not the kind of guy who likes to fuck off. After hearing Wen Lan's words, Tang Long's face became embarrassed again, but he was still worried and explained again. Because the incident in the video has cast a big shadow on Tang Long's heart, he is very afraid that Wen Lan will alienate him because of this. However, in the face of this situation, Tang Long has no better way than to explain a few words, because he has no evidence to prove his innocence at all. I see. After leaving a sentence, Wen Lan pulled Yang Qingshe away from the place. There are already a group of people around, so she naturally wants to get rid of Tang Long as soon as possible. Tang Long's face was a little lonely and he watched Wen Lan gradually leave in front of him, but soon he noticed his embarrassing situation. He finds himself now being pointed at like a monkey in a zoo. Look at you ***. After scolding in a low voice, Tang Long endured the pain in the local area and left here with a blushing face. At this time, Wen Lan and Yang Qingshe also walked to the stairs, but her face looked a little unhappy. Lan, you don't have to be unhappy because of that kind of man. Let's stay away from him in the future. Yang Qingshe also said with concern that she has long regarded Wen Lan as her good sister. Thank you, Qingshe. Hearing Yang Qingshui's comfort, a smile appeared on Wen Lan's pretty face at this moment, and her mood gradually improved. It just so happened that this incident also made her firm up her previous thoughts. But now Wen Lan is also beginning to feel distressed, because how to get rid of Tang Long's entanglement is also a very difficult thing. You must know that Tang Long has been around him all day since elementary school, and this guy is very thick-skinned. Wen Lan had rejected this guy many times before, but Tang Long would still come to him with a smile on his face afterwards. So it is easy to refuse, but it is difficult to get rid of Tang Long. Yang Qingshe on the side also noticed the sadness on Wen Lan's face. Lan, is it that Tang Long will keep pestering you? Yang Qingshe also tentatively asked a question at this moment. After all, she is also a girl, and she naturally understands such things very well. Wen Lan's face was also a little surprised, she didn't expect Qingshe to know herself so well. This problem is actually very easy to solve. Noticing the change in Wen Lan's face, Yang Qingshe was also a little proud at the moment, and she pretended to say mysteriously later. Qingshe, hurry up. Wen Lan's face also showed a trace of anxiety, and urged Yang Qingshe. To tell the truth, now that Tang Long is revolving around himself like this, Wen Lan 1.5's psychological pressure is very great. After all, this guy has become the brightest boy on campus. At that time, if there are some rumors about herself and Tang Long, then she will really be speechless. As long as you have a boyfriend, this guy probably won't have the face to continue pestering you. Yang Qingshe didn't give a shit either, she just smiled and said the answer. However, at this moment, Wen Lan's pretty face collapsed. She felt that Qing Shui's answer was the same as saying nothing. Is finding a boyfriend as easy as she said? Regarding the embarrassed look on Wen Lan's face at the moment, Yang Qingshui naturally has her own plans for the next step. Lan, why don't you let Brother Tian pretend to be your boyfriend temporarily? Let's get rid of that nasty guy first. Yang Qingshui went directly to Wen Lan's ear and whispered to her. This is a rare opportunity. With the strength of Brother Tian, Yang Qingshui believes that it won't be long before the two of them will make a fake show. Chapter 280 Wen Lan's compromise, it's too shame. What? Hearing this, Wen Lan's face turned red again, and looked at Yang Qingshui in disbelief. She didn't expect Qingshui to give herself such an idea. My best friend really doesn't treat me like an outsider, so can I even lend my boyfriend to me temporarily? Qingshui, is this inappropriate? Ling Tian is your boyfriend. Wen Lan also whispered a little embarrassedly. However, at this moment, there is not much resistance in her heart, it is more just because of shyness and embarrassment. It's okay, Lan. I won't mind this, we are good friends. At this moment, Yang Qingshui's face also showed a charming smile, and said softly to Wen Lan in front of her. She could see now that Wen Lan didn't resist this matter much. However, at this moment, Wen Lan's face was still full of entanglements, and she still felt that it was difficult to accept the method that Qingshui said. Yang Qingshui is also watching her words at this time, and then she decides to continue to strike while the iron is hot, and let Wen Lan accept her own method in one fell swoop. Lan, think about it carefully, apart from Brother Tian, can you find a better boyfriend? Or do you have a better way? And if you don't solve this problem quickly, Tang Long will definitely come to pester you often. Do you want to be like Tang Long, like a monkey in a zoo being watched by others? Afterwards, Yang Qingshui analyzed the current situation with Wen Lan with a serious face, and basically every word she said hit Wen Lan's heart. After hearing Yang Qingshui's words, Wen Lan's face became shaken at this moment. She felt that what Qingshui said was very reasonable. After all, she also knew Tang Long's character very well. If he doesn't let him give up, this guy will definitely come to him every day. Qingshui, but if you propose such a method, will your boyfriend agree to it? Wen Lan's face became even more rosy at this moment. To be honest, she felt very ashamed in her heart for asking such a question to Yang Qingshui. But now, apart from this method, Wen Lan can't think of any other more suitable method for the time being. Wen Lan only hopes that when Tang Long knows that he has found a boyfriend, he will stay away from him very wisely. Don't worry, I believe Brother Tian will definitely help with this. Even if he doesn't want to, I will persuade him well. Who made you Lan my best friend? At this moment, Yang Qingshui also showed a happy smile on her face, and immediately promised Wen Lan. As long as Wen Lan agrees to this matter, Yang Qingshui feels that there will be basically no accidents on Brother Tian's side. It is estimated that it will not be long before you and Wen Lan will become a pair of good sisters completely. Hearing this, Wen Lan's face was instantly filled with emotion. She felt that she was so lucky to have a close friend like Qingshui. Qingshui, thank you. Afterwards, Wen Lan kissed Yang Qingshui's arm and thanked her. But at this time, Wen Lan thought about the night she spent at Ling's house, and suddenly, she felt her body start to get hot. Don't be polite to me. Yang Qingshui also responded happily. She felt that she was saving Wen Lan from the fire and water. After all, Tang Long was not qualified to be compared with his brother Tian in any way. So if Wen Lan can become Tianji's woman, it will be a blessing for her. The time gradually came to the afternoon, and now the school's official website was finally repaired, but Tang Long's face was still as ugly as eating shit. Because he is now famous in the whole school, Tang Long found that as long as he is in the school, no matter where he goes, he is the focus of everyone. And more importantly, Tang Long found that none of the messages he sent to Wen Lan in the afternoon got her response. Obviously, Wen Lan already has a very serious prejudice against himself. It's all because of those goddamn bastards. When I have the ability, I must kill all these guys. Tang Long's eyes were bloodshot, and he swears through gritted teeth. If it wasn't for these guys, he had already successfully won the heart of beauty, where would he have been reduced to this point? And that video will definitely become a stain on his life, even if he becomes the richest person in the world with the system. Tang Long knows that this video is definitely not only spread in the school, it will become a hot search on the entire internet soon. Thinking of this, Tang Long had the urge to vomit blood. It seems that I have to quickly find a way to change Lan's opinion of me. Tang Long walked around the roof of the dormitory anxiously, thinking about his next countermeasures in his mind. He knew that if he did nothing, Lan would definitely get further and further away from him. Soon, Tang Long had an idea in his heart, and then he hurried back to the dormitory and started packing his backpack. Tang Long, are you going on a date? This is a roommate in the dormitory with a weird smile on his face, asking Tang Long. The other two roommates also showed a hint of curiosity on their faces, but their eyes were full of contempt. After all, their dormitory is now famous in the class because of Tang Long's relationship, but it is very shameful to say these reputations. Humph. But after hearing the roommate's opening, Tang Long snorted coldly with an ugly face, and didn't want to answer any of his questions at all. At this moment, Tang Long basically doesn't have any good looks towards his roommates, because not long ago, he heard these guys gloat over him. Tang Long felt that he could control the anger in his heart now, and it would be good not to scold them severely. After packing up, Tang Long left the dormitory directly. WTF. This guy is in the video, but he is very enthusiastic. It's actually installed now. After seeing Tang Long walk away, the roommate who just spoke also sneered. After all, Tang Long's ignorance just now made him feel insulted, and because of the video, he didn't have any good feelings for Tang Long. That's right. This guy is a black sheep. Now our entire dormitory's reputation is about to stink. I don't know, I thought we all liked to play bass. The roommates on the side also responded with displeased expressions. After this video came out, a few of them were ridiculed by the class, and they didn't know how they would think about themselves behind their backs. After all, there is a gay guy living in their dormitory, it's hard not to cause malicious speculation from others. I just didn't expect Tang Long, the initiator, to have such a bad attitude. Suddenly, several people were full of disgust towards him. Chapter 281 Qingshui's Shyness. Afterwards, Tang Long rushed to the hospital quickly. He knew that Lan would go over to take care of his father at about this time every day. Now that Lan is hiding from him, Tang Long naturally intends to take the initiative to come to the door. He also knows how much what happened to her today will affect her. In Tiandu No. 2 hospital, Lan was chatting happily with her father. The doctor also came here just now. After the examination, Lan knew that her father was recovering very well. So her mood naturally became very good. Suddenly Lan found that her mobile phone had started to vibrate, and then she took it out directly from her bag. It was Yang Qingshui's caller ID, and Lan looked up at her father. Go and answer the phone. With a kind smile on Li's face, he said to Lan in front of him. Lan also smiled and nodded, then grabbed her mobile phone and trotted out. Soon, she came to the bathroom and got on the phone directly. Qingshui, you suddenly called, is there something wrong? Lan asked curiously. At this moment, Yang Qingshui, who was on the opposite side of the phone, was sitting on Ling Tian's lap and answered the phone with a bright face. Lan, let's go out for dinner tonight. I will go with brother Tian, and by the way, you should also get to know him well. At that time, it won't be revealed in front of Tang Long. Yang Qingshui was also straight to the point and directly stated the purpose of her calling, but her voice was trembling. I saw that she gave Ling Tian a blushing look, because his hands were very dishonest. There was also a wicked smile on Ling Tian's face, he couldn't help reaching out and pinching Yang Qingshui's pretty face. After hearing Yang Qingshui's words, Lan's face also flashed red, and Qingshui also mentioned these things to herself before. Unexpectedly, her movements were so fast, and it was obvious that Ling Tian had no objection. After taking a deep breath, Lan quickly made up her mind. No problem. Where are we going to eat? Lan asked directly with a smile. Lan, are you still in the hospital now? There will be a car to pick you up at that time. Yang Qingshui didn't answer her question directly, after all, it would be troublesome for Lan to rush over by herself. Why don't you just ask the bodyguard to pick her up? Yes, then I'll wait at the roadside at the entrance of the hospital in a while. Lan readily agreed to Yang Qingshui's proposal. Anyway, it wasn't the first time she had been called by Qingshui to pick up her car. Then let's do it first, we'll see you later. At this time, Yang Qingshui's voice also began to rush, and then she hurriedly hung up the phone. If she continued to answer the phone by herself, maybe she could not help but make some strange noises. Damn it, big bastard. If Lan Lan hears anything, they will definitely be ashamed. Yang Qingshe directly threw the phone aside, and then patted Ling Tian's arm with a pouting mouth. When she answered the phone by herself, Ling Tian never let her go, but fortunately, she has now trained enough to bear it. It doesn't matter if you find out. Anyway, you two will become good sisters sooner or later. Not to mention, didn't Lan Lan heard enough of your voice that night? Ling Tian's eyes were a little playful, and he teased while pinching Yang Qingshui's tender chin. Anyway, sooner or later Wen Lan will not be able to escape from the palm of his hand. Hearing this, Yang Qingshui's pretty face suddenly turned red, so seductive that one just wanted to kiss her. At this moment, Yang Qingshui's mind also recalled the previous scenes, and her two tender white feet couldn't help but entangle. All right, let's get ready too. Ling Tian smiled and patted Yang Qingshui's little hand, and said softly to her. After all, girls always have to prepare first when they go out, so Ling Tian naturally wants to reserve some time for this little girl in advance. Yang Qingshe also raised her head and answered obediently. Then she left Ling Tian's embrace and walked towards her dressing table. At this moment, Ling Tian suddenly received a message on his mobile phone, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Then Ling Tian walked directly to Yang Qingshui's side and hugged the little girl directly from behind. Qingshe, wait a while and let Qingxi take you there directly. That Tang Long is going to find Wen Lan. I'll go directly with the bodyguard to pick up Lan Lan, and meet that guy for a while. Ling Tian leaned over directly to Yang Qingshui's ear and said to her gently. Of course he didn't want to miss this opportunity to humiliate the protagonist, but Ling Tian was very much looking forward to how Tang Long would break the defense. Brother Tian, you go. Naturally, Yang Qingshe would not refuse, and agreed directly and happily. Anyway, her latest efforts are all to match Ling Tian and Wen Lan, so she has no reason to object. Then let's see you in the restaurant for a while. After speaking, Ling Tian turned around and left. In the hospital, after saying hello to her father, Wen Lan packed her bags and left the ward. Soon, she came to the street in front of the hospital, ready to wait here for the people who came to pick her up. Lan Lan. After waiting for a while, Wen Lan suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from beside him. Immediately, she realized that it was Tang Long's voice. Turning his head and looking, it was this guy who trotted towards him excitedly. Lan Lan, I didn't expect such a coincidence. Tang Long's face showed a pleasing smile, while gasping for breath, he said hello. He felt that he came very timely, and seeing Wen Lan's appearance, it was obvious that he was about to leave the hospital. If you come a little later, you may not see Lan Lan. Tang Long, do you have anything to do with me? Wen Lan's face was very dull at the moment, and she asked the man in front of her. She knew that Tang Long would definitely not come to her for no reason, not to mention that she didn't have so much time to chat with him here. After a while, I even invited Ling Tian and Qing Shui to have dinner together. Lan Lan, do you have time to wait? I want to invite you to have dinner together, and by the way, let's go shopping. Tang Long's face was a little embarrassed at the moment, and he also guessed that Wen Lan was still minding the video, but he still sent out the invitation cheeky. Anyway, he felt that as long as he was thick-skinned, there was no girl he couldn't handle. Sorry, I have an appointment tonight. Wen Lan directly and euphemistically refused. Besides, even if she was free at night, she didn't want to go out to eat and go shopping with Tang Long. Because she thinks this guy is very disgusting, and if someone else recognizes Tang Long, she will be embarrassed. Maybe he will be attacked by the internet along with him. You must know that Tang Long's Li Hao's love has begun to ferment on the internet. It is estimated that if you call anyone on the street, some people can directly recognize this guy. After hearing Wen Lan's words, Tang Long's face suddenly sank, and he also had some bad premonitions in his heart. It won't be long before it gets dark. Wen Lan actually wants to date someone else. The person who won't date her is still a man. Lan Lan, who are you dating? How about I go with you? I'm worried about what danger you might encounter at that time. An ugly smile appeared on Tang Long's face, and he said cautiously to Wen Lan. He didn't want a girl who had never even held a hand to be cut off by other men. What's more, he is a systematic man now, so he will not be afraid of any threat to him at all. No need. If there is danger, I will definitely protect Lan Lan. Before Wen Lan could reply, a magnetic voice suddenly came from beside her, rejecting Tang Long's invitation on her behalf. Wen Lan also heard that the voice belonged to Ling Tian, and then a happy smile appeared on her face. Chapter 282 I am so good, don't I deserve more girlfriends? Tang Long turned his head and looked over with a displeased face. He felt that the voice was very familiar. Why you? Immediately, an ugly look appeared on Tang Long's face, and what caught his eye was this Ling Tian, who had always made him feel very unhappy. Seeing this guy's handsome smiling face, Tang Long had the urge to tear it apart. Doesn't this guy already have a girlfriend? Why do you still come over to ask your own Lan Lan? At this moment, Tang Long's heart is also full of anger. He thinks that this guy is probably just trying to step on two boats. Moreover, Tang Long also has a sense of urgency. He has to admit that the little white face in front of him does have an extraordinary charm to women. If you compare it only from the appearance and temperament, he has already killed him in seconds at the beginning. Tang Long is very worried now that Wen Lan has been deceived by this guy, because in his subconscious he feels that this guy is not a good person. Lan Lan, let me go out with you. I'm really worried about you alone. Tang Long turned to look at Wen Lan, who was on the side, and said to her with concern. After knowing that it was this guy who asked Wen Lan, Tang Long naturally would not let Ling Tian get his wish. No need. Just take care of your own business. Wen Lan's face also became a little unhappy, and she refused directly. Tang Long said like this, doesn't it mean that he thinks Ling Tian will be bad for him? Wen Lan didn't want Ling Tian to have some misunderstandings about 053 himself, because he asked him for help. Moreover, Wen Lan also had a good impression on Ling Tian in his heart. In addition, Ling Tian is still so good, no one else will talk about it. Compared with Tang Long, he will definitely be dumped by tens of thousands of streets. After being rejected by Wen Lan, an embarrassed smile suddenly appeared on Tang Long's face. He didn't expect Wen Lan to be so direct. Afterwards, Tang Long noticed the ridicule on Ling Tian's face in front of him again, and suddenly a huge anger grew in his heart. This damn bastard. However, no matter how much unwillingness and resentment in Tang Long's heart, he could only clench his fists and stare at Ling Tian in front of him with his angry eyes. Ling Tian directly ignored Tang Long's hateful eyes towards him, only to see him walk beside Wen Lan unhurriedly. Then he stretched out his hand and directly wrapped around Wen Lan's thin waist, and hugged her into his arms. Bah! Wen Lan's face instantly turned red, and a coquettish moan could not help but uttered from her cherry lips. Wen Lan was a little panicked about Ling Tian's outrageous actions, but she had no intention of resisting. Feeling the big hot hand on his waist, Wen Lan only felt that his whole body started to get hot. In addition, there is Tang Long, a guy who likes him in front of him, and at the same time is shy. Wen Lan also feels an unprecedented excitement. Damn, hurry up and let me go. Seeing that Ling Tian actually directly attacked Wen Lan in front of him, Tang Long's face turned green, and he yelled out in anger. After all, he hadn't even touched Wen Lan's hand, and now he was actually given a taste by this damn guy. I saw Tang Long rushed towards Ling Tian, wanting to attack this guy directly. Snapped. However, at this time, a bodyguard rushed out directly from the side, and slapped Tang Long directly to the ground. Then, he directly controlled Tang Long and pressed him to the ground. You fucking let me go. Tang Long's body began to struggle violently, and he roared wildly at the bodyguard. But as an ordinary person, how could Tang Long be the opponent of Ling Tian's bodyguards? I saw Tang Long's struggle was like a mayfly shaking a tree, but the bodyguard's body did not move at all. At this moment, Wen Lan's gaze towards Tang Long also became unkind. After all, this guy wanted to do something to Ling Tian just now. Lan Lan, hurry up and leave this bastard. He definitely has bad intentions for you. Seeing that the struggle was fruitless, Tang Long shouted to Wen Lan with a painful face. As long as Wen Lan is unwilling, the guy next to him will definitely have no way to force her. And Tang Long felt that with Wen Lan's character, even if he didn't slap the guy who took advantage of her, he would definitely not have a good face. However, all this is just Tang Long's wishful thinking. Wen Lan turned a deaf ear to his words. She felt that Tang Long was just jealous of Ling Tian. What's more, he and Tang Long can only be regarded as friends now, but now this guy actually wants to intervene in his life. Immediately, she became more and more disgusted with Tang Long in her heart. On the other hand, Ling Tian watched Tang Long's performance with a playful expression on his face. Now he naturally didn't need to speak. Tang Long, shut up for me. Ling Tian, he is my boyfriend now. What does he have to do with you holding me? Why are you doing something to him? Wen Lan's face was a little excited at the moment. She didn't want to delay any longer, and chose to directly showdown with Tang Long. Looking at the current situation, she knew that it was basically impossible for Tang Long and Ling Tian to coexist peacefully. Originally, Wen Lan wanted to tell Tang Long the news slowly, but now it seems that the best way is to cut the mess with a quick knife. What? It's impossible. After hearing Wen Lan's words, Tang Long's face was full of disbelief. He felt that his ears might have gone wrong. How could Wen Lan become this guy's girlfriend? Lan, this bastard has a girlfriend. Does he want to peddle two boats? Then Tang Long gradually calmed down and said loudly to Wen Lan in front of him. He felt that it was very likely that Wen Lan was deceived by this guy, or maybe it was just an excuse for Wen Lan. Just as Wen Lan was about to speak up, Ling Tian put two fingers against her mouth. Wen Lan glanced at Ling Tian shyly, and understood what he meant from the man's deep eyes. Tang Long, congratulations on your guess. I'm on two boats now. Don't a good man like me deserve to have more girlfriends? And Lan is sincere to me. I saw Ling Tian's face was full of wicked smiles, and he spoke directly to Tang Long in front of him. Then Ling Tian came directly in front of Wen Lan and kissed her directly on the face. Wen Lan didn't have any resistance or refutation at the moment, but her pretty face showed a more attractive blush. Ah, damn you, I must kill you. Seeing that the two of them actually showed their love, Tang Long roared out in pain. At this moment, his face was as ugly as that of a dead mother. He didn't expect that Wen Lan would rather be a kid for this guy than be his girlfriend. Tang Long suddenly felt heart-piercing pain. He couldn't believe what he saw. You must know that Wen Lan is a woman he has liked for more than 10 years, but he has long regarded Wen Lan as his girlfriend. But now she is being held in the arms of this man with a shy face, and she may even be lying on his bed soon. Thinking of this, Tang Long felt that his forehead began to turn green. To be honest, now he wants to eat Ling Tian's heart alive. Chapter 283 Stay away from me, my boyfriend will misunderstand. Then, Tang Long stubbornly raised his head and looked at Wen Lan in front of him. Lan, this bastard is cheating on your feelings. You mustn't fall for him. Only with me will you be happy for a lifetime. I saw that there was a look of obsession in Tang Long's eyes, and he said loudly to Wen Lan in front of him. Tang Long didn't believe that Wen Lan would fall in love with other men so easily. He felt that he must still have a chance. Tang Long, Ling Tian and I truly love each other. You're a good man, but we're not a good fit. Thinking that Tang Long was good to him before, Wen Lan just continued to persuade him politely. After all, her purpose was only to let Tang Long not waste time on herself in the future. Because she has completely lost any hope for this man, the two of them can only become ordinary friends at most. Hearing Wen Lan's words, a smug smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. With her own efforts, Wen Lan successfully issued a good person card to Tang Long. I do not believe. Lan, you absolutely love me. Did this damn bastard threaten you? Don't be afraid, I will protect you well. Tang Long yelled out unwillingly. At this moment, his eyes became blood red, and his eyes were also full of hatred for Ling Tian. He absolutely couldn't accept what Wen Lan said to himself. This was the love he had been pursuing for more than 10 years. Tang Long felt that this despicable guy in front of him must have caught Wen Lan's handle. Otherwise, he couldn't think of any reason why Wen Lan would not choose himself. Seeing Tang Long's unwilling appearance, Wen Lan couldn't help sighing secretly. She knew that this guy would definitely not give up easily. And hearing Tang Long slander Ling Tian like this, Wen Lan felt very uncomfortable. She found that Tang Long seemed to be getting more and more unbearable now. This guy would never find a reason in himself. Tang Long, please don't use your narrow heart to guess others. Ling Tian is not what you think. And don't bother me again in the future. We can't be together. Wen Lan looked at Tang Long expressionlessly, and said coldly to him. She knew that she couldn't give this guy any good looks now, it would only make him feel that he still had hope. And long pain is worse than short pain, and continuing to drag on will only waste the time of the two of them. Aware of Wen Lan's indifference that is refusing people thousands of miles away, Tang Long only felt incomparable pain in his heart, as if being gnawed by 10,000 ants. You bloody bastard! What despicable means did you use to threaten Lan Lan? Tang Long immediately turned the gun and cursed at Ling Tian in front of him. If it weren't for this damn guy suddenly appearing in his and Wen Lan's life. She has long since become his girlfriend. Tang Long can now say that he hates Ling Tian to the core. I'm sorry, Tang Long. Although I know you like it very much, Lan Lan. However, things like feelings cannot be forced. You have to accept the reality that Lan Lan really doesn't like you. Ling Tian's eyes were full of jokes, and he directly told Tang Long the cruelest truth. And I didn't use any despicable means, it's just because my charm is too great. So even if Lan Lan knew that I had a girlfriend, she couldn't control her love for me, and couldn't wait to throw herself into my warm embrace. Isn't it right, Lan Lan? After speaking, Ling Tian turned his head to look at Wen Lan who was in his arms, and gave her a wink with a wicked smile. At this moment, Wen Lan's pretty face became even more red, and her beautiful eyes gave Ling Tian a charming white look. She also immediately discovered that Ling Tian was also so stinky, but Wen Lan didn't say anything to refute Ling Tian, but nodded shyly. Looking at the intentional appearance of the two women in front of them, Tang Long was so jealous that he was about to go mad. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, knowing that Wen Lan had always been indifferent when he was with him before. How can she show a shy attitude like a little girl like now? Tang Long, I have already told you what I should say. Now I'm Ling Tian's girlfriend. I hope you stay away from me in the future, I don't want my boyfriend to have any misunderstanding. He won't be happy if that happens. In order to make Tang Long completely give up on himself, Wen Lan couldn't care less at this time, and once again said the words to distance himself from this guy. After speaking, Wen Lan only felt that her face was starting to heat up, and these words still made her feel a little ashamed. However, as soon as these words came out, Wen Lan also felt that her originally depressed mood had become relaxed. No, Lan Lan, I can't give up, I really love you. After hearing Wen Lan's words, Tang Long roared loudly again. He will definitely figure out the relationship between Wen Lan and Ling Tian. Tang Long doesn't believe that Wen Lan will agree to be this guy's girlfriend. Ha ha, Lan Lan, let's go. Don't talk to this guy in vain. Maybe he will only accept the reality after the two of us have cooked the raw rice. Ling Tian's face was full of smiles, and he said proudly to Wen Lan in front of Tang Long. At this time, Wen Lan also shyly patted Ling Tian's arm to show his dissatisfaction. I hate it. I saw that her beautiful eyes also became watery, and she said angrily to Ling Tianjiao. Wen Lan also felt that Ling Tian was too bad at this time, he obviously wanted to stimulate Tang Long on purpose. Moreover, Ling Tian's remarks made Wen Lan recall the night when Qingshe cooked rice with him again. Ling Tian didn't care too much about this woman's shy appearance, he just smiled and walked towards his car. But after hearing Ling Tian's words, Tang Long's face turned green again, and his eyes were full of resentment. At this time, Tang Long didn't say any more cruel words, he knew that these are of no great significance now. Because he can also see that Wen Lan is now deliberately alienating himself. Watching Ling Tian's car, he slowly walked away, and the bodyguard who had been controlling Tang Long released his restraint on this guy. Snapped. Shut up your dog eyes. What are you staring at? The bodyguard slapped Tang Long fiercely, left a disdainful remark and left. Damn dog slave. Tang Long covered his face just now with one hand, and felt incompetent and furious in his heart. Chapter 284 Stealing her boyfriend behind a girlfriend's back, isn't stabbed exciting. After watching the bodyguard get into the car, Tang Long quickly got up from the ground and stopped a taxi on the side of the road. Follow the car in front. Tang Long said anxiously to the driver. He didn't want to lose it after a while. Ling Tian's words just now made Tang Long feel deeply worried. He felt that this guy definitely had bad intentions for asking Wen Lan out today, and he was probably going to attack her. So Tang Long naturally couldn't let Wen Lan go on a date with this guy alone, he had to monitor the two of them beside him. At that time, if you encounter a situation that is unfavorable to Wen Lan, you can come forward in time to stop it. Okay. After the driver master heard the young man's words, he agreed with a smile. He doesn't care what the passengers in the car do with the car in front of him, as long as he pays 053, which is a lot of money, to himself. Afterwards, the driver's master stepped on the accelerator and hung tightly behind the car driven by Ling Tian's bodyguard. At this moment, in Ling Tian's car, Wen Lan lowered his head shyly. Because Ling Tian has been holding his hand since he got into the car, and he even started playing with it gently. You let me go? After a while, Wen Lan finally couldn't help blushing and said. After all, she and Ling Tian were only pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend temporarily, not to mention that she had never been so close to any other man before. Moreover, Ling Tian's current movements were more like the last piece of grass that overwhelmed the camel, which made her mood even more unsettled. What's wrong? Can't I hold my girlfriend's hand? Ling Tian looked at the woman in front of him with a smile, and said to her playfully. He knew that this woman didn't have much resistance to him at all, not to mention that now was a good opportunity to bring the two closer together. Ling Tian naturally wouldn't blindly obey the woman's request, he had to take action when it was time to do it. Humph, you bastard did it on purpose. We're just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend now. Just now you treated me like that in front of Tang Long, but now you're still holding my hand. Aren't you afraid that I will tell Qingshe when the time comes? Wen Lan also pretended to be angry and said to him that Ling Tian had deliberately acted badly in front of him. If this man is not Qingshui's boyfriend, Wen Lan might think about the development between the two. But she didn't want to lose Qingshui's good friend, so now Wen Lan can only keep a distance from Ling Tian. Haha, I'm completing the promise to Qingshe, so she won't mind it. What's the matter, you weren't so shy just now. Ling Tian naturally wouldn't be afraid of Wen Lan's threat to him, not to mention that the two of them just held hands secretly. Even in front of Yang Qingshe, that little girl wouldn't mind. And, don't you enjoy the feeling of secretly having an affair with her boyfriend behind your back? I saw a wicked smile suddenly appeared on Ling Tian's face, and then approached Wen Lan's ear and said softly. Feeling Ling Tian's breathing in her ear, Wen Lan's pretty face also began to congeal, becoming extremely rosy. Moreover, Ling Tian's words sounded like a magic voice, which made her feel a different kind of stimulation while she was shy and guilty. Looking at this woman's attractive face, Ling Tian decided to strike while the iron was hot. Lan Lan. Ling Tian suddenly called out Wen Lan's name again. Wen Lan looked at Ling Tian with some doubts at this time, and then she was surprised to find that Ling Tian's handsome face was getting closer and closer to her. Well, after a while, Wen Lan only felt that she was about to lose her breath, reached out and pressed lightly on Ling Tian's chest. Then, the two split their lips. Wen Lan lowered her head shyly again, she didn't expect Ling Tian to kiss her suddenly. And just now, her whole body was in a state of ignorance, she didn't resist much at all, she just let Ling Tian do bad things to her. Suddenly Wen Lan felt like his body was like a small stove, and it started to get hot. There was also a sense of guilt for Qingshe in her heart, and she really stole her boyfriend now. Okay, Lan Lan, it's not your fault either. You looked so cute just now, I couldn't help it. Noticing the guilt on Wen Lan's face at the moment, Ling Tian smiled and comforted her. He didn't want to let this woman have any psychological burden, in this case, his further development with her will be limited. No, don't say it. What happened just now, let's pretend it never happened. You are not allowed to tell Qingshe that it is really inappropriate for us to be like this. If Qingshe finds out, she will be very sad. Wen Lan blushed and plucked up the courage to look at Ling Tian, she was also afraid that if this continued, she would really fall in love with this man. In Wen Lan's heart, Qingshe was a kind and simple girl, and she knew very well how much Qingshe liked Ling Tian. So Wen Lan really didn't want to do anything that would hurt Qingshe or feel sorry for her. Seeing this woman's somewhat excited reaction, Ling Tian couldn't help but feel a little funny. After all, Wen Lan is a good girlfriend, but she has been coordinating to make her her own woman. But now it seems that Wen Lan's psychological pressure is still quite large, and it can be seen that the relationship between her and Qingshe is indeed very good. Do not worry. Even if Qingshe finds out, she will only welcome you to join. Ling Tian smiled and stretched out his hand to gently pat Wen Lan's tender weed, and said to her gently. What? Wen Lan widened her eyes again and looked at Ling Tian in surprise. She didn't expect Ling Tian to actually say this, she knew that Qingshe had said the same thing many times to herself, but she didn't take it seriously. However, this time Ling Tian's opening, Wen Lan's heart really gave birth to a thought. Wen Lan began to think that what Qingshe said before might be true, she really didn't mind Ling Tian having other girlfriends. But thinking of this, Wen Lan felt even more shy. Then she promised to let Ling Tian pretend to be her boyfriend, didn't she just send it directly to the door? Seeing Wen Lan's shy appearance in front of him, Ling Tian directly put his arms around her waist and pulled her into his arms. Lan, have you figured it out now? Ling Tian asked her with a wicked smile. I don't know. My heart is so messed up right now. Feeling Ling Tian's warm embrace, Wen Lan lowered her head and said in a trembling voice. At this moment, Wen Lan's white and tender little hands also felt that there was nowhere to put them, and they just grabbed the hem of her skirt tangled. Now her relationship with Ling Tian and Qingshe seems to be too messy, and she feels a little overwhelmed for a while.